Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Youngest Billionaire? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto Uzumaki was living his life, enjoying wealth, health, and fame. He had a son and a daughter named Boruto and Himawari, who were biologically his, sharing his distinctive whisker birthmarks. After a difficult breakup in college, his life had spiraled out of control. At 19, while managing his responsibilities as a third-year business management student and captain of the soccer team, he was advised by his father to leave school and learn the family business. Soon after, two little angels arrived at his doorstep, needing his care. As they grew, their relationship blossomed into a typical child-parent dynamic. However, on the twins' 5th birthday, Himawari locked herself in her room, leading Naruto to believe she was unhappy with her gift. Sakura, a close friend, suggested that what Himawari truly wanted was their mother. Since they didn't know who that was, Sakura introduced Hinata Hyuga, a shy and pretty girl who was looking for a job. Naruto and Hinata decided to work together and pretend she was their mother, unaware that fate had other plans for them. Naruto reflected on his past as a carefree partygoer, dating multiple girls until he met someone special. After 4 months of dating, she mysteriously disappeared, leaving a void in his life. As he struggled to become more responsible and earn his father's trust, he found joy in his children, who initially felt like burdens but soon became his greatest gifts. One day, he woke up in a hospital with a scar on his stomach. As he recovered, he felt an emptiness despite his family's visits. When he returned home, he was surprised to discover he was the daughter of a wealthy man with the same eyes as his. Although his father was strict, he encouraged Naruto to be independent, providing him with money for a year. Naruto moved into a modest apartment and began searching for a job. Initially, he struggled with loneliness and the challenges of adult life, but gradually adapted and became proficient at work. Despite his success, Naruto felt a persistent emptiness, as if something was missing from his heart. In the present, as he entered his office, his secretary Shikamaru greeted him, congratulating him on a successful meeting. Naruto playfully reminded him to drop the formalities, noting that Shikamaru had been working with him for nearly 4 years. They discussed plans for a hot pot dinner that evening to celebrate Boruto and Himawari's birthdays, and Naruto reminded Shikamaru to be there, knowing how much it meant to the kids. As he prepared to leave, he instructed Shikamaru to tell anyone looking for him that he was busy. "I get it, you always tell me that every year at this time," he retorted. "Thanks, dude," I said and left him. I went to the underground garage to take my black Ferrari and headed to a nearby mall to buy gifts. As I arrived, I asked for my regular parking spot and left my car there. I entered the mall and went to the section for shoes, dresses, and toys. After looking for toys, I moved to the clothing section. Finding clothes for boys was easy, but I always struggled with girls' clothing. Should it be pink? Or a different color? Should it have a Barbie print or not? I often found myself in a dilemma. Sometimes she likes pink, but the last time I gave her pink clothes, she cried, saying she didn't like it. As I was getting a headache from the choices, someone tapped me from behind. "Excuse me, sir? Do you need some help?" I heard a stuttering but calm voice and turned to face a woman who barely reached my chin. I knew it was embarrassing to buy clothes for girls, especially when I was a guy shopping for underwear. "You see, I'm having a hard time looking for girls' clothes," I admitted, wondering why I was stuttering. "Oh, what size are you looking for?" she asked, her stutter seeming normal for her. "I'm not sure, but she's 5 years old," I replied. Let me ask my friend." "What is she like?" she asked before leaving. "Well, she's somewhat moody. Sometimes she likes pink, sometimes not, but she's a very lovely girl. She has the same hair color as yours and is very cheerful," I described Himawari. "She sounds like a lovely child," she said and left. I waited for her to return, feeling like something similar had happened before. After 2 minutes, she came back with 2 dresses in her hands, one lavender and another orange. "This is what I found based on your description," she said, handing me the dresses. I'm sure she will love this. Thanks for helping me, my daughter will be very happy, I said, giving her a goofy smile. Daughter? She asked, looking surprised. Yeah. Daughter, I confirmed. I thought those were for your niece, she said, her cheeks turning a shade of red. Oh, I know, I get that a lot. People are always shocked when I tell them I already have a son and daughter, I laughed. I'm sorry, she apologized. Nah, it's fine. Anyway, thanks for your help. I've got to go. Bye till next time, I said, waving goodbye as I headed to the cashier. I was driving home after buying gifts while listening to a song I really liked. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. As I drove along the long path after entering our gate, I was focused on the music. As the last line of the lyrics ended, I entered our garage and turned off the engine. I called my personal butler, Mako. Yes, sir? He asked as soon as he stepped out of the elevator. Give me a hand, I said, opening the trunk of my car. As you wish, he replied, taking a knife and placing it on his wrist, making me jump. What the hell? Mako. I said give me a hand for help, not really a hand. I exclaimed, taking the knife from him. All right, sir. I'm sorry, he apologized. Sai, just help me carry these, I said, pulling him up. We started carrying the things I brought. The 5 maids working under my father arrived to help with the cooking. I did some cooking while 2 of them assisted me, and the other 3 decorated the living room. Mako took care of the 2. As 7:30 p.m. ticked by, we finished everything, and the only thing left for me was to get cleaned up and ready. Sakura's POV. Come on, hurry up. I shouted from the living room. See coming, replied someone from upstairs. Hush, but it's not good for you to shout like that, especially with 2 of you, a guy behind me said, hugging me and making me feel warm. He kissed my cheek and released me just as we heard footsteps from upstairs. I'm sorry I'm late, I forgot the time and just put in my contacts, she said, stepping down the stairs one at a time. Come on, we don't want to make them wait. Hinata. Hi. Let me just grab my coat, she said with the same stuttering voice. After she grabbed her coat, we all went outside where Kiba was leaning against his car, tossing away a cigarette as soon as he saw us. Spray mint, I said, and he quickly took out his spray and freshened up. See, come on now, guys, he said as he opened the passenger seat. I pushed Hinata to get in while Sasuke opened the other door and helped me inside. Once we were all settled, we quickly drove to his home. Naruto's POV. Come on, Hima. I begged from outside her door. Nope. Not until you bring me mommy, she stubbornly said. Where did you inherit being so stubborn? I whispered, not wanting her to hear. From you, of course, a familiar voice chimed in from behind me. I turned around to see my friends gathered. Sasuke. Guys. I said, noticing everyone was here. Boruto and the kids are playing downstairs, Shikamaru informed us. And there's someone missing, Sakura added. Yeah, well, she's inside and she won't let me in, I replied, tilting my head toward the door. Why? Sakura asked. Oh, she didn't like my gift to her, I admitted, scratching my blonde hair. What did you buy her? Choji asked, holding a diet soda. Some dolls, and a saleslady suggested some clothes, so I bought them all up. Idiot! Ten yelled, smacking me on the head. Ouch! I exclaimed, holding the throbbing spot. You probably deserve it, Kiba added. Why? I asked. Not every kid likes clothes or toys. Sometimes they want what their parents give them, and they can sense it. Move aside, dim, Ino said, pushing me aside and kneeling in front of the door. Hima? It's an Ino. Come on, why don't you come out of your room? We also have gifts for you, she said in a sweet voice. Now, I'll only go out if Daddy brings Mommy to me, she answered stubbornly. Why is she looking for a mommy now? Isn't she fine? Sakura asked. I don't know, but after she watched that cooking channel, she started asking me, I replied, trying to figure it out. What was on the TV? Sasuke asked. I don't know, all I remember is a mother and daughter cooking, I answered honestly. Dimin. That's where she got the idea, Ten said. What? I responded, still clueless. She got the idea of a mother from what she watched. She got jealous of the girl who was with her mother, Sakura explained while Sasuke calmed her down. So, what am I supposed to do? I asked. Follow what she wants, Ino suggested as she stood up. But I don't even know her mother. I just can't remember her, I admitted, trying to jog my memory. Then ask someone to fill in, to pretend, and when she's old enough, tell her the truth, Choji proposed. But the question is, who? Kiba added. We all sighed in unison. Suddenly, I heard a girly fit of laughter downstairs. Who's that? I asked. Hina. Sakura began to answer but cut herself off and quickly ran downstairs. It took almost 10 minutes before we decided to follow her, but we didn't go down because she was already on her way back with someone. Naruto, this is Hinata. She's looking for a job before quitting her old one. Hinata, this is Naruto. Sakura introduced us. Sakura? I called out, seeking clarification. I'll explain later, but more importantly, Hinata is good with kids, she said, ushering her toward the door. I moved aside but stayed close. Sakura knocked on the door, and when no one answered, she knocked again. Hima, this is Aunt Sakura. I heard you want to meet your mommy, so I brought her here, she said, making my eyes widen. There was a moment of silence, and we heard the locks inside until the door opened just enough for her eye to peek through. Sakura knelt down to her height and smiled. See her? She's your mommy, Mommy Hinata, she introduced, pointing to the girl who looked familiar. I turned to her and noticed her cheeks were blushing as she smiled. Is it true? You be my mommy? Hima asked. Why yeah, Hinata answered. Hima just looked at her and then closed the door again. I was about to say it was no use, but I stopped when the door opened, and Himawari ran toward Hinata. Mommy, finally I saw you, she exclaimed, hugging Hinata's legs tightly. Hinata looked at Sakura for help, but Sakura just looked at her with wide eyes, pointing at the kid. So, Hinata instinctively took Hima's hand to free herself, knelt to her height, kissed her forehead, and said words I never imagined hearing. Don't worry, Mommy will never leave you again, and kissed her hands. Hima hugged her tightly. Are you happy, Himawari? I asked, leaning toward them. Yep, Daddy. Thank you so much, I love you too, Mommy and Daddy. Hima said, making Hinata blush even more. We love you too, Hima. Now why don't you play with your cousins? I suggested, but Hima held Hinata's hand. I want to show Mommy my room, she protested. Now, Hima, we and your mommy need to talk, Sakura said, separating their hands. Be beaut aunt, Hima started to say when another guy with spiky hair interrupted. Come on, Hima, let's go down, he said. Okay, the girl said, following the guy with spiky hair. Ehem. Shall we discuss this in my office? The blonde guy suggested. Better be, my back is killing me, Sakura-san replied. With that watermelon you ate, how did you run earlier? Forehead? A girl in a ponytail teased Sakura-san. Sasuke-san silently moved aside to support his wife. As we turned a corner, I saw a huge double door and was amazed by the paintings on the wall. They were the ancestors of that blonde guy. Before we entered the door, I noticed the last painting of a family with a blonde father and a redhead mother, holding a blonde baby with whiskered birthmarks on both cheeks. Guys, let's introduce ourselves to my friend here. Choji. You first, Sakura-san said, pointing to a chubby guy. I'm Choji, I own the C Gym, he introduced, showing off a spiral tattoo on both cheeks. CC Gym? That gym? I asked curiously. Yep, that's the one, he replied, finishing his drink. And now me. I'm Tenten, I'm the owner of the Double 10 Spa, the girl with twin buns introduced. That world-class spa too? I said, surprised. Was it just me, or was everyone here A-class? Correct, and I'm Ino Yamanaka. I own a lot of books, but I'm mostly known as Pony Blonde, the light blonde girl introduced. Why you're that pony? I'm a fan of your novels, especially A Night to Remember, I said, amazed. Oh, I can give you a copy of my newly released book, she said, winking at me. Really? I asked in disbelief. Of course. I give one to all my friends except for this dimwit, she said, shoving the blonde guy beside her. Was all he managed to say. Naruto, introduce yourself, Sakura-san said, pinching his sides. How can you be this brutal in your state? He complained, then faced me with a smile that made me blush. I'm Naru. He was cut off by the guy with spiky hair who just entered. Naruto Uzumaki, the youngest billionaire around the world, owner of Uzumaki Parts and Tools, owner of Union, and owner of Uzumaki Hotels and Company. He's also a former king in drag racing, which he quit a year ago in Germany. What did I miss? Oh, he's also a former playboy. Oh, and I'm Shikamaru Nara, his secretary, he said, sitting down in a chair near Sasuke. Hey, why did you butt in? The blonde asked, pouting. Can't I tell the girl before she falls for you? Someone who suddenly disappeared on us 5 years ago. Shikamaru replied. What's your problem? Sakura-san asked. Nothing much, so anyway, will you accept that job? He asked. Let me think about it, I answered. We ended the discussion with my answer, let me think about it, and headed to the kitchen to eat. Come on, Daddy. I want to blow out the cake. Boruto pulled my hand toward the table. Yeah, me too, Mommy. Himawari tugged at the lavender-eyed girl. Mommy? Boruto asked, confused. Yeah, she's our mommy. Daddy brought her back, said the smiling Himawari. Daddy, is it true? Boruto asked. Yeah, and she's your mommy, I said, forcing a smile. I felt a rush of emotions. Welcome back, Mommy, shouted my surprised duplicate as he ran to the lavender-eyed girl. My heart raced as I watched him hug her, and she returned the embrace. I'm back, the lavender-eyed girl said, ruffling Boruto's blonde locks. Come on, you two, you need to blow out the candles or else Cho-Cho might eat it, Choji said, pointing to his hungry daughter, who was just 3 years old. He married Karui a year ago after they had Cho-Cho, who looked exactly like her father but was sweet and kind. Hey, Cho-Cho, better save some for me, said Shikadai, my secretary's only son. He was just 4 years old but already knew right from wrong, resembling his father in both looks and intellect. Shikamaru married Temari, who later moved into his house. Yeah. We also want cake, said the 4-year-old Inajin, Ino and Sai's son, who looked just like his father but had his mother's eyes and blonde hair. Okay now, kids, let's sing happy birthday so we can eat, Sakura said, dimming the lights so the candles stood out. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Tanjo hai omadito Boruto, happy basud Himawari. We all sang in unison, and they blew out their candles together. They sure grow fast, I thought, feeling a sense of pride knowing that I had taken care of them for the past 3 years, with my mother helping in their first 2 years. Oh, I just remembered. I called, taking everyone's attention. Hey Bolt. Come here for a second, I've got something for you too. I walked to the backyard door, and as I faced them, I held the handle. Now, guys, remember when you begged me about something just a month ago? I asked my 2 clueless kids. What's that, Daddy? My little princess asked, making me kneel down to ruffle her hair. She was so cute. I wished I knew who her mother really was. Silly, it's not a surprise if I tell you, so you two have to guess, I said, looking at Bolt. I still don't get it, Bolt replied bluntly, definitely my kid. Guess, kids, I said, smirking at the two, knowing they would feel intimidated by me. Hey, Shikadai, help me, Himawari said to the lazy genius beside her. Don't you remember what you asked your old man last month? He gently prompted her. I'm still your uncle, I said, feeling offended by what he called me. I'm not. Old man, I heard my duplicate repeat. Now I could hear my peers trying hard not to laugh as I looked at them, but only one caught my eye. She tried not to laugh, probably because of my expression, but the shade of pink in her cheeks was hard to ignore. Hey, Naruto, how old are you again? Kiba asked, trying to sound serious but failing to suppress his laughter. Hey, Bolt, try to say that again and you know what would happen, I said, cracking my knuckles in front of him with an intimidating smirk. Oh, he said, running to hide behind the lavender-eyed girl. Daddy's gonna punish me, he said. Where did these kids come from? I mentally face-bombed. Never mind that. So did you two guess it? I asked the two, and Haim raised her hand. Daddy, is it a unicorn? She asked. Don't you dare, I said, pointing at Bolt, who hid behind the pale-eyed girl, holding his mouth with both hands while shaking his little body. I knew him. If his sister said that word, he would laugh so hard he would lose his breath. And Haim? Well, she would just cry nonstop, saying her twin big brother was mean. I'm sorry, Haim, but it's not. Anyway, I got you two what you asked for last month, I said as I opened the sliding door, and a huge red fluffy fox-like dog ran inside, circling in front of us. A dog? The surprised little blonde exclaimed. It's a big, big dog. Haim jumped while clapping. Now, guys, this is Kurama. You two will take care of him, okay? I said, bending down to rub the dog's head. Akamaru is still the best, Kiba said, standing beside the lavender-eyed girl. Stop that, Kiba, the girl said, and he smirked. Oh, I knew what was happening around here. Kurama here, said Bolt as he threw a disc, and Kurama ran to catch it. I had never told my kids that I had a dog at my parents' house. Hey, Naruto, you better talk to Hinata about the job, said Sakura as she kissed me on the cheek for good night. Yeah. I will bring her home too, I said, reassuring her. Safely. Got it? She asked before leaving. Got it, I shouted back, and she raised her thumb above the car. As I entered my house, I saw the pale-eyed girl sitting on the couch with Himawari in her lap as she braided her hair. But, Mommy, why were you gone until now? Haim asked, and the girl looked like she didn't know how to answer, so I jumped in. She was working, Princess, I said, sitting down beside them and motioning for Haim to sit on my lap. You know, Haim, Mommy is too busy to come home, and now she's back, so be happy, I said, pinching her nose. Oh, Daddy mean, she pouted. Help! I shouted as a pair of small hands jumped from the back of the couch and wrung my neck. Volt. Release, I said, tapping his hand, and he slowly let go. Sorry, Dad, he said, moving to sit between me and the lavender-eyed girl. Now, guys, introduce yourselves to Mommy, I said with a goofy smile. Boruto jumped off the couch and faced the girl. I'm Boruto Uzumaki. I just turned 5 today, and I'm part of the soccer team in school along with Shikadai and Inajin, he said, bowing before returning to his spot. Mommy, I'm Himawari Uzumaki. I just turned 5 today too. I do ballet with Shosho, she finished, bowing as well, and the pale-eyed girl clapped her hands. And now my turn. I'm Hinata Hyuga. I work at the mall and I also tried ballet, she said, stuttering. Then I shall introduce myself too, I said, earning a chuckle from the three. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, father of these two, and I do lots of sports. I own the Uzumaki parts and tools, and, well, Shikamaru told you. And I will eat those kids who don't go to sleep on time, I said with a grin. They all clapped, and then the two realized what I just said and dashed off upstairs. No running on the stairs or in the hall. I shouted after them. Hey, those two need to be tucked in, and could you help me with Himawari? I scratched my neck, and she started to glow a hint of pink before nodding at me. I stood up and headed upstairs, followed by her. I pointed at Himawari's room so she could tuck her in while I went to Bolt's room. As I entered, he was already wearing his pajamas. Dad, don't you know how to knock? He asked. But, are you a girl? Are you hiding something? Besides, you're just 5 years old. You know that already? Suspicious, I said. I watched a movie yesterday with the guys, and kids always respond like that when someone enters their room without knocking, he said. Well, you can only apply that to yourself when you grow up into a teenage boy who girls will fall for, I said, encouraging him. Do you think Aunt Sakura's baby will fall for me too? He asked, a strange question. Well, if that baby is a girl and you take care of her really well, she might fall for you, I said, not quite sure how to answer. Anyway, come here, Bolt, I said, patting his bed, and he followed. He lay in his bed, and I put his blanket over him. Sleep tight so you'll be like me, handsome and tall, I said, smiling at him. You're not handsome, Daddy, he laughed, and I tickled him. Okay, now stop. Good night, Bolt. See you in the morning. I kissed his forehead, and before I turned off the light, he mumbled, "I love you, Daddy. You're the best." Hinata's POV. "Mommy, you won't leave us again, right?" the little girl asked as she lay in her bed. "I won't," I replied, kissing her forehead. "I love you, Mommy," she said before drifting off to sleep. As I stood up, I noticed a shadow in the doorway. It moved closer, revealing their father. "Is she asleep?" he asked, kneeling beside me. "Why, yeah," I answered. "Thanks," he said, leaning closer to the sleeping girl and kissing her forehead in the same spot I had. I felt a warmth in my cheeks, realizing I was blushing, but the dim light made it less noticeable. Should we go to my office to talk?" he asked, scratching his whiskered cheeks. Sure," I replied, lightly slapping my cheeks to remove the blush. "Are you all right?" he asked while my hands covered my cheeks. Phew. Good thing my hands were hiding my blush. "Why, yeah," I answered, following his footsteps. When we reached his office, we were quiet. He sat in a swivel chair at a large table covered in papers. "Please have a seat," he motioned to a chair in front of the table. I slowly walked to the chair he indicated. Ms.?" he said, not remembering my name. "It's Hinata," I replied, a hint of disappointment in my voice. "Ms. Hinata," he started, searching through his messy table. "What are you looking for?" I asked out of curiosity. Something to write on," he answered, still looking. "What for?" I asked, confused. "To make a contract," he said, opening the last drawer. "Why don't we clean your table first so you can look for it easier?" I suggested, stuttering. Yeah, I think that would be better," he said, starting to sort through his papers. Mind if I help you?" I asked. "Oh, sure, please throw those papers in the shredding machine over there." "Thanks," he smiled. After I finished shredding the papers, which took a while, I returned to find he was already done and starting to write. "So, I will write here that you will be a babysitter, but the kids will acknowledge you as their mother, and we will tell them the truth when they get older or understand things. Then here will be the rules. You must take care of the kids, love them like a mother. You have to move in here. We have to pretend we're a couple in front of them. By the end of every month, you'll receive your payment. Let's not fall in love with each other," he said, making me feel a little offended. "I'm sorry, but let me add something here," I said, pulling the pen from the holder. "We will respect each other's privacy." "Don't worry," he said. "Every week I can have a day off, which I decide." Fine," he replied, resting his head on his arm. "We won't sleep in one room. There are many rooms here. We have to work together to help them grow better." "Oh, and the last rule would be," he said, and as if I knew what he was about to say, I said it too. "Last rule, let's not fall in love." Lastly, let's not fall in love, we said at the same time. Hinata's POV. I woke with the sun beaming in my eyes through the window of my bedroom, remembering last night and why I almost didn't get to go home. Flashback. The blonde man and I were about to head out since he offered to bring me home when the little girl called out, "Daddy, where are you going with Mommy?" "Is she leaving again?" she said, rubbing her eyes, tears forming. "Shoo, calm down. I'll bring her home," he replied, soothing her. "But isn't this Mommy's house too?" she asked, moving closer to us. "It is. But she has to go home to get her clothes," he said, scratching his nape. "Can I come?" she asked, stopping her cries. I think so," was all I could reply, looking at the guy, who seemed oblivious to the obvious decision he needed to make. But let's ask your daddy here," I smiled at the girl. "Daddy, I want to come," she said in a cute voice that seemed impossible for him to resist based on his expression. "Fine. But behave," he said, and we made our way. And a flashback. I sighed. I have to pack up until noon. I stood up and did my morning routine, then cooked some breakfast. After that, I took my large bag from my closet and opened it above my bed, making a mental checklist. Clothes, shoes, shorts, briefs, underwear, brassiere, perfume, lotion, toothbrush, shampoo, soap, hairdryer, hairbrush, towel. What did I forget? And some of my makeup. Not that I need it, right? Oh well, just in case I'll need it. With that, I finished packing after running around my apartment. Around 12 p.m., the doorbell rang, so I hurriedly ran to the door, thinking it was him. But to my disappointment, it was Tonari, was all I could say as I saw him. "Hi," he said cheerfully. What are you doing here?" I asked, furrowing my brows. "Just visiting my future wife," he said, pushing me a little and letting himself in. "I didn't invite you in. And accept it, I won't marry you," I said confidently, not stuttering at all. "I know you won't," he replied, making me feel relieved. Good, he now understands. For now. "But I'm sure you'll come running back to me," he continued, making me angry. "I won't and will never go back to YU," I said, getting angrier by the second. "Yes, you will," he said, still standing in the doorway and looking at me. Why are you really here?" I asked, gritting my teeth. "Just checking up on how my lovely future wife is," he said, walking closer to me. "Get out now," I demanded, and he walked past me. "Fine, but I'll be back," he said. As he opened my door, a certain blonde I had been looking for appeared, stiffening in his place with his hand raised to knock. "Naruto-kun," I said, taken aback. Noticing Tonari, he looked at me in disbelief at what I had just called Naruto. "Hey?" Naruto greeted. "Did he just stutter?" "Did I interrupt something?" he added. "Oh, what is Mr. Uzumaki doing in a place like this?" Tonari asked with a fake smile. I cut him off. He was just about to pick me until you showed up," I said confidently, looking into Tonari's eager eyes. "And why would he?" he asked, impatience evident in his twitching brows. "'Cause am moving with him," I said, surprising even myself. "What?" Tonari exclaimed, looking at me with wide eyes, then at Naruto, then back at me. "Why, I'm moving with him," I confirmed. "Is that true?" he asked Naruto. Before he answered, he looked at me and I think he read my mind. "Yes. She is Mr. Otsutsuki," Naruto replied with his deep voice. "Why?" Tonari asked, still in disbelief. "'Cause she's my girlfriend," Naruto said, making me blush deep red. "Now if you'll excuse us, I'll help her pack, and please keep your distance from my property," Naruto warned with a serious expression, pulling Tonari out of my doorway as he entered and then locking the door. Naruto just stood there in shock at what had just happened while I was blushing furiously. About an hour later, we returned to reality and were sitting on the couch. Would you like something to drink?" I asked, trying to be a good host. "Black coffee, please," he said, still deep in thought. "Okay," I replied, standing up. "A little bitter, please," he added before I entered my small kitchen. After I made one black bitter coffee and one creamy coffee, I descended to the small living room where Naruto was now watching the news. "Here's your sea coffee," I said, placing it in front of him and setting mine down beside me. "Ano, why is Tonari here?" he asked, still not looking at me but at the coffee in front of him. He just came to visit," I answered half honestly. "Really?" he asked again, sensing that my answer wasn't entirely truthful. I started, but he interrupted me. "Tell me the truth," he said softly. With those words, I couldn't help but reveal the truth. He said he was just visiting his future wife. I admitted awkwardly. "Wife?" he asked, shocked. "Why, our parents arranged it, but I don't want to marry him," I stuttered. "But he has great wealth. You'll live a life of a princess," he said, irritation creeping into his voice. "Yeah, I will, but I know him. We once dated, and he was not as nice as he seems," I said, recalling the past. "But what did he do to you?" he asked, concern etched on his face. I hesitated, unsure whether to tell him or not because I still felt uncomfortable about it. "Don't push yourself. If you don't want to tell me, it's okay," he started, but I cut him off. "He almost hurt me," I said, managing to say it without stuttering but keeping my eyes closed and fists clenched. He asked, sounding incredulous. As I opened my eyes, I saw his shocked expression. "Don't worry, it was 2 years ago," I began, but he interrupted me, wiping my cheeks. That's when I realized I was crying. Shoo, stop, Hinata. I'll make that guy pay, he said sincerely in my ear. Please don't. I don't want your company and the Owatsutsuki clashing just because of me, I pleaded. Just because of you? Don't you know your worth? Every girl is priceless. A man can't just let that go while knowing what happened, he said through gritted teeth. Please. See, come down, I said, and he sighed. Fine. But if he does anything to you again, I'll make sure he pays, he said with a deadly glare. Daddy, called Himawari, who was playing with Mako, the butler. Sir. Ma'am, he greeted us with a bow. Mako. Hello, I said as I entered the household. Sir, I received a note from the kid's teacher, he said, handing me the letter. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Uzumaki, today we've heard a lot from your kids, and we're excited to meet their mother. It's been about 2 years since they entered this academy, and it's also a coincidence that tomorrow will be Mommy and Daddy Day, where the kids will bring both their parents. We would like you to be one of the guests of honor with your lovely wife. Thank you. Sincerely yours, Miss Cheyenne, Prep Advisor. After reading the letter, I found myself staring at the name at the bottom, Cheyenne. I thought she was in another country. I had heard she moved away with her boyfriend after graduation. Uzumaki-san, are you okay? Hinata called out. I hadn't realized I was lost in thought. Sir, is there a problem? Asked Mako. And no, it's nothing, I replied, trying to evade the question. I motioned for Mako and Hinata that I would be in my office, and they both nodded, returning to play with Himawari. Suddenly, a question popped into my head. Why is she here? I took out a photo hidden beneath my office table. It was a picture of me and Cheyenne. Yes, we had a history. She was the first girl who made me fall in love, but because of what happened, I became a playboy. Thankfully, my father helped me regain my old self by making me work hard and focus on my responsibilities. Knock knock. Yes. I called out after hearing the knocks. You Uzumaki-san. May I ask for directions? Hinata's voice came from the other side. I returned the photo and stood up, making my way to the door. As I opened it, Hinata was looking at her feet, then raised her head to see me. I smiled and closed the door behind me. What direction? I asked. My room, she shyly replied. Did Mako tell you? I asked. She said you haven't told him yet. Ah, is that so? Come this way, I said, leading the way. She followed me as I passed my room and entered the one beside it. This shall be your bedroom, I said as I opened the door. It was painted lavender and smelled lovely. I had asked my decorator to prepare it for her earlier, and he did a great job. And this is where the closet is, I said, opening the door for her to see. And this is the bathroom, I added, opening another door. Wait, this is my bathroom. Oh right, it connects here. I know you may be uncomfortable, but when you take a shower, please lock that door, I said, pointing to the door leading to my room. What's in there? She asked. Room, I said in a low voice, hoping she wouldn't hear me, but judging by the flush on her face, she definitely did. Okay, she said, looking down, her cheeks still red. Her flushed face was cute. What was I thinking? Get a hold of yourself, Naruto Uzumaki. Anyway, just please remember that in the future. I said, scratching my whiskers. I will. Thanks, she replied, bowing with a rosy face. Then I'll be going now, I said, leaving her to settle in. As I made my way to my office, I muttered to myself, why did I let the engineer handle my house? And since when did I allow a connected bathroom? By the time I noticed, it was already supper time. Sir, it's time for dinner, Mako knocked at the door. Why? I'll be down there, I replied. Hey, sir. I'll just get Miss Hyuga, he said, and I felt him leave. I stood up and looked in the mirror in my office. I was still wearing the same clothes from earlier. Thankfully, I had some spare clothes, so I grabbed an orange sweater and changed. I walked downstairs and headed to the kitchen. The first person I saw was Hinata, sitting on the left side of the rectangular table. Beside her was Himawari, and on the right side was Boruto. My place was in the center. Hey guys, I greeted as I sat down. Hi, Daddy, Himawari replied cheerfully. Hi, Hinata said shyly. Hi, Dad, Boruto chimed in. Dad, you're going tomorrow, right? Boruto asked, probably referring to the mommy and daddy day. Of course, I said, raising my fist in the air for a fist bump with him. You're coming with mommy, right? Himawari asked. Of course. It isn't called mommy and daddy day if there's no mommy, right, hon? I said, smiling at Hinata. Her face turned flustered. Why, hon? She replied, her cheeks turning tomato red. Himawari looked a bit confused by her reaction. I felt something as she replied, something that made me feel at ease. All right, let's eat now, I said, changing the topic. Hinata's POV. I couldn't sleep last night. It was because of the talk over dinner. Mommy and Daddy Day. Somehow it made me feel happy, but I knew I wasn't their parent, and he wasn't mine. My husband. Just the thought of him being my husband makes my heart race. I couldn't describe it. Was it a crush? Amazement? Or was it love? I knew what love felt like because I once fell and got hurt, but I couldn't recognize what I felt right now. I wished I could understand my feelings, but being a timid and shy girl, I knew it would take time. I raised my head and let the water run over my body. I was in the middle of a shower, preparing for later before we headed out. After drying off, I unlocked the door that led to his room. I wasn't supposed to fall in love with him, and I knew I wouldn't because he was just one of my idols. I had seen him several times on TV, in newspapers and magazines, but I couldn't recognize him in person. He was somewhat different. On TV or in print, he had this authoritative aura. His face was always serious, and even when he smiled, it seemed like business was going on. When I first saw him at the mall, I didn't recognize him because he was in the girls' section for kids, looking troubled. I guess he loved his kids so much that it showed. When I entered his mansion, it felt warm and inviting, making me feel at home. I talked to and played with some interesting kids, which I enjoyed. I met little Inajin, Shikadai, Chocho, and Boruto, who looked exactly like his father. When Sakura pulled me into his business, I couldn't believe I would be pretending to be married to Naruto Uzumaki, a business tycoon. Knock knock. I heard a voice from the bathroom door. Hey, you ready? The kids are excited, he said. Why yeah, I'll be down, I replied, putting on my sneakers. I wore a lavender hoodie and black leggings, finishing off with lavender sneakers. Just so you know, I liked lavender, its color, smell, and flowers. I stood up, grabbed my wallet, phone, and little bag and headed out. I peeked from the top of the stairs and saw Himawari in her pea uniform under her light violet hoodie with the Uzumaki crest. Boruto was in his PE gear with a black jacket featuring the crest. Naruto-kun wore an orange shirt with the crest under a varsity jacket and black briefs. It made me feel a little sad that my clothes didn't have the crest. Hey, he greeted. Mommy. Himawari ran to me. Mom. Boruto called. It made me happy knowing they acknowledged me. I thought those high-standard people would be serious. Hey guys. I waved and held Himawari's hand. Come on, Mommy, we have to hurry. Himawari said, pulling me outside with the boys. She let go of my hand when Naruto-kun opened the passenger seat, and the two kids climbed in. I was about to enter when he held my wrist. Why yes? I asked. Ugh, you'll sit here, he said, opening the seat beside the driver's seat. I hesitantly climbed in, and as he closed the car door, he ran around to the driver's seat. Let's go, he asked with a smile as he looked at the kids. Yup, they said in unison. All right, he said, putting on his seatbelt. Then he suddenly stared at me. What? I asked, and he moved closer. I closed my eyes, waiting for something, but a minute passed, and he started the engine, making me open my eyes. I blushed hard as I realized he had just put the seatbelt on me. Did I think he was going to kiss me? After 15 minutes, we arrived at a private school. A banner above the gate read, Welcome moms and dads. Naruto-kun parked the car, and we got out. I took my little bag. Come on, Mommy, let's go. Himawari said, pulling me. Yeah, Mom. Dad. Let's hurry. Boruto urged, tugging at his father. All right, take it easy, kids, Naruto-kun said coolly. As we entered the overly decorated gym, we caught the attention of everyone. Is that the wife of Mr. Uzumaki? Yeah, I heard they weren't together for 5 years. She's pretty. They look like a happy family. Such a plain girl, I'm much more appealing than her. You, look at her eyes. They look cute together. Check their outfits, she's the only one without a crest. Doesn't she look familiar? I felt tears welling up in my eyes when suddenly something warm wrapped around my waist. Shoo, ignore them, they're just jealous because you're appealing, Naruto-kun whispered in my ear. Aren't they sweet? Beach. My Naruto. Flirt. Mom, look, Naruto-sen kissed her. Wah. Isn't he charming? What a lucky girl. She just seduced him, ugly. Another wave of comments washed over me, but I did what Naruto-kun said, I needed to ignore them. Hinata's POV. Shoo, ignore them, they're just jealous because you're appealing, he whispered in my ear. As we settled at our table, Naruto's phone began to ring. Hello, he asked, and since I was 1 seat away, I couldn't hear the conversation. Okay, bring it in then, he said before hanging up. What was that, Dad? Boruto asked. It's nothing, Naruto replied just as men in black suits approached us, each carrying 2 boxes. Sir, one of them said, catching Naruto's attention. Oh, you're fast, he remarked as he signed a clipboard. They placed the boxes down beside him and left. Boruto, take off your jacket, Naruto instructed, leaning down. He handed an orange and black jacket to Boruto and Himawari, adorned with their family crest and initials, B and H on the chest, along with son and daughter on the sleeves. Awesome! Boruto exclaimed. Yay! Himawari cheered as they put on their jackets. Naruto smiled at them and took another jacket for himself, which had N on the chest and Daddy on the sleeves. I felt a pang of disappointment. Of course, I wasn't their real mother or part of their family, so why would I have one? I lowered my head, lost in thought. Here, I heard Naruto say, and I slowly raised my head, not wanting to disappoint myself further. Huh? I asked as he placed a similar jacket in front of me. Wear it, he smiled. But. I hesitated. No buts, just wear it. Please, he insisted. Okay, I finally relented and took the jacket. It was the same as theirs, but mine had Ich on the chest and Mommy on the sleeves. As I put it on, I felt my cheeks warm. It looks great on you, he said, noticing my blush. Thanks, I replied, and he smiled back at me. Good morning, everyone, the host announced from the stage. Before we start, we would like to acknowledge everyone's presence, especially our guests of honor. Firstly, Mr. Choji and Mrs. Karui, parents of our lovely Cho-Cho, he said, and everyone clapped as they waved politely. Of course, Mr. Shikamaru and Mrs. Temari, parents of the genius kid, Shikadai, he continued, pointing to them in the front. Oh, here's Mr. Sai and Mrs. Ino, the parents of Inogen, a sweet kid, he added as he turned to the left. And we would also like to acknowledge the presence of our special guests. They rarely come to events like this since they're both busy, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki and Mrs. Hinata Uzumaki, he announced, and everyone clapped. I ducked my head, my face burning at the sound of my name paired with his family name. It sounded so perfect. Welcome, everyone. Please enjoy our little meal before we start, he said, stepping down from the stage as waiters began serving food that looked like it belonged in a 5-star restaurant. Hey, Hima, your spoon will fall, Boruto warned his little sister. Thanks, brother, she replied. I couldn't help but think how lucky their mother must be to have such a wonderful family. But then I wondered, where was she? Why would she leave this perfect guy and their precious kids? How I wish to be in her place, an adorable son and daughter and a perfect husband. What did I just say? Hey, are you all right? Naruto asked, startling me as he held my hand. Why yeah, I stammered, sliding my hand away. I felt a strange suffocation whenever I was near him, like when he and Tonari faced off. My heart raced faster than normal. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable, he said, looking at me. I nodded in agreement, and we continued eating while people came to greet him, taking selfies with us. They kept saying we were cute, but those who had gossiped about us earlier were silenced by Boruto. Please, can we take one quick selfie with you? A girl in a white shirt asked, flanked by two friends who nodded eagerly. They were the same ones who had insulted me earlier. "Oh, I would love to, but only with my wife," he said, looking intently at me. I felt my face heat up. Please? Just one quick picture?" they insisted. "How do you call someone that?" he asked, still focused on me. They stammered, but Boruto interjected. "Leave us alone is what my father meant to say," he said between bites. "Yeah, we've got this," Hime added, looking at her food. The girls left, glaring at us. They were muttering something while looking at me and the kids, and I felt shivers run down my spine. Everyone ate and took their rest. The host told everyone to gather in front of the stage as the staff cleared the tables and chairs from the gym. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will now proceed to one of our main events," the host announced with a smile. "Let me tell you the only rule: you cannot eat the apple with your hands." The crowd cheered. Each partnered parents have the same number, and inside this box, there are the same numbers too. There are about 20 partnered parents here. "Whoever I pick will play first, ready?" he shouted, putting his hand inside the box. Hinata looked at their number, 15, feeling an odd familiarity with it, pushing herself to remember something uncertain. The first group of players participated, but Hinata remained distracted by the number, which Naruto noticed. Throughout the game, he called out to Hinata several times, but she didn't respond, so he decided to keep an eye on her and the kids. He recalled that number 15 was significant to him, reminding him of the day his first love had answered him. "February, it's already been 5 years, Haim. I missed you so much, but I just can't remember you," he thought to himself. "Number 12, 13, 19, 17, and 15, please step in front," the host called. "Number 15? Who's number 15? He asked again. Naruto felt a poke beside him and turned to see a teenage girl. "Mr. Uzumaki, your number is 15, she said shyly. He looked at his pin and raised his hand as the host called again, "Number 1. Oh, look who we have here. It's Mr. and Mrs. Uzumaki's turn now." The crowd clapped. "Hey, Hina? It's our turn now," he softly called to the spaced-out girl. "Hinata," he repeated. "Mommy." Boruto chimed in, shaking Hinata to get her attention. "Echa? Why yes," she stammered. "It's our turn now," Naruto said again, offering his hand. Hinata hesitated, unsure whether to take his hand or follow him, but her thoughts were interrupted when Himawari pushed her, landing against Naruto's chest. She stared at him until he held her shoulder. "Hey, you okay? You've been spacing out lately?" he asked, observing her face. "Yes. I really am fine," she replied. "Oh good. Then I hope you are ready to play," Naruto said as he let go of her and headed toward the group of players. This time, the game is called Monkey Parents. The guys will hang on the monkey bars while the women climb up and tie a rope with an apple attached to it on that bar. Once done, it's the apple eating contest, and the first one to finish needs to ring this bell, the host explained, placing the bell on a table a few meters away from the bars. "Good thing I still work out," Naruto said to himself as he faced Hinata, who looked worried. "Hey, are you really okay?" he asked again, holding both her shoulders. "Ano. Would you be alright?" she asked him. "From what?" he replied. "I mean, IW would C climb over YU. And the C contest she started, but Naruto cut her off with optimism. "Oh, hush the nonsense, why wouldn't I be alright? I mean, I'm still strong and I'm still 25, he whispered the last part. Hinata thought to herself, "Oh my gosh. I thought he was still 22, and I was older than him, but he's a year older than me. Anyway, let's do our best," he said with a smile that eased her nervousness. "Why yeah," Hinata said, smiling back. The game started, and Naruto dashed to the monkey bars, followed by Hinata. He jumped and reached the bars, looking down at Hinata. "Come on, you can do it, Hinata," he encouraged, gripping the bars tightly. "Hi," Hinata replied, tying the rope around her arms. She hesitated, unsure where to hold on, while Naruto was eager to win, driven by pride. "Hurry, Hina," he urged, and Hinata had no choice but to hold onto his breathes. She started climbing, worried she was a burden to him, but Naruto was surprised by her determination. "I'm sorry if I'm heavy," she said as she locked her legs around his waist. As Hinata tied the rope, Naruto began to sweat, unsure where to look since he was facing her. Finish, Hinata said after securing the rope. Hold on tight, Naruto instructed, but before she could anticipate what he meant, he let go of the bar, causing her to grip his head. He landed on his feet in a crouching position. "Hinata, I can't breathe," he said, standing straight. Hinata suddenly realized where his voice was coming from and quickly let go of his head, almost falling, but Naruto caught her waist just in time. "Whoa, that was close," he said, a slight blush on his cheeks. Thank you," Hinata replied, her face turning bright red. "No problem. Anyway, let's hurry and win this game," he said, putting her down. "Why?" Hinata replied, her blush easing. She and Naruto took one apple from a basket and tied it to the rope they had prepared together. "Go Mom! Go Dad!" cheered Boruto. "Win, win, win." Himawari joined in. Naruto looked at the two of them and gave them a thumbs up, then noticed Hinata watching him. "Give them a thumbs up too," he said, smiling at her. "Why yes?" Hinata replied, looking at the kids and giving them both thumbs up. "Let's win this," Naruto said, biting into the apple first and waiting for Hinata. "We should bite at the same time so we can finish faster," he suggested, looking intently into her eyes. Sorry," Hinata replied. They bit together again and again until only a small part of the apple remained. Suddenly, Hinata felt Naruto's lips brush lightly against hers, making her blush and stop midway. "Come on, Hinata, we gotta finish," Naruto urged when he noticed her pause. "Mommy, you can do this." Himawari cheered. "Yeah, Mommy," Boruto added. Feeling a surge of determination, Hinata pushed herself to finish. Crunch. As soon as they both heard the last bite, they looked at each other and ran toward the bell, where the first one to finish had to press it. The first ones to finish are the Uzumakis. Hinata's POV. As I heard that, I looked at Naruto, who was equally happy. "Yeah, Mommy and Daddy won," Boruto shouted, and we both turned to see them running toward us. Naruto knelt down and hugged Boruto and Himawari. I felt happiness radiate from them, and suddenly Himawari and Boruto hugged me, making me startle. "Congrats, Mom," they both said. Thank you," I replied, hugging them back. Then I felt another warm pair of hands hug me from behind. I looked up and saw Naruto smiling down at me. "Congrats, Uzumaki family," said the host. "Now we will commence the next game." This time, it was the kids' turn. We watched them play and even joined in the dance, with Himawari and Boruto singing. I truly enjoyed the day. I didn't feel outcast by the kids or Naruto. Though I sometimes heard other parents murmuring about us, I focused on the kids as Naruto suggested. The day ended, and we returned home, exhausted but happy. "Okay, kids, take your bath and dinner will be ready," Naruto said, and the kids followed. "You should go upstairs. I'll prepare dinner," he said, and I nodded. As I walked up the stairs, I glanced back at him, still standing and answering his call. When I entered my room, my heart raced. "No, you can't fall for him. He has a wife," I reminded myself. After sitting on the floor for about 5 minutes, I decided to take a shower. After 30 minutes, I wore a hooded shirt and shorts that reached my mid-thigh. As I headed out, I saw Himawari struggling to put on her clothes, so I decided to help her. Knock knock. "Hey, Hima," I called. "Mommy, help me," she said, turning to face me. "Ha, come here," I said, sitting on her bed. I helped her with her clothes, and once we were done, we came down together. As we walked, I smelled something burning and we both ran to the kitchen, where we saw something alarming. Naruto, wearing a lavender apron, trying to cook. "Hima, stay here, okay?" I said, and she nodded. "What? Who let Dad cook?" Boruto exclaimed as soon as he saw his father. "I'm sorry, sir, but he threatened us, saying we would take the bacon from our breakfast and shoved us out of the kitchen," the young lady explained. "I'll help him," I said, walking into the kitchen. "Naruto-kun?" I called. "Oh, Hinata, you're here. Just wait a few moments, my specialty is almost done," he said happily. I'll cook too, I offered. No need, I'm almost done, he insisted. I insist, I replied, putting on an orange apron. I started cutting some vegetables. You know, Boruto doesn't like those, he said, taking a huge bowl. Then I'll make some steak, I said. Oh, there's some in the fridge, they're ready to cook, he said, and I made my way to the fridge to take it out. I started cooking, first making a fish fillet, then the steaks, and finally my specialty, salad. Done, we both said at the same time. Sir, the table is already set, the young lady said. Already? Then please bring these to the table and join us, he said. Let's go, he said, pulling me out of the kitchen while still wearing our aprons. We should take the aprons off, I suggested, and we stopped to remove them. When we arrived at the table, the kids were already waiting. Mommy, Daddy, they said in unison. Dinner is almost here, he said as we sat down at a long table, capable of accommodating 20 people. He sat at the center, and I sat beside Himawari. Naruto's dish arrived first, and both kids cringed at the sight. The dish smelled like burnt pancakes and hot dogs. Its color is like brown with red? Let's eat, Naruto said as he took a bowl of his dish. It's better than the last time, just add some salt, he added while sprinkling some on. Boruto took a small plate, added a little, and tasted it, only to spit it back onto the plate. Dad, we told you not to cook anymore, he exclaimed, sticking his tongue out. Hey, where's your manners? Naruto asked. It couldn't be that bad, I said to Boruto. Yeah, Naruto agreed. Mom, you don't know what you're talking about, Boruto laughed. Try tasting it. I hesitated but took a small amount, feeling nervous. As the food entered my mouth, my system reacted, wanting to reject it, but I forced myself to swallow and smiled at Naruto, who was waiting for feedback. Tea the food. It's you unique, I said with a forced smile. Ha! Look at Mom's face. Boruto and Himawari laughed, stomping their feet. Sir, here's the other dishes, a young lady said as she placed the food I cooked on the table. Wow, Mom, did you cook this? Boruto asked. I began to answer but noticed Naruto's sad smile. And no, it was your daddy I just helped, I said quickly, and Naruto looked at me with surprise. Dad, you're amazing. You should always cook something like this. Boruto exclaimed. Yeah, Daddy, I wove this, fishy, Himawari added, taking some fillets. Yeah, sure, he said, looking down as he took a bite too. I didn't see his reaction because I focused on my own meal. Fast forward. All right, it's tea time for bed, I said to the kids, who were playing in the playroom. Hi, they both replied, tidying up the area. I'm gonna get Daddy, Himawari said, dashing to her father's office. Mommy, you're gonna tuck me in, Boruto said. Sure, I replied, and he took my hand. At that moment, a memory flashed in my mind. Come on, Heim. We're gonna be late, a boy with spiky blonde hair said as he held my hand, running toward a bright light. I could only see his broad back, and when he turned, the light blinded me, but I saw his unique smile. Wait, are you all right? Boruto shouted, pulling me back to reality. Why? Sorry, I said, looking at him. I thought you passed out standing. I was talking when you suddenly stopped, he said, worried. Don't worry, I'm fine, I just remembered some tea, I began, but suddenly my eyes felt heavy, and I struggled to stay awake. Mom, are you all right? Wake up. Boruto shouted, but I couldn't open my eyes or move. Daddy! Mom fainted. I heard Boruto's voice growing distant, but I felt my body being lifted. I tried hard to open my eyes, and just for a moment, I saw Naruto's oceanic blue eyes before everything faded away. Come in, I said, and Himawari poked her head in, smiling. Daddy, tuck me in, she said as she entered and ran towards me. I stood up and caught her in a hug. Sure, my princess, but how about Mommy? I asked. Shoes guana tuck waiter, she replied, trying to pronounce each word correctly. Oh, let's go, I said, holding her hand. As we entered her room, I heard shouting. Mom, are you alright? Wake up. It was Boruto. I quickly carried Himawari and rushed toward the sound. Daddy! Daddy! Mom fainted. Boruto called as he ran toward us. What happened? I asked him. I don't know. We were just walking hand in hand toward my room when she suddenly stopped. I was calling out to Mom, but she couldn't hear me. Then she just passed out, he explained, struggling to keep calm while I checked for her pulse. Oh, calm down, I said, pressing the beeper in my clothes. Mako, please take care of the kids and ready my car on your way, I instructed. Yes, sir, he replied. I set Himawari down since she wouldn't let me go and carried her bridal style. Don't worry, kids, she's gonna be fine, so behave while we're out, okay? I reassured them. Alright, Dad, I'll take care of Hima, Boruto said. Good, I replied as I carefully walked down the stairs. When I reached the front door, Mako opened it for me and I drove off. As I drove, I couldn't help but glance at Hinata, who was unconscious beside me. I wondered what was wrong. Maybe she was tired from the game earlier or hadn't gotten enough sleep. Mr. Uzumaki, we need to examine her first, then we'll ask some questions later, the doctor said after they took Hinata inside a room. But please take care of her, I replied, worry etched on my face. Don't worry, sir, we'll do our best, he assured me. I sat down in a chair in front of the room and waited. About half an hour passed before they opened the door again. Hinata was still unconscious, lying in a bed, and then I saw Dr. Tsunade. Where are you taking her? I asked. Don't worry, Naruto. It's like you don't know me. We're just going to scan her brain because we have some assumptions. But all in all, she's healthy, she said. Thanks, Aunt, I replied. Hey, idiot. I told you not to call me Aunt, she exclaimed, smacking my head. Yes, sorry. Tsunade, I said, rubbing my head. I got to go. Oh, and sleep for a few moments in that room. I'll wake you up when we're done, she instructed, and I nodded as she turned and walked away. I headed toward the room she indicated and lay down on the bed. About 10 minutes passed before my eyes felt heavy. Hey, Naruto-kun. I heard a female voice. I looked around, but all I saw was a younger version of myself, almost like watching from a distance. Behind you, she called out, and my younger self turned around, but there was nothing there. B-O-O. She suddenly appeared in front of him, making him stumble back. Gosh, Haim, you could have given me a heart attack, he said, holding his chest while sitting on the floor. The girl sat in front of him, but I was still behind her. Sorry. I couldn't help it. You were staring into space. What were you thinking? She asked. Nothing, I was just imagining us, he replied. Us? She asked, confused. Yeah. What would our children look like? Where would we live? And how would we look with wrinkles, ha? I said. I tried to see the girl's face, but the light was too bright. All I could see were her blushes. We're still too young for those things. We're still in our second year of college. But I think our kids would look like you, she said, blushing. I really like you stuttering. It's cute, he said, making her blush even more. You know, Naruto-kun, you never fail to make me blush. That's why I love you, she admitted, her face turning as red as a tomato. He laughed, wiping his nose. You know, I really, more than anyone else in the world, I really, really love you, Hin. His words were cut off when I felt the ground shake. Naruto. Naruto. Idiot Naruto. I was jolted awake by Dr. Tsunade. What bad timing, I groaned, hiding my head beneath the pillows. But were you having inappropriate dreams? She asked, covering her mouth with her palm. No, I started, but she interrupted. Good, because I thought you were turning into your godfather, she said, referring to the old pervert, Jiraiya. No way, old hag. I replied in shock. Hey, young idiot. I may be in my 40s, but I still look like I'm in my 20s, she said, playfully punching my arm. Yeah. 20s with a macho hands, I mocked. You really? She began, but I cut her off. Why did you wake me up? I asked. Don't you remember? She asked, crossing her arms. What? I replied. You're in my hospital, sleeping in my office. And Hinata. she said. Wait, how did you know her name? Best surprised. I asked her. Anyway, back to the main topic. This is why we scanned her brain, she said, handing me a paper with the results. There's nothing particularly wrong with her. It seems like her memories were flashing back, she explained, sitting in her swivel chair. What? Memories flashing back? I confirmed. Yes. It's like she had an accident a few months or years ago that caused her amnesia. Look at the last scan, she said, and I turned to the last page. There seemed to be marks of stitches behind her left ear and above it, she noted. I get it. The temporal lobe is around here, and if it was hit with a strong force, it might alter the brain, causing the patient to revert to childhood memories or experience amnesia, I recalled from our lessons with Dr. Tsunade when I was a kid. Correct. You still remember, she said happily. Now, I want to ask you a favor, she continued. What? I asked. I want to see your kids tomorrow, she said seriously. What? I exclaimed, shocked. Is that all? I asked again. Yeah, he, she replied, grinning. So, fine. I'll bring them here tomorrow. Anyway, I gotta see her, I said, standing up. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, she said, and I left her office. I walked past a few doors until I saw the name Naruto Uzumaki. I remembered Dr. Tsunade said she asked for her name. Did she also ask if she was my wife? I sighed, rubbing my chin. The thought of her being my wife didn't sound bad. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm still hoping the real mother of my kids will come back, and maybe I can ask her why she left. And if she doesn't come back, I guess. That's that. I pressed the beeper in my clothes again and said, Bring the kids tomorrow, Mako. Someone wants to see them. Of course, sir, he replied, and I turned to the door. I knocked at the door. See, come in, I heard a faint voice, so I opened the door and entered, revealing Hinata sitting on the bed, looking straight into my eyes. Hey, how are you? I asked, walking beside her. Fine, she said, still looking at me. Okawe. Is there something on my face? I asked, noticing her gaze. Yun-tan, she stammered, averting her eyes and blushing. She looks so cute when she blushes, idiot. What am I saying to myself? Anyway, get some rest. The kids will visit tomorrow, I said, gently pushing her shoulder to lay back on the bed. Naruto, I can do it by myself, she protested, still blushing. Yeah, I said, smiling. Naruto-kun, she whispered, and I turned to her. Did you call me? I asked. Yeah. And no, she replied, gesturing with her hands. Oh, I thought you called me, I said, sitting on the couch. You should go home. I'll be fine by myself, she said, hiding her face in the sheets. No, it's fine. I'll take care of you. It's part of being a husband. Though it's only pretending, we still have to look after each other, I said, scratching my nape. Why, yeah, she replied. Anyway, you better rest, I said. What about you? She asked, looking at me with a hint of blush. Me? Wanna hear me sing you to sleep? I asked jokingly. You can sing, she asked, surprised. You didn't know? I thought everyone watched that TV show. They made me sing there, and I got a lot of good feedback, I said, smiling at her. Oh, maybe I didn't have time to watch that, she said. So, what do you want to hear? I asked. You can choose, she said. I sighed, thinking, I'll sing Somebody Out There for you, okay? Sure, she replied. I began to sing softly, You deserve someone who listens to you, hears every word and knows what to do. As I sang, I noticed Hinata had closed her eyes but was still awake. After finishing the song, I looked at Hinata, who was sleeping peacefully. Soon, I felt my own eyes growing heavy, and I gave in to sleep. I heard a tiny voice, So how are you, Mom? I am fine, thanks, another voice replied. I tried to open my eyes and saw my two wonderful kids sitting beside Hinata. What are you three doing? I asked, wiping my eyes. Nothing, Dad, Boruto said, suppressing his laughter. Knock knock. I'm gonna get that, I said, standing up. No, Dad, don't. Boruto exclaimed. Listen to them, Hinata said. What could go wrong? I said, walking toward the door. I opened it to reveal Tsunade, who looked like she had seen something funny. What's with you? I asked. She couldn't answer for laughing. What's with everybody? I asked, ruffling my hair. They all laughed and pointed at me. I looked at Tsunade, then at Boruto, who was laying on Hinata's legs, and Himawari, who was holding her stomach. Huh? I asked, confused. A look at why your FF face. Tsunade managed to say between laughs. I wiped my cheeks and noticed red marks. Lipstick? I ran toward the bathroom, and when I saw my face in the mirror, I couldn't help my frustration. Boruto! I shouted, hearing him say, Oa, before he dashed outside the room. Hey Naruto, try not to be so loud. Tsunade called after me. When I get my hands on you, you're in trouble. I said, chasing after him. If you can catch me, old man, he taunted, making a face at me. As we ran, I noticed people looking at us and giggling. Oh, you're in trouble, mister, I said, running at full speed. He suddenly stopped when he bumped into someone, making both of them fall. Ouch, Boruto said, rubbing his head. Hey, you okay? I asked, stopping. White, Dad, he replied, but I noticed a little scratch on his head with some blood. Sheet, I said, getting a closer look. Excuse me, sir, are you all right? I asked the man Boruto bumped. Indecisive, he said, standing up. Half his face was covered in bandages, and his arm was in a sling. This is a hospital, not a playground for children like you. I stood up with Boruto on my back. Sorry, sir, Mr. Danzu? I asked, recognizing him. Tisk, kids will always be kids, he said, looking at me and Boruto before walking away. After I let Boruto's cut get treated, we walked back to the room. Tsunade was looking at me, trying not to laugh. What happened? She asked, glancing at Boruto. Nothing, I said, pressing the beeper on my clothes. Mako, tighten the security at home and send 4 guards here, including you. Gosh, tell me what happened, Tsunade demanded. I took a towel and went into the bathroom. After a few minutes, I finished my shower. Doctor, mind giving me some bandage? I requested. Sure, I heard her reply. After a few minutes of waiting, I heard a knock. Naruto here, she said, and I opened the door slightly before closing it again, wrapping my hand around the doorknob as I stepped out of the bathroom. Are you ready to tell us what happened? Boruto already talked, but I can't understand why that made you serious, Dr. Tsunade said. Mr. Danzu is here. That Danzu, I replied seriously. Wait, you mean that man? She asked, standing up. Excuse me, if you don't mind, can you tell me what happened and who's Danzu? Hinata asked, worry evident in her eyes. He's someone dangerous. See that bandage on Naruto's hand? He's responsible for that. We don't have evidence that it was entirely him, but Naruto is sure he's involved because he saw him, Dr. Tsunade explained. I could still remember the pain in my hands. What happened? Hinata asked again. My hand was shot and burned, I said, looking at the bandage I had wrapped around my arm. Naruto's POV. Hey, shut up. I heard a man shout from the other room, and I knew it was Danzu. I stopped what I was doing and quietly walked over to the wall where the voice came from. It was past midnight, and I leaned closer, pressing my ear against the wall to hear more clearly. If one of you fails in this job, you're both dead, and I'll kill you with my own hands, he said again. Why yes sir, we're sorry, another voice replied. You better be. Now I want those crates in the warehouse by 7 tomorrow night. Oh, I can't wait to deal with that man, Danzu said with a hint of excitement. Sir, which warehouse? Another voice asked. The one close to this company, Danzu replied. Yes sir, the voice said. Dismissed, Danzu concluded. After he said that, I dashed back to my seat without making a sound. Unfortunately, I accidentally hit the remote, and the TV turned on loudly in the empty hall. The door suddenly opened, and I quickly pretended not to hear him. Mr. Uzumaki? What are you still doing here at a time like this? Danzu asked, tapping his fingers on my desk to gain my attention. Echa? Mr. Danzu, what are you doing here? I asked, feigning innocence. I just left something and came back to get it. What are you doing here? He asked. Can't you see? I'm reviewing some papers and signing, I replied sarcastically. Well, you shouldn't wear earphones when working. You might miss something. It's like crossing the road while wearing them, you never know when a car might hit you, he said, walking away. Thanks for the advice, I muttered as I watched him leave. After a long sigh, I realized I had been staring blankly at my desk. I needed to find out what that was all about. Kill a person? What? I stood up, leaving my work unfinished and headed out. Fast forward to 5 p.m., I had canceled my plans for the night and finished half of my work. Now I was preparing to follow them. I already knew where that warehouse was, as there was only one close to my company, my warehouse. It housed our stock and some unused cars I was still deciding what to do with. Suddenly, I heard the printer finish its job and took the papers. They contained information about the two men Danzu had been speaking to last night. They were the heads of management and my secretary. Thankfully, I had told Danzu I was too tired to stay late, hoping he wouldn't suspect anything. After that, I made a call. Hey, I have a job for you, I said. Really? I hope that's good, he replied. Oh, it will be. Meet me in Friam, I said, waiting for his response before hanging up. Sure, I get to play with my new toy, he said, and I hung up, then pressed my beeper. Hey Mako, please stay alert and tighten the security, I instructed. Of course, sir, he replied. I made my way to the elevator and pressed the button for the garage floor. A few minutes later, I arrived at the garage and walked toward the trunk of my car. At first glance, it looked like it contained only tools and a spare tire, but if you looked closely, there was a small screwdriver hidden among them. I took it and used it to unlock a hidden compartment in the trunk, revealing my collection of firearms. I selected my favorite pistol, adorned with the Uzumaki crest, then closed the trunk and drove to Friam, the closest place to my warehouse. When I arrived, he was already there. Hey Naruto, he greeted, stepping out of his car. Hey Sai, I replied, walking closer. How's the company? He asked. It's fine, I replied. The kids? He asked again. They're fine. How about the embassy? I asked. Oh, it's okay, I've got a new talented agent on my team, he replied. Sai works at the United Embassy as a secret agent and takes on jobs from me since I'm a shareholder there. He treats it as a part-time job. Well, enough chit-chat. For now we have work, I said, taking an envelope out from my jacket and handing it to him. HM? I think this is really good work. You wouldn't pay this much if it weren't, he said, placing it in his car. Want to get going? I asked. Sure, tell me the details on the way, he replied, and we made our move. Naruto's POV. Oh, so Danzu also made a move now, Sai reacted. What do you mean? I asked. Well, he's one of our suspects in some drag dealing and smuggling, he explained. But he said he was waiting for some crates to be delivered tonight by 7, and now it's 6:45 p.m., I said, glancing at my watch. Then we should be careful. Danzu looks dangerous. We need proof that he was smuggling drags. I have authority, so we can slide this one up if we ever fail, he said, looking behind the huge boxes where Danzu and some guys were talking. What are they saying? I asked, listening carefully. That young dropout Uzumaki is now handling the company, Danzu said with a straight face. So that old man has that much faith in his son, huh? One of the guys replied. Who's that? Asked Sai. Don't know. Maybe one of his partners, Sai replied. Are they talking about you? He asked. I think so, because I'm the only Uzumaki who dropped out of college and inherited my father's company, I said, still listening intently. Then what do you think we should do? The guy asked Danzu. When the crates get here, we share 50:50 along with the weapons, then maybe we should take care of those in our way, Danzu said, drinking some liquor. Oh sure. But we should make it look like an accident so there won't be further investigation, the guy suggested. Oh, I'm not falling for that trap, I silently said. Sir, the crates have arrived. Another guy entered the room. Already? We should get going, Danzu said, and they left. After that, we also left and climbed upstairs so we wouldn't be seen. We carefully walked closer. as they opened the crates, revealing a lot of guns, ammo, and drags. "Them in. I sure am awesome. I gotta get evidence," Sai said excitedly but quietly. "Shut up, Sai. We gotta be careful," I said, looking closer at another bag. "Hey, what's that?" Danzu said to the man holding a bag. "Oh, this is a witness, sir, and we killed him before he could tell anyone what he saw," the guy replied. "You have a good man, Danzu," the earlier guy said, patting Danzu on the shoulder. "Of course, because if they fail, I will be the one to deal with them," Danzu replied. "Oh, nasty. I like it," the guy replied. "Naruto," Sai called as he poked me violently. "What?" I silently shouted at him, seeing his hand wrapped by a snake, a black mamba, a poisonous snake that could deliver a fatal bite within 20 minutes. "Sai, don't move," I said, slowly moving. The snake made its way onto Sai's back and to his head. I snuck my hand behind him and grabbed its head. "Phew. I thought I was a goner," Sai said. "Ouch, it's wriggling my arm," I said, removing it from its tight position. "I thought of an idea." "Hee, Sai, you know what I think?" I looked at him mischievously. "Oh, bad boy," he said as I dropped the black mamba. "To them. Snake," they shouted and ran. Many of them got bitten until, bang, "You'd mad fools. It's just a snake, why are you so afraid of it?" Danzu angrily asked. "But that's a black mamba," his friend said. "Where did it come from?" Danzu asked, looking up where we were sitting. "Sheet hide," I said, but it was too late. "Intruders. Get them." Danzu ordered his men. "Hide your face," Sai said, and we put on ski masks. There was a lot of gunfire aimed at us, but we were lucky to evade them. "Here," I said, turning to another corridor. We exchanged shots, and Sai took something out from his secret pocket. "Mind if I blow this place?" Sai asked. "Nope. I can repair this, and things here aren't worth it," I replied. He pulled the pins from 2 grenades and threw them to where they couldn't see. "Run," Sai said, pulling me. I ran ahead of him, showing him the fastest way out. Just like in the movies, as we got out, the grenades exploded. "Duck," Sai said and jumped on me. Boom. I lost my hearing for a second from the huge explosions. Then we stood up and saw the warehouse burning down. We walked away to our cars, but then we heard another gunshot that hit my right arm. "Arg," I groaned. "Sheet," Sai said and fired back. We dashed to the cars and ran, but they chased after us, firing their guns. Our car was bulletproof. I took the radio and hit Sai. "Sai, you escape first, I can handle them. Just call Sasuke and say it's an emergency and tell him everything," I said, and he agreed hesitantly. Sai turned to another corner where they didn't see him, and I ran straight ahead. They kept bumping my car, but thankfully I was a racer back then, and my car could handle speed and impact. I was about to speed up when they hit my bumper, making my car spin. I had experienced this while I was a teen, so I pushed the brake, then the gas, then the brake again, and now I was driving backward. They shot at me, but the bullets weren't getting in, so I opened the window a little and aimed my gun at them, more like at their car, and shot the engine, making their car explode. Then I turned the car around and drove forward, but when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw Danzu catching up to me. "DMN. So this wouldn't be easy, I guess," I said, then heard the sirens of police. "Stop the cars or we will shoot," said Sasuke through megaphone. "Hey Sasuke, mind helping me here?" I said through the radio. "Sure, dope," he said, and I heard him ordered his policeman to catch the guy behind me because I'm a friend and he's a foe, him and you. I heard Danza shout and I looked at the rear mirror and saw half his face with blood and he was aiming at me, but he hit the car's tire so I lost control and my car flipped and I saw him hit my car with his then past me. Then when I felt my right side burning, everything blacked out. I woke up in the hospital room all alone. I saw my right arm casted, same with my left leg, and my head was wrapped and bandaged while N4 was connected through my backhand. I recall everything back and remember what happened, but after I blacked out was a mystery. The door suddenly opened and a girl in white clothes entered. "I suppose that's a nurse. Oh God. You're awake," she said, and run outside. Then after a few minutes Dr. Tsunade entered along with Sakura. "Thank God you're awake," Dr. Tsunade said. What happened? I asked, don't you remember? You were being chased by someone, then your car flipped, Sakura explained. No, I mean after that. I asked, oh, your car was already burning when Sasuke and the guys retrieved you, your right arm was broken and burned, then your left leg was pierced and your head was cut, Dr. Tsunade explained. Oh, did they caught Danzu? I asked, Danzu? They asked, he's the one chasing me, I said. They didn't, they lost him but they're not sure if it's Danzu, Sakura said. Boo, I was cut when Sasuke entered, we can't file charges against Danzu, the Supreme Court doesn't allow it, Sasuke said as he sat down on the chair looking worn out. Danzu must have done something, I said. I think he's friends with them, Sasuke said, and that ended our discussion. I think I just had another idea of story. But it's still in the process, so I hope by the time I finish this everyone likes it. But I'm not that confident with my work, so do tell me if you have any suggestions. Thanks. Vote and comment your thoughts. Chapter End. Hinata's POV. No wonder Naruto is so careful around his children, and in every corner of his house there are guards, because he's worried about his kids being taken away from him. From his story, that Danzu guy is the bad people in his life, well, one of them, because being successful mean a lot of enemy. Anyway, don't worry about that. I'm proud to say the security in my home is the best of the best, since they are all police I hired from the main office, and there are also those who came from missions and agency. Naruto suddenly said, changing the mood. What? He is right, we once tried paying 5 thieves to steal in his home and they all got beaten up. Those thieves came from the prison and now they're back again. Just kidding, we paid the police, said Dr. Tsunade, and they all laugh. Still, we should all still be careful, especially you, Hinata. Since it's been reported and also was on the news that you are Mrs. Uzumaki now, the wife of this BS. Dr. Tsunade said, hitting Naruto in his head. Hey, you're being mean, Naruto said, rubbing his head, which looked like a comedy act, and somehow I laughed, but I tried suppressing it. Oh, you laughed? Naruto said, coming closer. What's funny, huh? Huh? He said as he tickled me along with these 2 kids. Why are you laughing at Daddy, huh? Huh? He said as he tickled us 3. Daddy, ha, stop, ha, I'm gonna ha peepus myself, Boruto said as he tried fighting back his father from tickling. Snap, snap, I heard phones snapping but I couldn't look as Naruto was tickling us. I've never been tickled, so I didn't know this was my soft spot. Ha ha, such a perfect family, Dr. Tsunade said, looking at the phone, then stopped. Huh? You took a picture? Naruto asked and walked towards Dr. Tsunade to look at the picture. Whoa, they look great, send them to me later, he said, smiling with his eyes closed. Sure, since Hinata came in the picture. The kid smiles. Genuinely, Dr. Tsunade said as she walked closer to the kids and rubbed their heads. Be great kids, surpass your father, Dr. Tsunade said, smiling at them like how she smiled to me the first time I saw her. That's a smile of luck. Yes, Grandma, Wes Gwamba, the 2 said, and Dr. Tsunade left us. So Naruto started. Doctor said I can leave tomorrow, I said, trying to open a topic. Oh sure, he said, and sat down. Daddy, I'm hungry, Boruto said. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, we haven't had breakfast, Naruto said, and took his phone out. I want pancakes, Himawari said. Hot dogs. Boruto shouts, how about you, Hinata? You should eat a lot to feel better, Naruto suggested. Sure. You see, can do the honor, I said, and waited for him after calling someone. Okay, so let's wait for the foods, Naruto said, coming back from his call. Do you like McDonald's? He said. Sure, I replied. After a few minutes, we watched TV as we wait, then the food came and Naruto took it from the delivery guy and paid. Food's here, he said, raising it to the air. Pancakes, shouts Himawari. Hot dogs, shouts Boruto. Naruto gave them their foods and they ate in the table while Naruto sat beside me and placed the food in the bed table. Here. Eat a lot, he said, and placed a lot of foods there, but I don't see anything for him. How about you? I asked him. Oh, I'm not hungry, he said, and at the same time his stomach protested. Here. I'm fine with sharing, I said, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. It's okay. I just forgot to order one more, he replied, scratching his head. We can share, I insisted, even taking a spoonful and offering it to him. Geez. Fine, he said, surrendering and taking the bite. Then I realized we had another indirect kiss because of the spoon I used. You know, you'll make a fine and wonderful wife, Naruto said, opening a new topic. It. I replied, surprised. Oh, if I had met you before the mother of my child, maybe I could have fallen for you. You're caring, a good cook, and appealing, he said in a hushed tone. You know, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, he added, laughing at his own quote. Geez, you know how to make a joke, huh? I said sarcastically. Oh, you just spoke a whole sentence without stuttering, he said, amused. Of course I can. It's just, I started, but he interrupted with a question I didn't expect. Can I be the only person you talk like that to? He asked, looking at his food. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Can I ask why you stutter when you talk? He inquired. Well, I stutter when I'm shy or nervous. I've been stuttering since I was a kid, and it only got better with practice. I only stutter when I'm not close to someone, I explained. He nodded thoughtfully. So we're close now, and you're not shy or nervous around me anymore. Excellent, he said with a thumbs up. Daddy, what are you talking about with Mommy? Boruto suddenly asked, throwing his dishes in the bin. Oh, we were discussing whether we should have another child or not, Naruto said cheerfully, looking at me. My face felt like it was on fire. Really? I'm going to be a sister? Himawari cheered. Why did you say that? I asked Naruto, lightly slapping his shoulder. Don't worry about it. They'll forget eventually, he said, smiling at me. Geez. You're really silly, I said, face-palming. What? Should I tell them that Mommy is shy around Daddy, which is why she stutters, but now she's not anymore? Is that what you want them to hear? He teased, imitating my voice and twirling his finger in his hair. Baka! I exclaimed, and we both laughed. Daddy and Mommy have gone crazy, Boruto said. Hey you! Naruto said, grabbing him and ruffling his hair. Hey Dad! Stop that! Boruto protested, pushing Naruto's hand away. Come here, Hima, I called, lifting Himawari onto my lap. Don't grow up like Daddy and Big Bro, okay? I asked her. Why, Mommy? She asked innocently. Daddy and Big Bro are silly, they will eat you, I started, but they both interrupted. What do you mean, silly? They asked in unison. I heard Himawari giggle, and I couldn't help but laugh at their confused expressions. 2 days after bumping into Danzu, Hinata was finally being released. Mommy, you're going home now. Boruto cheered as we settled her things. Yes. I'm happy we're going to be together again, right Himawari? She smiled at the kids. Yes, Mommy. Daddy, Mommy, and us are going home. Himawari cheered, holding her bunny toy. After she said that, I glanced at Hinata but quickly averted my eyes as she looked at me too. We were both avoiding eye contact, remembering what happened just last night. Flashback. I was holding a paper bag with food in one hand and another with drinks in the other, heading to Hinata's room. When I entered, I saw her standing there, looking as if she had just come out of the bathroom. Sorry, I stammered, realizing we were staring at each other. No, it's okay, she replied. I'll go outside, you get dressed, I said, about to leave. Wait. If you open that door, someone might see me, she said. Then I'll stay here facing away so you can dress, I said, sitting with my back to her. Okay, she said, and I heard her moving quickly. I'm really sorry, I said, surprised that I had stuttered again. I'm done, she finally said, and I turned back to face her, placing the food beside her bed. Sorry about that. Again, I said, rubbing my neck. It's fine, she replied, blushing. We sat in silence for a few minutes until her stomach growled, reminding us we hadn't eaten yet. Oh, I brought food, I said, getting the paper bag. I heard my stomach and remembered we haven't eaten, I added to ease her embarrassment. Why, she said, and we ate in silence, not mentioning the earlier incident. And a flashback. Mom and Dad are acting weird, right sis? I heard Boruto whisper to Himawari. Yeah. Ever since Big Brother Mako brought us here, they haven't talked much, Himawari whispered. Do you think Mommy wants to come home with Daddy? Boruto replied, I think Daddy is scary and Mommy is scared of him. Himawari suggested, nope, I think it's more like Mommy doesn't love Daddy anymore. Guys, why whisper when we can hear you clearly? I'm just right behind you too, I said, face-palming as I sat beside Hinata, who was folding some clothes on her bed. Hey, I whispered, and she flinched, likely still affected by last night. I promise I didn't see anything last night, and I'll forget it happened. It's just the kids. Look, I said, pointing at them. They're suspicious of us, I added. Can we return to normal? I promise I'll make it up to you somehow. I rubbed my cheek nervously. No, it's fine. I was just surprised last night. And yes, please forget anything that happened, she said, placing the last clothes inside the duffel bag. Yeah. So we're okay now? I asked, extending my hand for her to stand up. You still promise that you'll make it up to me, she said, flashing that captivating smile as she took my hand and stood up. Hey kids, what do you say? Theme park? I asked, walking toward them while still holding Hinata's hand. Horsey! Himawari cheered, running to hug me as I caught her, still not letting go of Hinata's hand. Roller coaster! Boruto cheered, jumping behind me. I felt that we could become a perfect family. Maybe it was better if I didn't look for their real mother. Somehow, I was slowly forgetting her memories, replaced by thoughts of Hinata. I love you, Daddy and Mommy, the two said, kissing us on the cheek. I love you too, I heard Hinata say gently, her smile brightening my heart. I love you too, I replied, looking into her eyes. I squeezed her hand and took a deep breath. Let's go, asked the kids. Yeah, they cheered, and we started walking out of the hospital. Mommy, give me your hand, Boruto asked, holding her hand and pulling her toward us. Daddy, your hand, he said, waving his hand and pulling my left hand while I carried Himawari in my right. He grinned, placing her hand above my palm. Yeah. I heard Hinata fidget, and I guessed Boruto's hidden meaning, so I squeezed her hand and smiled. You smartass, I called to Boruto, who just smiled as he held Hinata's free hand. Let's go then, I said, and as we walked toward the exit, people in the parking lot looked at us, some taking pictures. I guess I could say we were a perfect family in their eyes. Good morning. How is it? A woman in a white coat asked as she sat down on a couch. According to that scan and MRI, your theory might be correct, but we need more evidence, the white-haired man said, inspecting a piece of paper. We don't need evidence. Because she is the girl, and I'm sure they were together before that incident that cost his memory, the woman replied. Well, would you look at that? We overlooked this simple yet powerful evidence, a long-haired man said, examining a newspaper. What do you mean? The woman asked. Well, as you can see, this newspaper is dated back to that incident. This is the image of his car when it got wrecked, the long-haired man said, pointing at the image. Huh, what the hell? So I am right. It all adds up. If he knew this, he'd be happy, the woman cheered, hugging the long-haired man. Hey, I'm right here too, you know, the white-haired man said, poking the woman. Geez, let's go for a drink, the woman invited. Hey, but wait, when will you tell them? The long-haired man asked. Well, I still need evidence for the other side, so maybe after getting that, I'll tell them, the woman said, taking off her white coat. You're still appealing even after 12 years, the long-haired man said. No wonder I've been caught 99 times confessing and asking, the white-haired man joked, and they all laughed as they left the room. Hinata's POV. Mom, Dad, for the last 2 rides before going home, can we ride the roller coaster? Can we? Please? Boruto pleaded, looking at Naruto for his decision. I don't know. Is it safe? Naruto asked, a nervous look on his face. Are you scared? I asked him. And no, why would I be? He replied, though his expression was uncomfortable. Thought so. Come on, let's go, I said, pulling him and the kids toward the ride. We 4 rode the roller coaster. I sat beside Himawari while the 2 boys were behind me. The whole ride was so much fun, especially when the coaster turned upside down. Mom is so cool. Too bad I sat beside a girl, Boruto boasted. Come on. It's not like Daddy is scared of heights, right, Naruto? I said happily to Boruto, but I took back my words when I saw Naruto looking paler than me. See? Boruto laughed at his father alongside Himawari. See, can we take a bee break? Naruto suggested, and we all agreed since it was past lunchtime. I want to eat burgers and pizza, Boruto exclaimed, while Himawari nodded enthusiastically. We decided to head home but stopped by a pizza parlor, sitting at a 4-seat table while Naruto placed the orders. As we ate, the kids were having fun, and I occasionally caught Naruto staring at me. Excuse me, see, can we take a picture? Suddenly, 2 girls approached and asked Naruto for a picture. The girls looked about in their mid-20s. Naruto looked at me but I averted my eyes and attended the kids while they were playing. I heard Naruto sighed and answered okay with a smile. When I took a glimpse of him, I heard the other girl called the nearby waitress and asked to take the picture. Then they both suddenly clung to his hand and then asked for a solo with him. They took each turn and suddenly the last girl kissed him in the cheek, taking him by surprise, and the kiss was taken by the picture. Thanks, Mr. Uzumaki, the 2 said and left waving at him. Naruto stood there for a second looking dumbfounded and then sat down again looking so serious. He looked at me for a few times and I pretended I didn't see it. We all continued eating and then left and went home. Dark. I took a bath with Himawari and dressed her up. While I was laying beside her as I read her a story, she suddenly asked a question I didn't think about. Mommy, are you angry at Daddy? She asked me what? I blurted out, taken aback by her question. Are you angry at Daddy? Because a jewel kissed him? She asked again, no, why would I be? I answered her, 'cause you wove him and he woves mommy, isn't that too? She asked, making me snap back to reality. But do I really love him? And the same as him? Geez, this is just a kid, why would I take her words serious? I'm so stupid. Oh, yeah. But that was a friendly kiss. Yes, a friendly kiss, so it doesn't matter, I answered and stood from her bed and tuck her in. Sleep tight, princess, I said and kissed her forehead. Good night, mommy, she said and closed her eyes. I sucked of her light before leaving her room. Sigh, I feel thirsty now. I was nervous for a second there. I made my way to the kitchen to drink some water when I passed by the bar where Naruto was sitting with a whiskey in his hand and an empty whiskey bottle beside him, but all I could see was his back. I have this feeling that I wanted to go to him and comfort him, but I, myself, choose to go to the kitchen. After drinking water, I made my way to my room and passed by the bar again and saw him leaning in the counter. Geez, is he sleeping there? He'll catch a cold, I said to myself and walked over to him and nudged him a bit. He responded, are you sleeping there? I asked him, he responded again, you'll catch a cold, go to your room, I said, pulling his back so he could sat down straight. No, I was kissed by a jewel Yulawer and my wife didn't care, he said, looking at me with his droopy eye. I asked surprisingly, my wife didn't wove me. Oh, time have you I've been wooking fao you fao sao wong, he said, suddenly hugging me. Heim, you still have a peeling breast, he suddenly said, kissing and biting my chest and squeezed my butt. Hey Naruto, it's me, Hinata, I said, pushing him back a little, but he hugged me much tighter, feeling a warmth coming from inside me. Yesh. Yoma Heim, my appealing punches. Yue pale eyes is show captivating, he says, suddenly kissing my forehead, then my cheeks, then my lips, making me taste the whiskey flavor. Naruto, you're drunk, I said, pushing him, and then run to my room. Stupid Naruto, I said, laying in my bed. I closed my eyes and convinced myself to sleep. I heard a loud sound like something fell beside me, waking me up. I sat down, but all I could see was darkness, so I reached for the side table lamp and opened it, and it spreads the light across the room, and the first thing I saw was a huge body falling down at me. I released a bomb of air. Naruto, wake up, I said, tapping him, and he moved a bit. Hey, wake up, go to your room, I said, tapping his cheek, when he suddenly held my wrist and pulled me, making me fall to his hard chest and making me smell his manly scent. Wake up, I said, wriggling for freedom. Stop moving, he said, turning to his side and pulling me. Now I'm trapped in both his hand. Naruto, wake up, I said, and he suddenly sat down along with me. You're noisy, he said as he lightly stuffed her mouth, then pet it go when she wasn't talking anymore. Well, firstly, this is my room. Secondly, you're drunk. I was talking when a soft lip stopped me from talking. You're noisy, he said again as he released my lips, then kissed me again, tasting that liquor. I have low tolerance with alcohol. So that's why I feel lightheaded now. He was still kissing me. At first I wasn't responding when he bit my lips, making me gasp open my mouth, and his tongue entered my lips while his hand was in my waist. He suddenly pulled my body, making my hand clasp in his nape suddenly, and all in all my rationality was disappearing, making me kiss him back. I felt his hand travel my waist and back until he ripped my shirt off, which is the only thing I'm wearing besides my underwear, and without breaking the kiss he then touched my boob. When I felt the needs of air, he released my lips and took his shirt off and kissed me again. While kissing me, he was laying me to the bed while caressing my left beard while his other hand was traveling my body. He then took his breeds off and I could see his thing budging from his boxer. "I'm so in love with you," he said, then kissed me again from my lips, then my neck down to my bee as I felt his hand rub my panties as it sends electricity of heat throughout my body, making me a little. He took my panties off as his kisses traveled down my body. I hid my most private part with my hand as he took my panties off, but he held my hand. "Don't," he said as he looked at my eyes, which is full of love. "I want to see everything of you," he said as he parted my hand, holding the other one intertwined. "You look so appealing," he said as he gave my stomach small kisses until it reached down the most private part. He kissed it, but all I could feel was his love. He stopped and knelt in front of me while my legs were parted. I could see he was nervous, making me wonder how this would go. He rubbed his tip against me, sending a jolt of electricity throughout my body. Then he gently entered, and I gasped at the sensation. "Oh!" I heard him as he began to move slowly, holding my hand tightly. I felt a rush of emotions building inside me. "Faster." I encouraged him, and he nodded, increasing his pace. He embraced me, kissing me softly as I felt the tension inside me reach its peak. "I'm coming," he shouted, and at that moment, I felt a rush of warmth. Then, everything faded and I drifted off to sleep. I was woken by the bright sunlight streaming through the open window. I rubbed my eyes, feeling as if I had slept for a whole day. "Mommy!" Himawari suddenly called, entering my room and jumping onto my bed. "Good morning, Hima," I greeted her. "But it's afternoon now," she said, making me glance at the clock. It was past lunch. "Oh yeah," I replied, trying to act nonchalant. "Bother Mako cooked eggs for us earlier. And Daddy went to work before we woke up," Himawari explained as she sat beside me. "Oh, that's good. Sorry Mommy didn't cook for you," I said, tapping her nose playfully. "It's okay, Mommy, but why are you naked?" she asked, making me confused. "Huh," I replied, looking down to see my chest exposed. Thankfully, the sheet covered me. "Why are you naked, Mommy? Are you taking a bath?" she asked, reminding me of something I had told her before. "I was about to take a bath," I said, and she nodded before getting off the bed. "I'll be going now, Mommy. Brother is in my room. We were playing." "Bye, Mommy," she said, running off. Now I was left to ponder why I was naked. After tucking Himawari in, I went to the kitchen for some water. As I headed back to my room, I saw Mr. Uzumaki at the bar, and after a brief interaction, I left him there. Then everything went hazy, and I fell asleep. "Daddy's home." I heard Boruto shout excitedly from the living room. I was doing the dishes when I heard the door open. "Mommy is here, Dad," Boruto said, pulling his father toward me. "Hey," he greeted awkwardly, quickly kissing my cheek before turning away. "Did you eat?" I asked as I dried my hands. "Yes," he replied, but his stomach growled in protest. "I'll heat the food we left for you," I said, moving to the fridge to get the curry. A week passed, and I noticed he was avoiding me, acting as if I were a contagious disease. Did I do something wrong? Was he distancing himself because of what happened at the restaurant? "Ma'am, dinner is ready." "Dinner is already there," Mako said as he entered my room. "Thanks," I replied, standing up and following him. "Where are the kids?" I asked. "They went to their aunt for a 3-day overnight stay. About a 4-hour drive from here," he explained. "Wait, what? Is that true?" I asked, realizing we would be alone together. "Yes, ma'am." "Is there a problem?" he asked. "No, it's nothing." "Thanks anyway," I said, entering the kitchen with my heart racing. I sat across from him, noticing he wasn't in his usual spot. Where are the kids?" he asked, averting his eyes. You didn't know? That's surprised. What no? He replied, confused. I thought you allowed them to go to their aunt's for 3 days, I said awkwardly. W, he asked, looking puzzled. Just earlier. Mako just informed me before I entered the kitchen. Oh, he said, and everything went silent again. We ate in silence, and after dinner, he simply said, "Excuse me," as he stood up. I helped the maid clean, even though they disagreed, but I insisted. Afterward, I went to my room to prepare my clothes. I wrapped myself in a towel and headed to the shower. As I opened the door, the other door opened too, and Naruto stood there in just his boxers, holding a towel. Sorry, I exclaimed, quickly closing the door, but a hand stopped me. Wait, he said, and I let him open the door. Do you have a someone? He asked, stammering. Huh, I replied, confused, still facing away from him. You know, a guy, he pressed on. What guy? I asked again. A boyfriend. Do you have a boyfriend? He raised his voice slightly. What? I responded in surprise, almost turning to face him but stopping myself as I remembered his state of undress. Just answer my question, he insisted, his hand resting on my shoulder. No, I don't, I said, closing my eyes and feeling his warmth. We need to talk, he said, rubbing his thumb on my shoulder. I felt nervous yet pleased. What's there to talk about? I asked, still facing away. A lot. But first, I need to shower, he replied, and I felt his hand leave my shoulder, leaving a lingering warmth. I heard the shower start a few minutes later. After a while, the shower stopped, and I heard the door open behind me. It's your turn, he said, and I nodded, keeping my back to him. A few minutes passed, and I thought he had left, but when I turned around, he was still there. I'll be waiting at the veranda, he said before entering his room. As I took my shower, my mind raced with thoughts about what we could possibly talk about. Did I do something wrong? Did Boruto tell him I scolded him? Or was it something else? I felt anxious as I got dressed and nervously made my way to the veranda just across our rooms. I saw him sitting in a chair with a coffee in hand and a kettle beside him. Hey, I called, catching his attention. Hey, he replied as I walked closer. Here, sit down, he said, tapping the chair beside him. Coffee? He offered, holding the kettle. Please, I answered, and he poured me a cup. Thanks, I said, taking a sip. Yeah, he said, looking off into the distance. So, how are you? I attempted to start a conversation. I'm fine, you? He returned the question. Fine. Just a little lonely, I confessed. Why? He asked. Oh, the kids are always at school, and the maids are only here once or twice a week. Mako drives you, and you're always at work, so I'm left here alone, I explained, trying to sound lighthearted, but it didn't come off that way. I'm sorry about that. I haven't really thought about it since I've been busy with work, he said, looking down at his mug with sad eyes. Yeah. Well, it's not your fault. I mean, this is my job, I said, gazing at the stars. Yeah. Your job, he echoed softly, almost to himself. But don't worry too much about that. Kurama keeps me company, I added positively. Kurama? He asked, surprised. Yeah. He plays with me, I replied, looking back at him. Well, that's surprising. He doesn't usually play with strangers other than the kids and me. And I haven't shown him to you, he said, astonished. Yeah, well, I was walking around the house last week and he was lying in a pile of leaves. At first, I thought he was a stray dog, but then I saw he had a collar with the family crest. I tried calling him and he came over, sniffed me, and jumped at me, I recounted. Oh, last week he must have smelled my scent on you, he said quietly. Your smell from me? I asked, confused. Yeah. That's why we need to talk. A week had passed since something happened, and I kept my distance from her, confused because she didn't seem to remember. That morning, I woke up with a headache from drinking, surprised to find her naked beside me. I felt guilty, recalling how I had pushed her away, but I had also pushed myself toward her until that moment. I quickly headed to my room and took a cold shower, trying to wake up from the dream, but it hit me that something had really happened between us. I went to work much earlier than usual, burying myself in tasks, meeting potential clients, brainstorming with my team, and even going out to clubs all week to forget, but I couldn't. I had been with other women before having kids, and I knew how it felt, but after that night, nothing felt right. I was already addicted to her. My feelings for her have been growing stronger each day. Throughout the week, I noticed little things about her, how her eyes twinkle and how her smile makes my heart skip a beat. Sasuke and Shikamaru teased me, calling me stupid when I asked what it all meant. Their answer was always the same: it's love. I've been in love before, but this feels different. It hurts to know that she acts like she loves me because she has to pretend to be my wife. Yet, whenever I'm with her, I feel a calmness inside me, as if everything will be all right. But I can't shake the pain of our contract and the reality of our relationship. "You smell from me?" she asked, confusion written all over her face. She looked adorable with her brows raised. "Yeah. That's why we need to talk," I replied, squeezing my hands together as I reached for a folder beside me. "Here." I handed it to her. Inside was our contract and a check. "What's this?" she asked, glancing at the contents. "That's the original copy of our agreement. You can dispose of it if you want to stop working with me, and that's the money you earned for staying with us for almost 8 months, I explained, standing in front of her with my hands in my pockets. "After hearing me, I want you to decide whether to stay or rip it apart and live your life like before. I know you've observed me during those 8 months. You've seen me when I just woke up, not looking my best, and you've seen me covered in dirt. Last week, I avoided you because I felt guilty about that morning when you woke up." I was interrupted when she suddenly stood up. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice rising. "I was drunk that night because I was jealous. I was disappointed that you didn't stop the girls from taking a picture with me, so I let the alcohol take over," I confessed. "Just get to the point," she shouted. "I went to your room to apologize because I hugged you and kissed you without your permission. I was tempted, seeing you in that nightgown. I laid beside you, but you pushed me away, insisting I was drunk. And yes, part of that is true," I said, shrugging. I looked away and walked near the rails, gazing at the stars. "That night, something happened between us." "What? Is that why I woke up like that? But why weren't you there? Why can't I remember?" she asked, panic in her voice. "When morning came, I woke up with a headache, and it hit me that I did something without your permission. I regret that you didn't want it, but I was also overjoyed that something happened between us. It kept replaying in my mind for the whole week. I tried to forget you and my feelings for you, but they only grew stronger. I summoned all my confidence to tell you this," I said, facing her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "And lastly, I want to tell you how I feel, but it's up to you. Hinata Hyuga, I love you with all my heart. Will you be my girlfriend and soon-to-be wife?" I asked, holding her hand. She looked away, lost in thought. I don't know," she said, pulling her hands away, but I gripped them tighter. "Hinata," I called softly, and she looked at me with tear-filled eyes. "I don't know. First, you were distant, then you became caring, and now you confess your feelings. I don't even know how I feel right now," she shouted, turning to run. I stopped her by holding her hands. "Hinata, think about it please," I said with sincerity. I let her go, and she ran to her room. I walked to the bar in my house and poured myself a drink. Moments later, I heard her coming down the stairs, carrying a bag and pulling a suitcase. "Mako," I called, and he appeared quickly. "Please accompany Hinata to her home," I ordered, and he nodded. I watched as he helped her carry her bags and saw her get into one of my cars. After she left, 4.5 months passed. The media kept asking about her, if this would be another breakup or if we would get back together. They asked me for a message for her, and all I ever said was, "Hinata, think about it." Hinata's POV. It's been 4.5 months since I last talked to Naruto. I still watch the news, especially when he's on TV. "Come on, Hinata, it's almost 5 months and you're still watching him," Sakura said. I stayed at my old apartment, and Sakura visited every week after she got her leave, repeating the phrase, "think about it." When I first came back, I was in shock. She brought food from her home or cooked here, and sometimes Sasuke would join us. "Just admit that you love him." If you didn't, you wouldn't be watching him on every news channel, she said, slicing an apple. I'm not sure if I love him, but it hurt that he kept what happened between us a secret for a whole week, I replied, changing the channels. But you also liked it. That something happened between you too. Sakura exclaimed, throwing a pillow at me. As it hit me, my stomach turned. Hina, she shouted when I ran to the bathroom and started to feel unwell. Hey, are you okay? She asked, placing her hands behind me to support me. Did you eat something bad? After I flushed, I replied, I don't know, I've always been like this. I rinsed my mouth and she looked at me thoughtfully. Wait, is it what I think it is? What do you mean? Beth? Confused. Just get dressed. We're going somewhere, she insisted, ushering me to my room. Where? I questioned. You'll see, was all she said. I followed her instructions and soon found myself driving where she directed. Park in front of that building, she said excitedly, pointing to the hospital where she worked. As soon as I parked, she jumped out and opened my door. Quickly, come out. Okay, just let me grab my bag, I replied, reaching for it before stepping out. I looked up at the large hospital. Why are we here? Just wait, she said as we entered the elevator. I followed her until we reached her OBGYN's office. Hi, Sarah. Sakura greeted as she entered. Oh, Sakura, what a surprise. Shouldn't you be at home resting? And hello to you too, Dr. Sarah said, acknowledging me as she sat down. Well, I know that, but I just want to check up, Sakura replied, settling comfortably on the sofa. Is something wrong with your PRGN and CY? Does something hurt? Dr. Sarah asked, concern etched on her face. Not me, her, Sakura said, pointing at me. Me? I asked, bewildered. Yeah, she confirmed. Is there something wrong with your friend? Dr. Sarah inquired, and Sakura leaned in to whisper something that made Dr. Sarah's eyes widen. I'd be glad to check on her. Come on, Hinata, Dr. Sarah said, standing up and leading me to one of the exam rooms. She had me drink a lot of water, then lay down on the bed. She pulled my shirt up, applied some gel to my stomach, and used the LTRS-ND device. After finishing, she handed me a box. Now, there's a bathroom there. Use this, and after you finish, give it to me quickly, she instructed. Confused, I entered the bathroom and unwrapped the box, shocked to find a PRGN test. Seriously? Was this what Sakura had in mind? I remembered eating something bad last night, so I thought that might explain my symptoms. I followed the instructions and, feeling confident, didn't check the result right away. Here, I said, placing the test on the table as Dr. Sarah examined it. Have you seen it? She asked. Nope. I know I'm not PRGN. I ate some spoiled food last night, I replied. But you said you've been vomiting for a while? Sakura interjected. I was about to protest when Dr. Sarah asked, when did your last PRD start? August 16th, I answered after recalling. You're regular, right? She asked and I nodded. What is the date today? November 18th, I was cut off by a sudden realization. Congratulations, Hinata. You're 16 weeks PRGN. Dr. Sarah announced as they both clapped. I was too shocked to respond. I'm going to be a mother. You're going to be a mama. Sakura cheered, hugging me tightly. We should totally set up our kids if it turns out to be a boy. Sakura said, but then suddenly stopped. My MNTC sac burst. Quickly, call the nurse, she exclaimed, and Dr. Sarah rushed out as I held Sakura's hands. Call Sasuke. Now, she urged, and I quickly grabbed my phone, dialing his number. Hello? This is Uchiha speaking. I'm busy right now, please tell me. It's not a voicemail. I interrupted. Your wife is in Elbir now. I heard a chair fall and a car speed off. Hurry, everyone. Dr. Sarah shouted as nurses entered the office. Thanks, Sarah, Sakura said as we all rushed toward the emergency room. It's a good thing we were at the hospital, Sakura laughed. Come on, Sakura, you're in Elbir and you dare make fun of us. Dr. Sarah replied, sounding annoyed. Dr. Sarah, and Miss, this is as far as you can go. Dr. Taichi will perform a checkup before helping her give birth. a nurse said, and we nodded. Hey, Hina, you should totally tell Naruto the good news. He'll be so happy and he needs to know. He's the father, Sakura said before entering the emergency room. 5 minutes later, Sasuke arrived and asked a nurse if he could go in as her husband. They let him in, and soon after, everyone else arrived. Shikamaru on crutches, Tenten, Choji, Kiba, and others, except Naruto. Naruto's POV. Excuse me, Mr. Uzumaki, but there's a phone call for you, my secretary said as he approached us. Shikamaru was on leave after an accident, so I was handling things solo. I was in a cafe with a potential client when my secretary interrupted. Say I'm busy right now, I'll call them back later, I instructed, and he nodded before walking away. It must be Cheyenne. Ever since the news about Hinata and me spread, she had been pursuing me, showing up at my office and trying to engage me in conversation. Mr. Uzumaki? Aya called, pulling me back to our discussion. Oh, sorry about that, Ms. Aya. Something just came to mind, I said, taking a sip of my frappé. Nothing to worry, she replied, and we continued discussing the potential partnership. After our meeting, I drove her back to my building. Aya Lee was a talented businesswoman, 24 years old, with an impressive record and a history of success in pageants. She had even expressed interest in me and my kids, which complicated things. Thanks for the ride, Naruto. See you again, she said as she got into her car, and her driver took off. Phew. I thought we wouldn't finish, I sighed as I entered the building. Good job, Mr. Uzumaki, my secretary said, handing me a water bottle. Thanks, I replied, taking a drink. Where have you been? I've been sending texts to your personal phone, but you ignored them, someone shouted from behind me. I turned to see Cheyenne standing there, arms crossed. Cheyenne, I exclaimed, surprised. Why did you ignore my messages? She demanded. What do you mean? I have no obligations to you, I replied, trying to walk past her. Stop right there. I told you we were going on a date today, and you ignored my messages, she insisted, clinging to my arm. Leave me be before I call the guards, I warned her. Come on. You wouldn't do that to me, right? She said, running her hands to my chest. Charles, I called my secretary. Right away, sir, he responded, pressing the beeper to signal the guards. I'll just come back another time. Cheyenne muttered, releasing me and walking away. I sighed, massaging my temple. You're having a hard time, sir, Charles noted, standing in front of my desk. Oh, yeah. She's giving me a hard time, I admitted, pulling out my phone to block Cheyenne's number. I'll take my leave, sir. Just remember you have a meeting later at 5 p.m., he said before leaving. As I scrolled through my messages, something caught my eye. It was Hinata. Why did she text me? I even had a missed call from her. I tapped her name, and her message appeared. Hi. If you're not busy, you should come to the hospital. Sakura was just admitted, and it's a girl according to the LTRSND. Everyone is here, so bring the kids if you want. That's all. Have a good day. After reading her message, I checked the call log and saw missed calls from Sasuke and others. I decided to call Mako. Mako, prepare the kids, we're going somewhere, I instructed. Right away, sir, he replied. I ended the call and turned to Charles. Cancel all my appointments until tomorrow. Just make up an excuse, anything will do. But sir, until tomorrow? The board of directors are having a meeting with you, right? He asked. Charles, please understand this. You know I have a wife, right? I said. Why, sir? He replied. What I'm about to tell you is confidential. Only you and a few others know. I want you to keep it until I say it's okay. I trust you, I continued. Why, sir? He said again. My wife and I aren't for real. I made a contract with her to pretend to be my wife until I can tell my kids the truth. They wish to meet their mother, but the real one. I've got no choice, but while she was pretending, I accidentally fell for her. She's different from any girl I've met. I never thought I'd feel this way again. I'm giving up on finding their real mother. I just want to win Hinata back and let her become their mother. So please understand, Charles, I said, feeling a mix of relief and emotion. I'll do what I can to help, I heard him say, and I knew I could trust him. Thanks, Charles, I replied, starting to pack my things before leaving. I arrived at my house to pick up the kids, and later on, I reached the hospital where I bumped into Sasuke, who was buying clothes. We followed him and found everyone gathered there. Naruto's POV. She's Sarada Uchiha, Sakura said as Boruto and Himawari looked at her with curiosity. She's so small, Boruto remarked, trying to reach up and touch her hand. She doesn't have any hair, Himawari said, tiptoeing to see better. Come here, I said, lifting Himawari and moving her closer to the baby. Is she sleeping? Himawari asked Sakura. Yes, she is, Sakura answered, humming a song for the baby, and I joined in while everyone else was out buying food. Suddenly, the door swung open. Oh, my back. I heard Choji's voice. It's your fault. Why'd you twist the doorknob? Shikamaru retorted. It's both your faults. Ten interjected. Were you eavesdropping? Sakura raised her voice slightly. We weren't. Shikamaru insisted, standing with his crutch. Told you to just come in, Dad, Inajin said as the other kids entered as well. Hima. Chocho hugged Himawari, and all the kids went to a corner to play together. So, how are you, Naruto? I always see you on TV. It's been so long since I saw you, Choji said, sitting across from me. Oh, still trying to get by, I replied. As we ate, everyone was asking questions and sharing stories until only Ino, Shikamaru, Ten, Sakura, and I were left. The baby had been taken back to the room where the other baby was staying. Hey, Sakura, I'm heading out now. Ten and Ino, come on, I'll drive you two home, Shikamaru said as he stood up. Can you drive with a broken foot? I asked. It's just my left foot, I can use my right, he replied as they walked to the door with their kids after saying their goodbyes. Well, I guess it's getting late. I need to go home too. Are you going to be all right alone? I asked Sakura. Oh, Sasuke is on his way, he just filed a leave, she said. Boruto, Himawari, say goodbye, I instructed the two sleepy kids. Goodbye, Aunt Saku, they both said, kissing her cheeks. Just as I was about to open the door, someone else opened it, Hinata. Hi. I said, smiling awkwardly. Hi, she replied. I moved aside to let her in, but she almost stumbled as the kids jumped to her. Mommy! Himawari and Boruto called, hugging her tightly. Where have you been, Mommy? You didn't come home, I thought you left us again. Himawari cried. Yeah. Mom, I'll be good, just come home again, Boruto added, both of them in tears. Sorry, kids. I didn't mean to leave, she said, soothing them. They sat on the couch, and I excused myself to get a cold coffee from a vending machine. Naruto. I heard that small voice I had longed for. Hinata, I called out, still facing away from her. Do you have a minute? She asked. I can't face you, Hinata, I admitted. Oh, all right, she said, and when I felt her shift, I spoke again. If I face you right now, I won't be able to hold myself back, even if you still haven't given me an answer. WL. That's all right, B, but we need to talk, she said, and I felt her walk behind me. What is it? I asked. Let's go to the rooftop first, she suggested. I decided to grab another 2 coffees from the vending machine after calling Mako to take the kids home. We entered the elevator to go to the rooftop. No one was in it and neither of us spoke. I kept my eyes away from her because I knew I was head over heels for her. Ding! The elevator opened, and we both got out, climbing up the stairs to the rooftop. I sighed as I saw the night sky with stars twinkling. We both remained quiet until I sneezed. Excuse me, I said, taking a handkerchief from my pocket to wipe my nose, but I was interrupted by a giggle. What's funny? I asked. Nothing, she said, suppressing her laughter. Slowly, I found the moment amusing, and we both laughed until the laughter faded, leaving an awkward silence. So, what were you talking about earlier? I started the conversation. Her face turned red as she looked away. Go on, I won't get angry. I know I said to think about it, but whatever your decision is. I'll accept it even if it hurts, I said, pushing myself to smile. I just don't want you to be shocked. You know, I'm not that kind of girl. Can you just go straight to the point? I raised my voice a little, agitation bubbling up as my heart raced with nervousness. What surprised me was her answer. I'm Piardin and T. W it. I asked for confirmation, needing to be sure I heard correctly. I'm Piardin and T, she repeated, just as before. And it's mine? I asked, kneeling in front of her, holding her hand and looking into her pale eyes. Weiss, I'm pretty sure, she said, her hand hiding her crimson face. Hinata! I cried, hugging her tightly. Thank you for blessing me with another child, and I'm sorry for keeping something from you. I cried into her chest, which surprised her, but she returned the gesture. I don't care about my child's real mother, you're the one I need, I said, still holding her. I don't care if you're not their biological mother. I only need you. We need you. Please. I was overwhelmed with happiness, sadness, and every emotion in between. Please marry me. Hinata's POV. Please, marry me, he whispered against my chest. Did I just hear that right? W it. I suddenly spoke. Marry me. We can start anew, he said, our hands clasped together, our eyes locked. We can build a new family, a real family. You'll be my real wife, no more contract. I ripped it up, so don't worry about anything. We'll raise the baby together with Boruto and Hima. We could all be together. Will you marry me? He asked again, but I didn't respond. I was lost in his eyes, my mind swirling with questions. Does he really mean it? Is this out of obligation because I'm PR Jin and T? Does he truly love me? Can I forgive him? Most importantly, can I be a great mother to our kids? I am sorry, see, can I think about it? I asked, and his face showed shock, but he quickly smiled. Oh, of course you can, he said, standing up and facing me. I'll take you home. I nodded and followed him. As we walked toward Sakura's room to say our goodbyes, I didn't notice the nurse pushing a tray until I bumped into it, losing my balance. I braced myself for the fall, but instead, I felt warmth and a pleasant scent envelop me. Are you okay? I heard him say as I opened my eyes, finding myself in his arms. Time seemed to stop, and all my emotions surged through me, my heart racing. Oh, thank you, I stammered, standing up and adjusting my shirt. We continued walking and finally arrived at Sakura's room, where Sasuke was staying overnight. After saying our goodbyes, we walked side by side in silence, my gaze avoiding his. I caught glimpses of him looking at his phone, and occasionally, I caught him looking at me until we reached the parking lot. He opened the door to the driver's seat and stood there, looking at me. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. Aren't you going in? He asked, motioning toward the seat. Yes, I was going in, I replied, getting inside. He quickly ran to the other side and entered the driver's seat. He looked at me, his brows raised, then sighed as he moved closer. I could smell his minty breath, and instinctively, I closed my eyes. I waited there, feeling embarrassed, until I heard the engine start. So, we should get going. Are you okay? You're turning red, he said, his hand resting on my forehead. I think you're coming down with a cold. We should have you checked, it might affect the baby too. His concern made me laugh. What's funny? He asked, confused. Nothing. I'm fine, you can just drive me home, I said. He hesitated, insisting I really needed a checkup, but I kept saying I was fine and just needed to rest. The ride was mostly silent, with him occasionally suggesting we go back for a checkup, and I would insist I didn't need it. When we arrived home, he followed me upstairs, still offering help, but I kept refusing. At my doorstep, he asked again, and I simply answered no. Would it hurt if you go to a doctor? He asked. No, it wouldn't, but I really am fine, I answered, unlocking the door. Fine, I won't pursue you anymore tonight, so you shouldn't stress yourself. But I'll come back tomorrow with the kids if possible and maybe have dinner here? He asked, raising his shoulders. It's fine for me. Then it's settled. Good night. Have a sweet dream. Take care, he said, blowing me a kiss as he walked backward. I watched his silly moves until he disappeared from sight, then I closed the door. I sighed, realizing I had been holding my breath until I closed the door and breathed out. He just proposed to me. On the rooftop of a hospital with no ring in his hands. I know it's not romantic, but knowing the person who proposed to you suddenly after confessing his feelings truly and deeply loves you is the most romantic thing that ever happened to me. I know I have to decide soon what to answer him because one wrong move and everything could be over. Then I'd be back to square one, where I was all alone before my sun came shining above me. Good morning. After a good night's sleep, even though I slept late and woke up late, I had a cold shower and a yummy breakfast. Suddenly, I realized something. I have to tell him. I don't know how he'll feel, but I know for myself I have to express my side, and he has to understand why. Taxi! I called, entering the back seat. Where to, ma'am? The driver asked, looking in the rearview mirror. To the Uzumaki Parts and Tools Company, please, I said. Right away, ma'am, he replied, stepping on the gas. As we passed by buildings and houses, I tried to think of how to say it. When I finally saw his building, I sat up straight and smoothed my lavender dress. The cab stopped in front of the building, where people passed by and some who looked like they worked there came and went. That'll be $7.75, ma'am, said the cab driver. I handed him $. Keep the change, mister, I said, smiling at him. Thanks, ma'am. Nice dress, by the way, he said, smiling back before leaving. I inhaled deeply and exhaled, trying to ease my nervousness. You can do this, Hina, I said to myself, trying to boost my confidence. I started walking toward the building, feeling the sun's rays hitting my skin. I walked up the stairs and entered the building, immediately feeling the coldness of the room. I walked further and saw where the employees entered, where security guards checked their IDs for confirmation. I approached one of the guards, who raised his brows at me. ID? He asked. What kind of ID? I replied. Employment ID, he said nonchalantly. Sorry, I don't work here. I'm just here to visit Mr. Uzumaki, I explained. Go to the other room and get a visitor's pass. Who are you, by the way? He asked, looking me up and down. Hinata Hyuga, I said, and he paused. Sorry, ma'am, you aren't allowed here, he said, starting to hold my wrist. What? Why? Surprised. It's an order from the higher-ups, he replied, beginning to see me outside when someone suddenly pulled me from the other side. Where do you think you're taking my wife? He said, and I bumped my head against his chest. Yes, sir, the guard stuttered. Answer me, he demanded, and I saw everyone looking at what was happening. Yes, sorry, sir, the guard replied, still holding his position. If you don't answer me, you'll be fired, he said, his jaw clenched. It's. Who? Naruto shouted, and the guard flinched. It's Miss Cheyenne, sir. It's Miss Cheyenne, the guard pleaded, kneeling down with his head bowed. You are fired, Naruto said slowly, trying to calm himself, his heavy breathing still not letting me go from his chest. Please, sir, I'll do anything. Just don't fire me, the guard begged. If a guard from my company took orders from someone else, then I'm sure some employees are leaking company information, he said through gritted teeth. Sir, I won't do it again. I promise loyalty. Please, sir. Another chance. The guard started to tear up. And Mr. Uzumaki, calm down. Let the guy go. Don't fire him, he may have kids too, I reasoned with him. No, he took orders from a different person. In this company, we practice loyalty and generosity, and what I can't accept is that he tried to kick you out. What if something happened to you and to our baby? He said in an angry tone. Look, it's fine. I'm fine. We're fine, so don't fire him. Maybe just punish him a little, but after that, everything will be back to normal, I said. He sighed, a huge sigh that let me smell his minty breath. Fine. You heard what she said. You'll be punished later, he said, pointing to the guard, who thanked us repeatedly as we walked away toward the elevator. I pulled my hand from his grip, catching him off guard and surprising him. Chapter End. Hinata's POV. I was supposed to tell him my decision yesterday, but I backed out after that incident with the guard. After some thinking, I decided to go there again and tell him the truth about yesterday. I quickly took a bath and dressed nicely yet comfortably since I had another person to think about. Maybe I should bring him some lunch too, since it was already 11 a.m. I cooked a lot for just the two of us, but this would be fine. I went there much faster than yesterday since there wasn't any traffic, and the driver was so kind that I even gave him a sandwich. I took a deep breath before entering the building again. Unlike yesterday, everyone was looking at me, whispering among themselves, until the guard from yesterday walked towards me. "Good morning, ma'am," he said, taking off his hat. I noticed he had a black eye. "Good morning too, but what happened to you?" I asked, concerned. "Oh, this is nothing, ma'am. I just bumped into a lamppost," he replied, but I could tell it was definitely not from a lamppost. I didn't push the issue. "Oh, be careful, Mr. Graham," I said as we walked. "You wouldn't want to end up with that black eye again." "Yes, ma'am." "Are you going to Mr. Uzumaki's office?" "I think he's still there," he said after checking the time. "Oh, really? Thanks, then I'll get going now," I said, pressing the button for the elevator. "Oh, ma'am, use this elevator. No one uses it, just Mr. Uzumaki. His office is on the top floor." He pressed the elevator button, and it opened in a few seconds. "Thanks again," I said, stepping into the elevator. I waited for it to reach the top floor, and within a few moments, it opened to reveal an entirely different floor. "Excuse me, is Naruto there?" I asked a girl who was applying some foundation. She paused for a moment, then returned to her task. Excuse me, is Naruto in?" I asked again. "Sai, who are you?" she asked without looking at me. I'm Hinata," I said awkwardly. "So," she replied, applying her lipstick. "I came to see him?" I said. "So? Why should I let you in?" "What's your business?" she asked with a bored look. I brought him lunch," I said, showing her the bag. "Then, who are you to him?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Her expression suddenly changed to a smile. "Well, since Mr. Uzumaki hasn't had his lunch and all, I guess this saves me trouble." "Go ahead, I think he's still in there," she said, relaxing in her chair. Thanks," I said, starting to walk towards the big black modern-style door. But I regretted it as soon as I stepped inside. I saw a woman lying on the couch with him above her. I heard the door close behind me, and so did they. "Hinata!" I snapped back to reality when I heard him as he stood up quickly and walked towards me. "Don't touch me!" I shouted as he reached for my hands. "Look, it's not what you think it is," he said, still trying to touch me, but I kept backing away. "No, no, no," I repeated, struggling to believe him. "It's a misunderstanding. I fled when I felt I couldn't take it anymore." "Hinata! Wait!" I heard him running after me. "Naruto!" I heard the woman call him. I kept running until I reached the elevator, but it was too slow and he was getting closer. I dashed towards the stairs, skipping 1 or 2 steps. "Hinata! Stop!" I heard him call and I looked up, but everything was blurry, maybe because of the tears. I could still see him jumping down the stairs, clearly trying to catch up. "Hinata! Stop running, it's dangerous," he warned, but it was too late. I felt I had lost control of my speed and missed my footing. Suddenly, everything went black. Naruto's POV. Earlier that day, after what happened yesterday, I called the guard and confronted him, but unfortunately, Cheyenne didn't fail to pester me again. "Hi, babe," she greeted as she entered my office. I ignored her and pressed the phone connecting to my secretary. "How many times do I have to tell you not to let her in?" "I really need to change you," I said, and she replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but she said she has something important to say to you." "Whether she has something important or not, I don't care. You're fired." I cut off the line. "Geez, chill out, babe," I heard Cheyenne say as she came closer. "Please shut up and get out, Cheyenne," I said, massaging my temple, feeling stressed. "Well, I did have something important to say to you," she said, walking around my table and putting her hands on my lap. "I don't have time for your games, Cheyenne," I said, standing up and walking to my couch with some papers I was reading, but she followed me and sat beside me. "I'm sure you'll have some time," she said, trying to stuck me with her fingers. "If you have something to say, spit it out and get out," I said, still not looking at her. "Then marry me or I'll kill Hinata." Before she could finish, I grabbed her wrist and threw her onto the couch, pinning her there. "Don't you dare lay a single finger on my family, or you're dead, I said, my voice low and threatening. Then I heard a loud thud. I turned to see Hinata standing there with a basket of food at her feet. Hinata! I called, quickly standing up and walking towards her, ignoring Cheyenne's sharp nails digging into my arm. I tried to hold Hinata's hands, but she shrugged me off. Don't touch me, she shouted. Look, it's not what you think it is, I tried to explain, reaching for her again, but she kept backing away. No, 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 she repeated, her voice filled with distress. It's a misunderstanding, I started, but she suddenly ran away. Hinata! Wait! I called, hoping she would stop. Naruto! Cheyenne called, but I didn't give her a glance and ran after her. She stopped by an elevator, but I was almost close when she took off again toward the emergency exit. Hinata! Stop! I shouted as we raced down the stairs. I noticed her pace quickening. Hinata! Stop running, it's dangerous. I warned, but she couldn't stop in time and missed a step, falling down. Hinata! I shouted, jumping down faster to reach her. Hinata, wake up! I called, seeing blood. Mako! Call 911. I said, pushing the call button on my clothes. Naruto's POV. Upon arriving at the hospital, I made it clear that they needed to save her life. I held her hand as they wheeled her into the emergency room, but a nurse stopped me at the second door. I'm sorry, sir, you're not allowed inside, she said, pushing me back gently. I own this hospital. I shouted, but Mako held my shoulder. I'm sorry, nurse. He's just stressed out from what happened, Mako explained. The nurse nodded and entered the room, looking fearful. Sir, you need to calm down, Mako said, pulling me to the waiting chairs. Just breathe in and out and stay here. I'll get you something to drink. He patted my shoulder and left me alone. I followed his advice and tried to calm down, but the nerve-wracking feeling of waiting for news consumed me. Please, Hinata, I'm begging you. Please survive this. After an hour and a half, I heard the door open, and the doctor in charge stepped out. Mr. Uzumaki, he called, and I raised my head, seeing him remove his mask. His expression was blank. Dr. Izumi, I replied, standing up. How is she? How's our baby? I asked, praying they were both okay. Oh, she's fine. For now. She hit her head at the hippocampus, and we're still examining her brain activity. This could cause memory issues. It might lead to amnesia or nothing at all, Dr. Izumi explained. His expression was unreadable, and I felt a cold sweat. I'm sorry, Naruto. But he's too strong to lose, Dr. Izumi said with a nervous laugh, looking at my reaction. Doc, please do everything you can to ensure their safety, I pleaded, despite his earlier joke. I'll do what I can, Naruto. Loosen up, they're perfectly okay, he said, tapping my shoulder. They'll transfer her to a private room in a few minutes, so you should fix yourself. Stressed. He shook his head and left. Mako had gone to bring me some things and watch the kids, leaving me alone. I notified the others about what happened, and they said they'd be here tomorrow since I assured them everything was fine now. I went to the restroom to freshen up. Looking in the mirror, thoughts flooded my mind. Can I really make her happy? Will she let me into her heart? I never considered this before meeting her. She had an effect on me that I couldn't resist. Knock. Sir, are you there? Mako's voice came from behind the door. Yeah. I'm here, I answered. Boruto and Himawari are in Ms. Hinata's room. They were looking for you, sir, he said. I opened the door and headed to the room, reminding myself that their happiness comes first. Hinata's POV. Hey babe, we should go. I can't wait to let my friends meet you. I heard a familiar voice talking to me. It wasn't me, it was another version of me, smiling at a boy whose back was facing me. Ring. Hold on a sec, it's father, she said, and the boy nodded. Gee, good morning, father, she greeted. You're still stuttering. Are you still going out with that boy? Her father asked. She hesitated. You better not. You're going to be engaged to Tonari. It's for the family. We will gain a lot. That boy has nothing to offer, he shouted. Why, you don't know anything, she yelled, hanging up. She stood and went to the kitchen, while the boy rushed to her with a worried expression. "Are you all right, babe?" he asked, holding her cheeks. "Why, father is just." "And never mind," she replied, looking down. The boy lifted her face. "I know he's still opposed to us, but I believe I can win you over. For now, let's enjoy our time, okay?" He comforted her, warming my heart. "Okay," she replied, giving him a quick kiss. They gathered their things and left. Once in the car, I was transported inside as well. They continued discussing the call. "Maybe I should have told father about your family too," she suggested, gazing out the window as they were caught in traffic. "No. I promised myself I wouldn't use my family name. I want to make my own way," he said with a smile, looking at her. Just then, I noticed a large truck approaching, and everything faded away. "That's weird, what's happening here?" I asked myself, looking around until a sharp pain shot through my head, causing my eyes to water. Help! I tried to call for assistance, but no one was around. The pain intensified and I blacked out. Naruto's POV. "Dad. Mom is acting strange." I heard Boruto shout as he ran toward me, fear etched on his face. "Mako! Call the doctor!" I instructed, rushing toward the room. "Hina!" I called as I entered, finding her in distress. I felt helpless. Until the doctor rushed in. Hinata's POV. As I regained consciousness, memories flooded back. I knew I was awake but kept my eyes closed, trying to grasp the situation. "Why is mommy still asleep, brother?" I heard a small voice nearby. "Shoo, she's just resting." "Be quiet or we'll get in trouble with Dad," another voice whispered. "Where is Dad, brother?" the child beside me asked. "Wait, I'll ask Uncle Mako," came the response, followed by shuffling and whispers. I attempted to peek, but the little girl noticed. "Mommy! You're awake!" she exclaimed, rushing toward me. "Hima! Don't touch mommy. You might hurt her." Her brother pulled her back, sitting beside her while holding her hands. Knock knock. "Guys, I brought you food." I heard a familiar voice. He walked over and handed a bag to the kids, who scampered to a table near the window. He looked older, his face more stern, and his oceanic blue eyes seemed deeper, with a few wrinkles, but he was still handsome. "So, how are you?" he asked, standing beside my bed. I couldn't help myself. I threw my arms around him tightly, tears streaming down my face. "Are you okay, Hina?" he asked, shocked. "Does it hurt anywhere?" "Do you still remember me, babe?" I searched for any signs of injury. All I could see was the mark from when his ex tried to hurt me, and he had protected me. Babe?" he asked, confusion in his voice. "Yeah, babe," I replied, panic rising. "Did you hit your head?" I asked, but he just stared at me. "Babe, I'm your girlfriend and the mother. What about our baby? Where's our baby? Is he okay? We didn't lose him, right?" "Answer me, Naruto Uzumaki." Fear gripped me for our child. "I don't understand," he began, but then he collapsed. "Naruto!" I cried, trying to get off the bed, but a man entered and carried him away. "Have a rest, Miss Hinata. My MSTR is still processing what you said." "Sorry for eavesdropping," he said with a bow before leaving. "What's wrong, Dad?" the girl asked, and I was taken aback. "Dad? Is he married? But I thought he loved me, and he promised to take care of us. How's our baby? Where's my baby?" I touched my stomach, feeling the bump that was still there. "Dad, Mom is acting weird." Naruto's POV. "Dad, Mom is acting strange." Himawari shouted, waking me up. I saw her trying to run to me. "Where's our baby?" Hinata asked, panic in her voice as she tried to get off the bed. I handed Himawari to Mako and rushed to Hinata. "Calm down, Hinata," I said, trying to steady her. My body felt weak, but I needed to be strong for her. "No. How's my baby first?" she cried. "Mako! Call the doctor now." I shouted. Moments later, a doctor and a nurse rushed in, administering something that calmed her down and helped her sleep. "What's wrong with her?" I demanded. "There's nothing wrong with her, Naruto," a familiar voice said. I turned to see Tsunade approaching. "What do you mean there's nothing wrong when she's like this?" I exclaimed. She's just regained her memory, she explained, her tone calm as she checked on the kids. What? I asked, confused. I'll explain later. Now's not the right time, she said, preparing to leave. I grabbed her wrist. Tell me now. There's no right time. There is. And you need to be patient. When she asks about her baby later, tell her they're fine, she instructed, gently removing my hand before leaving me in suspense. What does she mean? Naruto. Where's my baby? Hinata asked, her voice steady yet urgent. It's fine. Our baby is still okay. He's still hanging in there, I reassured her, moving closer and touching her stomach, feeling the bump. I kissed her forehead, and she hugged me tightly, her soft cries breaking my heart. Hey, cheer up, the baby is fine. That's a strong one. It didn't even budge when you fell, I said jokingly, but she didn't smile. Instead, she looked confused. Fell? She asked. Yeah, you fell from a few flights of stairs and hit your head because you were running away from me, I explained. Running away from you? Why? She asked, still puzzled. I hesitated, knowing I had to clarify. You saw me and Cheyenne in a compromising position. Inappropriate position? She interrupted, her anger rising. I quickly continued. The reason we were in that position is that she was threatening me. She said she'd touch you and the kids if I didn't become her lover. I pinned her down to return her threat, but then you appeared and ran away. I chased after you, and thankfully, I got you to the hospital in time after you fell. Just then, Mako, my assistant, interrupted. Sir, excuse me. I'll bring the kids home. Mrs. Uzumaki is coming back tomorrow. Shall I prepare the usual or something new? Mom is coming back. The usual. Prepare all her favorite dishes. What time is she coming? I asked, feeling a bit nervous. Before dinner, sir, he replied. I nodded and pressed my phone's speed dial. Sir, you currently fired the last secretary, Mako reminded me as my phone rang. A familiar voice answered. Good afternoon, Mr. Uzumaki. What can I do for you? Shikamaru, I said, recognizing him. Yes, sir. What can I do for you? He asked, sounding bored. Cancel all my meetings tomorrow. Tell them. Yes, sir. I know what to do. If that's all, I've got to go. Goodbye, Naruto, he said, his tone still uninterested, but I could sense a smirk before he hung up. Shikamaru? I asked Mako. Yes, sir. He insisted, he replied, and I sighed, realizing there was nothing I could do about it. Okay, you can go now. Take care of the kids, I said, and they left after saying their goodbyes. Even though Hinata seemed to have amnesia, I felt she was still okay with the kids. But I couldn't understand why her memories were returning. Did she have an accident? Why did she ask if I was all right? And why did she seem to be looking for something when she opened my clothes, only to see my scars that I couldn't remember getting? Especially, why did Aunt Tsunade say she would tell me later when she could have told me anything earlier? Oh God, I'm overthinking everything. It's not like she's hiding something from me, right? Hinata? Why are you so silent? I asked, noticing her back was turned to me. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, she replied sadly. Is there something bothering you? You can always tell me. Want some coffee? I offered as I stood up to make some. No. I'm tired. I'll sleep, she said, lying down and turning away from me. Just then my phone rang. It was Himawari. Hey, honey. I greeted. Hi, Daddy. Where are you? Aren't you coming home? She asked. Sorry, honey, I'm still at the hospital, but I'll be home tomorrow, I assured her as I finally sat on the couch. Anything you want me to buy? I asked. I want ramen. Bring brother too, she said excitedly. Sure, ramen it is. I'll bring it for dinner, I promised before saying goodnight and hanging up. After a few hours, I finally fell asleep. Hinata's POV. No. I'm tired. I'll sleep, I told him, lying down and turning to the other side when I suddenly heard his phone ring. Hey, honey, he cheerfully greeted. Sorry, honey, I'm still at the hospital, but I'll go home tomorrow, he said, sitting on the couch with a sigh. Anything you want me to buy? He asked. Sure. Ramen it is. I'll bring it for dinner, he replied. Why would he let another woman eat ramen with him without me? Did he really leave me? Okay, sweetheart, see you tomorrow. Good night, he said, kissing the phone loudly so the other side could hear. Then he put his phone back in his pocket, and I pretended to be asleep. Dear God, I don't know what to do anymore. I just love her whatever happened. Please help me, I heard him pray. He prayed for her, not for me. Am I really abandoned? What happened to us? Did we break up? Why is he here? What about the love we had? When did we break up? I couldn't help it. I just cried, trying to stifle my sobs so he wouldn't wake up. Eventually, I fell asleep. After a week. So, she'll be released? Naruto asked the doctor. Well, from her recovery stage, she can go tomorrow or today, but we'll just run a little checkup and she's free to go, the doctor replied. What year was it today? Oh yeah, 20XX. But how? I didn't know what happened for the past 5 years. Aina. Hina, Naruto called. Why yes? I asked, startled. Are you alright? You're just staring into space, he said, touching my forehead to check for a temperature. No. I'm fine. So I can go home today? I asked him, trying to sound cheerful. Well yeah, if that's what you want, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. But, do you know my house? I questioned, aware that I had left the Hyuga household without my father knowing I was hospitalized. You'll come home with me, he said cheerfully as he tidied up the room. Just then, the nurses and doctor entered to begin the checkup. Just rest for a few weeks and take this medicine and vitamins to help recover your memories and energy, the doctor instructed before bowing to Naruto and leaving. Ready to go? Naruto asked, flashing his infamous smile. Why yeah, I replied, standing up and following him. Are you hungry? He asked as we stepped into the elevator. Well, I hesitated. I didn't have any money. Oh, I know. Let's go to our favorite place, he said as we entered the elevator. Is he talking about that one? Our favorite? The Ichircus? Just as I thought, we actually went there. Naruto. Long time no see, greeted an old man. 5 usuals, please, 2 for takeout, Naruto ordered, and we waited in silence until our food was served. After finishing, he seemed satisfied, and so was I. Now let's go home, he said after paying the bill. I wasn't sure if I could call it that. Hey, you alright, Hina? He suddenly asked while driving. I was lost in thought and hadn't even realized we were already in the car. Why yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking, I said, looking out the window. What were you thinking? He asked, smiling as he focused on the road. It's nothing, I replied. It's okay if you don't want to tell me, but I might help clear things up since you're confused, he said, glancing at me for a moment before returning his gaze to the road. Wouldn't your wife get angry if you brought a girl home? I asked shyly, looking at him. His brow raised in surprise. Well, yeah. I'll just tell her you're the new housewife and she's fired, he joked, maintaining a poker face. Fired? I asked, ready to tell him to stop the car, but he suddenly burst into laughter as he parked beside the road. Haha, that hit the spot, he said, wiping tears from his eyes while still chuckling. I just sat there, feeling a mix of confusion and annoyance. Sorry, I forgot you have amnesia, but that was funny. Especially your reaction, he said, making a face and laughing at himself. Seriously? Are you even taking me seriously? I said, feeling irritated. Okay, sorry babe. But you're the future Mrs. Naruto Uzumaki. Okay? Now, sorry, he said, planting a kiss on my forehead. Future? But you have kids, I said, confused. Yeah. But I never had a wife or any other relationship, he explained. He never had a wife. Wait, what? You never had a wife? That's surprised. Oh. Yeah, he replied. How? I mean, you have kids and you don't have a wife. Did you sleep with someone? I asked, feeling angry. Oh. Hold your horses, but I didn't say I slept with anyone. Just because I have kids doesn't mean I was with a bunch of women. They just appeared in my life, he explained. Appeared? How can kids just suddenly appear? I asked, confused. Well, 5 years ago, they just came into my life, he said charmingly. Oh. But I still don't. And just like that, everything went blank. Are they conscious? A medic shouted as they quickly brought equipment near the patients. No, sir, answered one of the firefighters. On the count of 3, we will all pull this rope while they push that pole to get the bodies out, all right? The chief instructed loudly. Sir, yes, sir, the firefighters saluted. 1, 2, 3, pull! They all pulled with all their strength, successfully opening the jammed car door and gently extracting the bodies. Hey, stabilize the neck first. What if his back is injured? One of the head medics scolded. I'm sorry, sir, said one of the medics as they carried the body. Heart rate 25. Pulse 130. 140. She needs oxygen. Shane Stokes. What about his pulse? Check the electrocardiogram. Quickly. Get some epinephrine. Sir. His heart stopped. Defibrillator. His head is bleeding. Stop it. While the medic team inside the ambulance worked frantically, the police and firefighters cleared the way as the ambulance sped toward the hospital. Once they arrived, everyone cleared the path, and the patients were rushed to the ER. Doctors were changing shifts, nurses were busy, and coffee cups littered the break room. Some doctors were sleeping on the floor or in chairs. It was a long, exhausting operation. Hinata's surgery to remove the metal that pierced her stomach and the baby was a grueling 38-hour ordeal. Meanwhile, due to the accident, Naruto almost lost his left hand. Doctors had to reconnect veins, vessels, and muscles, which took 48 hours. Suction. More suction, please. I need one more cryo clamp. Doctor, the pressure is still dropping. Just a little bit more. And they're done. The pressure is normalizing. Please suction the rest of the blood that has built up near the ascending aorta. His heart stopped. A few times on the way to the hospital, there were complications during the operation. The doctors worked on him for a total of 72 hours, yet he was still placed under ICU care. Hinata's POV. It hurts. Everything hurts. My body. My head. It all hurts. What happened? I'm at the hospital. Again. I was wondering what I was doing here when suddenly memories surged through my mind, making me feel both happy and sad until I cried. Dr. Tsunade suddenly entered, seeing me in tears. Hinata, does anything hurt? She asked frantically. And I called her, just like I did back in college. Why, you remember? Her tone was surprised. Yeah. Everything. Finally, I remember everything, I cried. Good. Now I don't have to explain a lot, a deep voice interrupted. It was father. Father, I said, about to stand up to bow, which is traditional for us. Don't bother. You're hurt, just focus on recovering, he said in a caring tone. W was all I could respond. I know. You're confused as well. I didn't know what to do with them, I didn't know how to hide them from the media, so I sent them away. Honey, I just did what I thought was best for the family, he explained. Best for the family? Or was it best for you? I suddenly burst out, letting my frustration out. I'm sorry, honey. I thought I was doing what was best. But it turns out I was wrong. I was too blinded by your mother's death to make the right decision. I'm sorry, he said sadly. If it weren't for your actions, I would have been like Mom, caring for my kids and my husband. But no, you selfishly sent my kids away, taking advantage of my condition. Just because I lost my memories, you sent my kids away. And now you think I'm confused? No, I'm angry. I shouted with all my might while Dr. Tsunade supported me. I wasn't surprised by his poker face, I was surprised he could shed tears. I know I'm at fault, honey. You are my daughter, and I didn't think of your happiness. Instead, I selfishly took it away. All I was thinking about was not letting our business go down so you could all live comfortably, he explained. You cannot call it living comfortably when you cannot make your own decisions, Dr. Tsunade said. Mr. Hyuga, as much as I respect you, Hinata has a point. Everything wouldn't have gone down if you hadn't hidden the truth, she added. I know. And I'm sorry for that. That's why I came here to tell her everything. I don't want to lose my daughter. After losing her mother, I can't stop thinking about losing her too. I became blindly strict, and I'm really sorry for that. Hinata, your father asked for forgiveness. I hope you can forgive him, said a familiar voice. Nijianai-san. I was surprised. I came as soon as I heard you and him had an accident. They should be here later. 10:10 fetched them. I hope everything will be cleared now, Niji explained. Father, you know I would never stay angry with you. I was just really disappointed with your decision. How will you make up for it? I asked him. Don't worry. I know just the thing. But you have to wait until both you and he are recovered, Father said. Speaking of him, I just remembered I came here to tell you that he's okay now. If you were awake, Dr. Tsunade said. What do you mean okay now? I asked her. To inform you, you arrived here at the hospital 3 days ago. You were operated on for a total of 38 hours, and unfortunately, your baby didn't make it. I cut her off. Baby? My baby didn't make it? I asked, tears streaming down my face. Yes. I'm sorry, Hinata, but the pipe also pierced the baby, so they had to remove it to prevent poisoning, she explained sadly. What did the baby do wrong to deserve this? I cried. Maybe it was for the best, Niji said, standing at the foot of my bed. How could you say that? I asked him angrily. You know why, he said seriously. What? I suddenly felt confused. You are the reason, he said. I am? What did I do? Explain it to me. I demanded. Sigh. I'm not saying you are the reason, but your status is what I'm talking about. As the daughter of the Hyugas and the wife of the Uzumaki, you have a big name. You are the weak point for both families, so if something happened to you, the powerful families would go crazy. If they wanted to hurt you, they would go after your weaknesses, your kids, he explained. Yeah, maybe he's right. Knowing people could hurt them, especially our enemies, I never hoped for my kids to be in danger. I just want them to live like normal kids. He didn't do anything wrong. Maybe God just wanted him to be by his side. Having such good parents is his key to heaven, Father said, hugging me to comfort me. Don't worry, princess. We'll always be by your side, Niji said, coming closer. And I will always support you, princess, Father said with a smile that sent chills down my spine, but I felt his sincerity. It was the first time I felt this way since I could remember. Thanks, guys, I said, returning Father's hug. Ahem. Now that some misunderstandings are cleared up, I hope I can continue what I was saying, Aunt Tsunade said. Yeah. Sorry about that, Father apologized. As I was saying, ring. Why can't I finish? She exclaimed, throwing her phone and causing it to stop ringing. Now, as I was saying, Doctor, a nurse suddenly interrupted, startling the already frustrated Tsunade. Why are there so many interruptions? Let me finish first, she exploded. But doctor, the nurse stammered, but Tsunade's aunt screamed, Arg. Let me finish, then you can talk, okay? The nurse nodded hurriedly, clearly intimidated. Now, as I was saying, Dr. Tsunade, you are required at the ICU section, room VIP. I repeat, Dr. Tsunade, an Interpol officer announced suddenly. I'll be back, Aunt Tsunade said as she rushed out, the nurse trailing behind her. That's Tsunade for you, my father remarked, his tone reminiscent of his childhood. You know her? I asked suddenly. We were all friends in childhood, he replied. Tell me your stories, Dad, I said, correcting myself when I accidentally let it slip. You can call me Dad again, Hina, he said charmingly. No wonder Mom fell for you, I said, examining his face. He stuttered. Wait, did you just stutter? I asked, surprised, while Nijianai-san prepared something nearby. No, I did not, he denied. You just stuttered again. I knew it. I got it from you, I exclaimed, feeling like I had solved a mystery. Geez, can't you cut me some slack? My father said, a blush creeping onto his face. I started laughing at him. We shared stories throughout the day and he stayed with me for the next week. I hadn't heard anything from Aunt Tsunade during that time. Dad, can you do me a favor and check on Naruto? I asked as he peeled an apple elegantly. I just did. He's doing fine, although he's still not awake. I heard they'll move his room and yours too, both in the same room I guess, he said, but I was still not satisfied. Can't I see him? I asked, and my father flinched. Maybe another time. Since you are also injured and he's still in ICU care, you aren't allowed, he explained. I felt a pang of worry for Naruto. I still hadn't seen him. Would he recover his memory? Yes. A nurse's head popped in. We're the nurses appointed for Mrs. Uzumaki's transfer, she said, and my father nodded. Usually, he would question why things were happening. The nurses put me in a wheelchair, and my father and Niji and Aysen followed as the nurse pushed me to another room. As we approached the new room, I noticed 4 guards in. Military uniforms standing by the door, 2 beside it and 2 in front. When we entered, I was surprised by what was inside. My heart ached as I took in the sight. When we entered the room, it was huge and our kids, were there. Mom. Boruto and Himawari called, accompanied by Mako. Mom? My father said in surprise. Yeah. They're the twins, I said, hugging them. Hi, Miss Nurse. Boruto greeted the 2 nurses with a charming smile, making them giggle. Who are they? Himawari asked, eyeing the strangers. Those? The guy in shorts is your Uncle Niji, I whispered to them. Hi, Uncle Niji. Both Himawari and Boruto greeted, waving. Nijin-san was surprised and blushed as he waved back. How about him? Boruto asked, pointing at my father. Well, I looked at him. My father, I said, smiling at them. Grandpa. Awesome, we have another grandpa. Boruto exclaimed, dashing toward him and introducing themselves while my father looked at me and mouthed, Thank you. Excuse me for a moment, Nijin said as he answered his phone. After a while, he returned with a slightly sad expression. Hina, the guys can't come today. They said a lot of reporters are outside, and they couldn't go inside because it would stir up more commotion. It's okay. Just tell them we're fine, I replied, and he nodded. Then a sudden knock was heard. Good afternoon, Mrs. Uzumaki. I'm sorry for your loss, but you need to rest before we check your status, a doctor said as I moved to the hospital bed for him to check my 4. Now, can you tell me how you 2 met again? Niji asked, surprised. While I lost half my memory, I met Naruto again. We didn't remember each other, but I guess fate intervened. We had a fake contract to act like a couple, which led to a series of events, and then I found out I was carrying his child, I explained simply. Well, I get that, but you're one lucky couple, he said, astonished. Well, yeah, I guess so, I replied, glancing at my father, who was being questioned by my kids. I never thought that the guy I bumped into at the store would have such a deep connection with me, I said to Niji. Yes. Niji and Aysen opened the door. Hi, good evening, sir. I just want to inform you that visiting hours are about to be over. The chief wants everyone to be reminded. That's all, sir. Thank you, said the nurse as she left. I guess we'll come back again tomorrow, Hina, Niji and Aysen said. Yeah. Us too, Mommy, the kids chimed in. After a while, the kids said their goodbyes and left with Mako, followed by my father and Niji and Aysen. Once I was alone, I heard a knock at the door. Yes. I called from the bed since I couldn't get up. Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Uzumaki is on his way here. He just needs a little checkup, the nurse informed me. Oh wait, how's he? I asked anxiously. Sorry, ma'am, but I haven't checked his files. From the looks of him, he seems fine but has some bandages, she answered. Okay, thank you, I replied, and she said her goodbye and left. Alone again, I couldn't help but worry. Is he really okay? They mentioned bandages. How badly is he injured? Does he remember me now? Knock knock. See coming, I said unconsciously, standing up and starting to walk until I felt a sting in my hands. I looked down to see the 4 had been removed, and blood was coming out. Ouch! I cried, the sight reminding me of our tragedy. The door swung open, and the nurse rushed in, looking at my hands. Jane, give me those cotton ball, the nurse instructed her partner and began tending to my hands. Don't pull it out again, ma'am. If you're going somewhere, please use this, she said, pointing to the 4 stand. Now, sir, let's go. This will be your room too, the other nurse said, pushing someone in a wheelchair. Naruto-kun, I whispered under my breath. He looked awful. Half his head was wrapped, and he had no hospital gown due to the bandages. His hands were completely wrapped, and his right leg was encased in a cast. What happened to you? I asked, getting closer. Ma'am, according to his results, his left hand was reattached instead of being amputated. His right leg has fractures, and his torso has cuts and scratches. Lastly, he suffered a head injury that required stitches, the nurse summarized. Does he remember me now? I asked, and they exchanged glances. Sorry, ma'am, but we don't know, they said before leaving us. Naruto-kun, I called, but he didn't look at me. Instead, he pushed himself to the other side of the bed, struggling to get up. I went to help him, but he stopped me. I can do it, he said sternly without looking at me, continuing to struggle until he lay down. I adjusted his fore and placed his wheelchair at the end of the bed. After a few hours, Naruto-kun lay there with his eyes closed. It was almost morning, around 3 a.m. I stared at him. Is he sleeping? I stood up and went to his side, adjusting the loose bandages on his face. I gazed at his appealing features and gently played with his whisker-like cheeks. I slowly moved closer and kissed him lightly, then pulled back a little, memorizing his face. Suddenly, I felt someone push me from behind, and my lips collided with his. He pulled me in, kissing me hungrily. I felt his tongue seeking entrance, and I let him take control. It had been a while since I felt his touch. He slowly sat up, pulling me onto his lap. Naruto-kun, I murmured between kisses. Concerned about his injury, I lifted myself slightly, but he pulled me back and pinned me against him. Don't, he said, continuing to kiss me. When we finally broke apart, I gasped for air as he hugged me tightly. Hina, he called softly. Why, you remember me? I asked, hope rising in my chest. Yeah. It's good to be back. I was just confused earlier. I woke up last night and kept looking for you and our kids, he explained. I just saw them earlier. They're fine, I reassured him. Hina, I'm sorry if I didn't look for you or if I forgot you. But I want you to know that no matter what happens, I will always love you, he said, giving me a gentle kiss on my forehead. Naruto-kun, I love you too, I replied, closing my eyes and kissing him again. This time, it felt more passionate, as if we were both releasing pent-up emotions. Hina, this time I won't let you go, he said, looking into my eyes and holding my cheeks. Hina, for the second time, I ask you, with my memories back, will you marry me? I never thought I would reach this moment. I felt a rush of emotions as I waited for her answer, my heart pounding with anticipation. I have broken bones and I'm unable to run. I would feel very awkward if I got rejected right now since we're staying in one room, and out of pride, I can't change rooms because I would look foolish. Hey, Naruto-kun, let me fini. I clamped my hands over her lips. Wait, let me think for a while, I said, removing my hands. I felt really sorry for myself now. Tears began to build up in my eyes, and when they fell onto my hands, I smiled. I guess I was pressuring you, Hina. We're not the same as we used to be, I guess. I'm sorry, I didn't finish my sentence when Hinata suddenly kissed me. I may sound sentimental right now, but my heart melted because she initiated it and was now passionately kissing me, which I returned. Of course, Naruto-kun. I'll always marry you. My feelings never changed even if my memories were lost, but I still found them. So now, whatever happens, even if I forget everything again, I'll still marry you, she said after. Pulling away, looking me in the eye. I could see love in those pale eyes. I look silly right now, I said, putting my head down, wiping my tears and feeling my heated face. You're so cute, Naruto-kun, she said, giving me a peck on the lips. And I promise to hold you forever, Hina. My queen. With our little prince and princess, I'll do everything to protect you and love you with all my being, I said, squeezing her hands and pulling her in for another kiss. Suddenly, the lights turned on. Uncle Sure. I can't see. Boruto exclaimed. Now's not the right time to look, Boruto, Shikamaru said, covering Boruto's eyes with his hand while Sasuke, behind them, carried Himawari and did the same. I can hear the bells ringing, Sai said. What are you doing here? I suddenly asked. Well, Dr. Tsunade gave the okay for us to stay here late at night, Sakura said, entering the room followed by everyone. Are you both really in the condition to stay like that? Ino asked, pointing at us, making Hinata blush so much that she hid her face in my chest. How does his chest feel, Hinata, after such a long time apart? Ten teased, snickering with Niji, who was looking at me like he wanted to kill me. Shut up, said the blushing Hinata. She then moved from sitting on me, and I felt hot from where she had been. Hey, remember there are kids here, Shikamaru said, still holding Boruto. Yeah. Let them go, I want to cuddle with them, I said, laughing at his expression when Boruto elbowed him. Dad. Mom. Boruto shouted as he ran towards us, while Sasuke put Himawari down first, and she ran towards us too. Daddy, why are you not wearing a shirt? Himawari asked, pointing at my bare chest. But, is my body ugly now, baby? I said, pretending to cry. No. Daddy is handsome. Daddy's body too, she said, trying to reach my back to caress it. You heard her, I said laughing. Stop playing Naruto, Sakura said. Do you love Daddy Hima? I asked her. Yes. I love Daddy and Mommy, she said, reaching for me to be carried. Oh, sorry Himawari, but Daddy can't carry you now. He's injured his hand, Hinata said, tapping Hima's shoulder. Oh. Sorry, Daddy, Himawari said. Don't worry, baby. As soon as I'm healed, I'll carry you. Now give me some magic, I said, reaching my hands closer to her, and she kissed them while Boruto did the same. Mommy, you have to give him magic too, Boruto said. It what? Hinata said, blushing hard. Everyone was laughing until suddenly, I heard someone grunting. It was Sakura. Are you all right, babe? Sasuke asked, worry written on his face. Some H hurts, she said until a gush of water flowed out. Water. Bag, Hinata said. Call a doctor. Sasuke cried. Wait. Shikamaru and Niji sprang up from the bed and ran outside. A few heartbeats later, they returned with the doctor and nurses with a bed. Is it okay to put her there? Sasuke asked, worried for his wife and future daughter. Why is sir? Dr. Haruno will be okay, and it's much faster with this, the doctor said. Okay, let's hurry up. Sasuke said, carrying her to the bed, then they pushed through the door and left. Guys, Sasuke needs you now. You can go to him, we'll follow you, I said, and they nodded, running after them. Dad, is Aunt Sakura sick? Why did she? Himawari asked innocently. As much as I wanted to laugh, this was a serious matter. Care to explain it to her, honey? I asked Hinata, who was busy fixing her bed. What? She asked, surprised. Maybe you should start with how to make a baby before going to what happened just now, I said, smirking at her. Shut up. I'll explain it to you later, Himawari. Your father is crazy, Hinata whispered, but I could still hear her. Okay, now let's go after them, shall we? I asked as Hinata pushed the wheelchair beside me, and I got on. I hope this happiness lasts forever. Hinata's POV. She's so appealing, I said, looking at Sarah, who's a week old now. Yeah, I know. Sakura replied. Oh, come on. I think you've said that 1,000,000 times now, Ino said, sighing. At least she knows how to appreciate beauty, Sakura retorted. What beauty? Ino asked. She has my eyes, Sakura said. She looks just like Sasuke. I don't even see a hint of your genes, Ino replied. At least I have an appealing daughter with a handsome husband. How about you, Pony? When will you tie it down when you already have a son? Sakura teased. Just because most of you are married doesn't mean I need to, Ino said. Let me guess. Sai hasn't asked you yet, haven't he? Ten suddenly joined the conversation. It's not like that. We just want to make it big before getting tied down, Ino answered. Hey ladies. Naruto suddenly greeted as he opened the door followed by the guys. Watch, doing ladies? Naruto asked as he put takeouts on the table. Nothing. Just chit-chats. Anyway, what's that? Sakura asked, We ordered some food since we all haven't eaten anything, Shikamaru said, putting some plastic bags on the table. Can I carry her? Asked Naruto to me, while looking at Sarada, who was also looking at Naruto like she was learning his face. Here you go, I said as I gently put her to his hands. Be extra careful, dope. Try to hurt go and I'll break your arms, Sasuke threatened him. It's not like I'll hurt her. I just want to hold her. The daughter of the woman I used to like. Now that's irony, Naruto said, sitting beside Sakura. You might hurt Hinata with what you said, Sakura said, nudging him. I used the term liked. Hinata is the only one I love, he said, looking at me charmingly. I get the feeling that the twins will have another brother or sister. Ino suddenly face-bombed and said those, I said in surprised, hey. They just lost one, how could you say that? Ino asked. Don't worry, I already accepted the lost, I said, smiling sadly. Hey Hina. Don't worry, we could make another one if you want, and beside his safe there, Naruto said, comforting me. It's not like you don't want to do it, Naruto, Shikamaru said. Well, if my kids wants it then they can have it, Naruto said, giving Sarada to Sakura carefully and walking towards me. Can you really do it? I mean, both of you are still injured and look at your hands. The doctor said it'll need a lot of rest, and you just began walking again since yesterday, so I think you better not perform any SXL activity as of now until you're fully recovered, Naruto, especially that hand. It has been damaged before and now they just reattached it. So Hinata, I ask of you, don't let him do what he wants, okay? Sakura said as she slightly laughed at Naruto, who's hugging me from behind. Yes, doctor, Naruto said annoyingly. Wait, I still can kiss her, right? He suddenly asked, making me blushed. Is he stupid asking such question openly? Of course, Sakura said, laughing at us. Yes. Naruto cheered. Everybody go now. Sarada needs to eat, Sasuke said, looking at his watch. Such a strict father. Ino and Tenten whispered at each other while giggling. It's not like we haven't seen Sakura naked, the gals said, laughing as they got out with their guys. Well, we're going to our room now, Naruto said, pulling me out there. Hey, be careful. You know you're still injured, I said to him. I know, but I just want to be alone with you, you know. This time, he said, making his hand inside my hospital gown. Hey Naruto-kun, remember what Sakura said? I reminded him. Yep. Just a little bit. Don't worry, I won't do it. Just a little, he said as he pushed me inside our room and locked it. Good thing I have a VIP room here, or the doors would have windows, huh? Naruto said, looking at me. I think we shouldn't do this. You know, to the doctor said so. I said, feeling my face heat up. He leaned at me and I looked away, but his hand held my chin and made me face him. You know, I was waiting for this for so long, he said in his low CC voice. But we're still recovering, I told him, looking away. Look at me, Hinata, he said, but I didn't obey. Hinata. I said. Look at me, he said again, but this time I felt his breath on my neck like he was ready to bite it when I was stammering, but I looked at him, feeling my face all beet red, like a tomato. You're so effing appealing. You're always making me fall head over heels for you, he said, coming closer to my face till his nose touches mine and his forehead leaning on mine. I'll never love someone the way I love you, he said before claiming my lips. I shut my eyes, savoring his taste. Like it was a million years since I last tasted it, like there's no tomorrow. His hands. I felt them climbing and roaming around my legs to my waist till they reached my beat. I felt he squeezed them, then he pinched my nipples, but instead of being hurt it was like it was mostly pleasure that made me in between our kisses. I can't get enough of you, he said as he stopped kissing me, gasping for air. We were both breathing heavily, but it didn't stop him from claiming my mouth again. While his left hand didn't left my beat, but his right hand was holding my cheek, caressing it. Like it's the most fragile thing right now. Really? Hinata, he said while he planted kisses in my neck, making me feel something I shouldn't. Love you. Too, Naruto, I replied, and his kisses became much rougher after telling him. Both his hands are on my butt, squeezing them while his mouth was sking my beak, kissing and sking them alternately. Naruto, I called him, warning him that we shouldn't go that far because his injury is much worse than mine. I know, Hina, but I also know I can do it without stressing my legs, he said, standing up in front of me with something pointing at me underneath the hospital gown. But Naruto. I tried stopping him, but he pinned me in the bed. Just once, Haim, he said, pleading at me with his appealing eyes. You know, Naruto, I also want it, but as prescribed by the doctor. I reasoned with him. Sigh. Hey, Hinata, but at least I can still kiss you, right? He said charmingly. Why, yeah, I replied, blushing and looking away. Yes, he exclaimed, then kissed me more passionately than earlier, as if he were hungry and my lips were food. Naruto's POV. I was sleeping soundly, so soundly that I could hear murmurs. How's the situation? Said an old voice, as if he were just behind a wall. Yeah. I'm actually at the hospital, just outside their room. Yep, I already asked my men who worked here to get their status. He was talking on the phone. I slowly stood up, careful not to wake Hinata, who was sleeping peacefully on my not-so-injured arm. She's so adorable. Well, yeah. Technically, I'll get 5% in their company, since I'm one of the biggest stockholders other than the family. So if we add the 30% plus the 5% for each kid, then I guess his wife too, that's about 10%. Waha, that's already 50% of the company. Then add mine, that's a total of 55%. I'll make it big then, said a familiar laughter. I had heard this laughter before. I quietly stood up from the bed after removing my arm and silently walked to the door. Of course, you're part of the plan, so you'll have your shares. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, see you later, the guy said, and I heard the phone beep. I went to the door quickly, but when I opened it, no one was there. Naruto-kun? I heard Hinata call, and I saw her rubbing her sleepy eyes. Oh, good morning, Haim, I greeted her while giving a final look outside. What's wrong? She asked. It's nothing. Are you hungry now? I'm going to call someone to get us food, I said, and she agreed while heading to the bathroom. After calling someone to get us breakfast, I returned to the bed and turned on the TV. Were you outside just now? Hinata asked after coming out of the bathroom. Yes. I thought I heard someone outside, I said, switching channels. Someone? Who is it? She asked, returning to her bed. I don't know, I didn't see anyone. Maybe just my imagination, I said, settling on the news. Oh, a soft knock interrupted her sentence. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Uzumaki, here's your breakfast, a feminine voice from outside the door said. Yes, do come in, I said, letting her in. She served us our food, and we thanked her before she left. Days passed quickly, and the guy I heard back then didn't come back again. Instead, we were going home with Sasuke, Sakura, and their baby, Sarada. Let's split up for now and meet up for a dinner welcoming Sarada to the house, Sasuke said as he got inside their car. Sure. See ya, I said as I closed the car window and Maka drove off. The entire time in the car, I didn't speak, I just stared outside, deep in thought. I started to remember the time when I had my arm injured. That explosion. Flashback. Oh, so Danzu also made a move now, Sai reacted. What do you mean? I asked. Well, he's one of our suspects for drug dealing and smuggling, he explained. But he said he was waiting for some crates that should be delivered tonight by 7, and now it's 6:45 p.m., I said, glancing at my watch. Then we should be careful. Danzu looks dangerous. We need proof that he was smuggling drugs. I have authority, so we can slide this one up if we ever fail, he said, then looked behind the huge boxes where Danzu and some guys were talking. What are they saying? I asked, listening carefully. That young dropout Uzumaki is now handling the company, Danzu said with a straight face. So that old man has that much faith in his son, huh? One of the guys in front of him replied. I couldn't believe I forgot that, the most important thing that happened to me. I'm going to make sure I get my revenge. I'm going to ensure he regrets being my enemy and becomes an example of why they should fear an Uzumaki. I'm going to protect everyone, even if it costs me my life, while getting even with him. I was so focused on being angry that I forgot the person I was with until Hinata held my hand. I realized I had been lost in thought. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? She asked, worried. Yeah, I was just thinking about the company. I lied. I didn't like lying to her, but it was half the truth. Don't worry about the company for now. Shikamaru's got it. And besides, I believe in him and in you. So stop worrying, okay? She said, making me feel comfortable. Yes. I'll do that, love, I said, kissing her on the forehead and smiling at her as I intertwined our hands. When we got home, she cooked for us, and I felt like the family I had always hoped for was finally coming true, the one I wished for from the shooting star and the coin I tossed into the wishing well. When night arrived, we tucked the kids in and kissed them goodnight. After getting into the same bed, I gave her a quick peck as a goodnight kiss, and we both turned off the lamp and fell asleep. But I couldn't sleep. I looked at Hinata, who was sleeping soundly, and smiled at her. I hope this can last long, honey. With our current situation, we could be finished in a blink. So I have to make a move, I whispered to her, hoping she wouldn't wake up. I carefully stood up from the soft bed, leaving its comforts behind, and headed to my office. I opened a secret cabinet full of ammunition, guns, and some phones. Taking an old silver dial pad phone, I pressed a speed dial number. Ring, ring, ring. Hello. I heard a man's voice, soft and gentle. Is this who I think it is? He asked, his tone unchanged, but I could sense his excitement. I guess you figured it out, I replied, walking toward the huge bulletproof window pane to look outside. Figures. I couldn't stop thinking about that incident 7 years ago, he said from the other end. Wait, how did you know that's what I wanted to talk about? Best, surprised. Oh, just a hunch. So what do you want to do? He asked, and I could hear the sound of keys jingling on his end. Could you investigate everyone in my company to see if they're connected with Danzu? Then check everyone in the embassy, my family, and especially investigate Danzu himself, I said seriously. I guess I won't be going to Ino tonight, he sighed, but I heard his laptop open. Okay, thanks a lot, sigh, I said, and before hanging up I heard him say, as long as you want, buddy, his tone plain but warm, making my heart melt. Naruto's POV. Hey guys. You ready? I called from downstairs. We're coming, Daddy, Boruto said as he walked down the stairs, followed by Hinata, who was carrying Himawari. We're here, Hinata said cheerfully. Alright, let's get going then, I said as I opened the door for them. Hey Maku, take care of the house while we're gone. Thanks. My pleasure, sir, he replied. We quickly headed off to Sasuke's place for dinner. It was a private gathering to welcome Sarada, just for close friends and family. Tomorrow, there would be another celebration for friends and relatives. Hey Dad, what's inside this? Boruto asked, pointing at a big, wrapped box. That's a secret, boy, I replied, glancing at the present in his hand. What about that in your hand? I asked. It's also a secret, he said, hiding it behind his back. We laughed at his antics, and I asked a few questions until he shared his plans for Sarada as he watched her grow up. I couldn't help but think they would make a cute couple. We arrived at Sasuke's place and parked the car. Took you long enough, he greeted us. What? Can't we make a grand entrance? I joked. Your family is the last to arrive, he said as we entered the door. Here, I handed him the gift. A gift? He asked, looking confused. When did you learn how to give gifts? He added. Hey, Hinata and I picked that out. If you don't want it, I'll give it to my maids, I joked. Yeah, get inside, dope. Thanks for this, Hinata, he said. Hey, I helped pick that out too, I replied, but he just walked away. Oh come on, Naruto-kun. You know he's joking. Let's get inside, Hinata said, pulling my hand. Come on, kids. I called and they followed. Inside, the place was decorated, and the aroma of food filled the air. Finally, we can eat, I heard Choji remark. Yeah. I know I'm also hungry, I said, and we all headed to the long dinner table. Sasuke made a little speech to thank us for being there and for Sarada's arrival, and Sakura followed with a longer speech until Choji interrupted, saying he was hungry, which earned him a playful punch from Sakura. As the night wore on, we shared stories from our college days. It turned out Hinata knew everyone because we were a group of elites, but she had been so quiet that we didn't notice her until I met her. She had hidden her identity as a Hyuga at first, and we had a bit of a fight about it, but we eventually made up. I realized I had never told the group that my girlfriend was a Hyuga, so nobody knew until the accident happened, and we forgot everything. I'll just go upstairs to check on the kids, I suggested, and they nodded. I went to the room where the kids were playing. I saw Himawari and Chocho sleeping in a bed while Shikadai was playing chess with Inogen. But I didn't see Boruto anywhere. Where's Boruto? I asked the two boys. "Dunno, uncle," Inajin said innocently. "Maybe he wandered off somewhere," Shikadai replied, focused on the game. "Oh, thanks," I said, leaving the two and putting a blanket over Himawari and Chocho. I decided to check room by room, but before opening any doors, I heard humming from a room farther down the hall. I approached an open door, and the humming became clearer and louder. It was Boruto humming. "Boruto," I called softly. "It," he said, a little surprised. "What are you doing here?" "You'll wake her up," I said, walking closer to him as he rocked the little hammock where Sarada was laying. "I saw her here. And I thought it would be lonely because no one was with her," he said, looking at her. "She's not lonely, boy. She was just sleeping," I said, sitting beside him. I noticed the little present he had earlier. It was a ring on a necklace. He put the necklace around her neck, but since it wasn't meant for a baby, it hung too loosely. "Yeah. But what if she wakes up and no one is there? Wouldn't she feel lonely then?" he asked, looking at me. "Let me tell you something, Boruto. When you were born, you were just like her. I couldn't leave you and your sister at the time because I felt the same way. I thought, wouldn't my kids feel lonely if I left them for a while?" I said, picking him up and sitting him in my lap. "But your grandmother said it's okay to leave them be because that's how you grow. Being alone helps a person's character become clear, but when you know they need company, that's when you step in and let them know they're not alone," I said, fixing his hair. "And that's why, while both you and your sister are growing up, I sometimes leave you to focus on work. But at the end of the day, I'll come back and give you both kisses with love before you sleep." He smiled at that. Now I know, Dad. Thanks a lot. I'll give her time but also make sure she doesn't feel lonely," Boruto said, and I felt proud knowing he was thinking about that. When it was time to leave their house, both kids were sleeping in the car while I drove with Hinata, whose eyes were already feeling heavy. "You know you can sleep for now, right?" I said to her. "Why yeah, but I don't want to just yet," she replied, rubbing my shoulder. "I understand. I'll drive us home then," I said, picking up the pace a little. When we got home, I carried the twins inside, with Hinata following. After tucking them in, we went to our room, changed, and lay on the bed until I received a call. "I'll just get this, honey," I said, kissing her forehead before stepping out of the room to my office. "How is it?" I asked when I answered the call. "Everything is almost ready, but we need you to check some things tomorrow, so I called just to let you know," Sai said. Thanks. I'll send some files to you now," I replied, getting into work mode. Hinata's POV. "I'm getting worried. Naruto has been staying up most nights since that welcome party. Ever since he answered that phone call, he's been acting differently. He only greets us when he comes home from work or when we come home from school, and it's making me anxious. He looks tired, with bags under his eyes, and his beard is starting to show. Even now, he's talking on his phone while we eat." Mako suddenly handed him his ringing phone. "I'll be there," he said, hanging up. He kissed the kids and me on the cheek. "I'm going out for a while," he said simply before leaving in just a shirt and shorts. I ran upstairs, grabbed his favorite sweater, and hurried after him, but I only managed to catch Mako, who was running after Naruto. "Mako, please give this to him. He might catch a cold," I said, throwing the sweater to him just in time as they sped off. "Mommy, where is Daddy going?" Himawari asked as she appeared behind me. "He's just going to work," I replied, carrying her back to the kitchen where Boruto hadn't finished his food. While tucking them in, Boruto suggested, "Mommy, since you'll be sleeping alone, why don't we sleep with you since Dad isn't home?" "Oh, sure, why not? I'd love to sleep with both of you," I said as they jumped from the bed and ran toward the room. We were all lying on the bed, and I was between them. "Good night, Mom," they said, and I kissed their foreheads as they fell asleep. I was awakened when I heard the door close. I stood up carefully, trying not to wake the kids, and went outside. I headed to Naruto's office and saw the door open. I went inside and heard the shower running. Ring, ring, ring. I looked for the source of the ringing and saw an old silver flip phone with the caller ID reading Agent S. I hesitated to answer it, but just as I was about to press the button, the ringing stopped and the shower room opened. "Hinata!" Naruto called and I quickly put the phone down without him seeing. "Hi," I greeted him. Hello? He asked, confused. What are you doing here? Weren't you sleeping? Well, I woke up suddenly and saw your office open, hoping you were here, I said, taking the towel from him and drying his hair. We stayed in silence until I finished. Aren't you going to ask where I was? He asked, taking the towel from me and holding my waist. WL. You wouldn't tell me if I asked, I replied, trying to remove his hands from my waist. That's not the Hinata I know, he said, stepping closer as I backed away and fell onto his couch. I don't know what you're talking about, I stammered, avoiding his gaze. He suddenly laughed, which made me cringe, and when I looked at him, he caught my lips, kissing me passionately. I pushed him away. Why? He asked, looking confused. I haven't brushed my teeth, I just woke up, I replied, but he pulled my hand, making me sit on his lap. Don't worry, I don't care about that, he said, kissing me again. But I pushed him away again, and this time his expression was puzzled. I pushed him with too much force, making him fall from above me. What the hell? He spat, standing up from the floor. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I asked, moving closer to him. Please. Go to the room and sleep. I have much work to do, he said in a different tone as he walked towards his chair and started scanning papers. Are you really alright? Do you want me to get you a coffee? I asked, moving closer again, but I flinched when he slammed his hand on the table, making a loud thud. Room, he said, emphasizing each word. The tension left me speechless, so I ran to the room but stopped halfway, realizing the kids were there. I dashed downstairs to one of the guest rooms and locked myself in, crying myself to sleep. Naruto's POV. At dinner, I sat at a long table with the kids and Hinata, and we were silently eating. I wanted to ask them about their day, but my thoughts drifted until I heard a faint ringing that grew louder. I saw Mako running with the silver flip phone in his hands. Sir. Mako handed it to me, and I answered as soon as I saw the caller ID. Naruto. We need you. The head is asking about your plan, and I don't know what to do. Oh, and I just received the file we've been looking for, he said quietly. I know. I'll be there, I replied, standing up from the table and giving the kids and Hinata a kiss on the cheek. I'll be going out for a while, I said, rushing towards the door while Mako prepared the car. Hinata threw my sweater to me as we sped off, and Mako managed to catch it and hand it to me. We arrived at our destination in the middle of nowhere, where people couldn't come and go without SERTs. Good evening, Mr. Uzumaki. A commander greeted me with a salute, and I nodded. I entered a hallway where the end was marked by a single button. I pressed it, and suddenly a hole appeared, shooting lights at me and scanning the area, including Mako. After a few seconds, the door opened, revealing another door where I let a scanner scan my eyes before it opened, revealing a huge room where Sai was seated in a chair across from a large man with white hair. Naruto. Sai greeted. Mr. Uzumaki, Jiraiya acknowledged. Oh come on, pervy sage, I replied. I was trying to respect you even though you're dressed like that, he joked, looking me up and down. Yeah. And I respect you. Now back to the point, why did you call me here in the middle of the night? I asked, getting straight to the point. Well, I was just going to ask you about your plan. I felt like you didn't tell me the whole thing, Jiraiya said, tossing me some clothes from a drawer. It's not like I can hide anything from you. Didn't I already tell you everything, from the investigation to the attack? What do you think I didn't tell you, sensei? I asked after explaining. What do you plan to do after finishing them? He asked. Well, I really haven't thought about it. I guess I'll just live by. I replied, sinking into deep thought. Hey Naruto. Don't sink yet. I'm just asking. Think about it after we're done talking, Jiraiya said, snapping his fingers at me. Oh, sorry about that, I said. That's fine. I was just curious because I know huge families and companies are involved in everything, and I just thought about public views, Jiraiya said. Think about public views? You've got to be kidding me. The most notorious chief head commander of the secret military, who once said, I don't care what others say, is thinking about public views. I laughed and he blushed and laughed too. Well, I guess I'm getting old and it's catching up to me, he replied, sipping his tea. Oh, and Naruto here, Sai said, reaching out a thick file to me. As you ordered, I investigated everyone in your company, the embassy, and your family. Especially Danzu. To summarize, your dad used to be best friends with Danzu, and the company was handed to him when your father was sick but returned to your father when he got better. Then he passed it down to you before retiring. Your family isn't connected to Danzu, but Hinata is. She isn't technically connected to him, but she is supposed to be the fiancée of, Sai told me, but I was intrigued by Hinata's fiancé. Who is it? I asked. The Akatsuki. Tonari, he said, showing me a photo of him. I wasn't surprised, as I remembered meeting him when I had amnesia and went to Hinata's place. I knew it. That stupid innocent face is criminal. Jiraiya suddenly cheered. What do you mean, sensei? I asked. Well, I was at this bar and I was really drunk. When I went out to wait for the soldiers to pick me up, I bumped into a guy with white hair and a pale face. He looked all innocent, but his words were kind of shady, he explained, and I felt more confident about confronting these bad people. But another note here, Naruto, Tonari still isn't pulling the marriage off. He still wants to marry Hinata, and I got this file from one of Danzu's backup systems. I think this is what they planned. I highlighted the most important thing, Sai said, handing me another folder. I'll get the company. That's actually mine, and Tonari gets the girl he wants, and lastly, kill the people who've been in our way since back then, I read aloud. Must be Danzu who wrote that, Jiraiya commented. I guess so. But why would they do that? I asked curiously. Well, I guess I forgot to tell you. The reason your father got sick was because of them. A party was held, and your father trusted both Danzu and the Akatsuki. However, the Akatsuki's leader held a grudge against your father, while Danzu wanted to take over the company your father built. They planned to sabotage the party by poisoning him. Your father never knew the truth because it would hurt him, which is why Danzu is still free. Now, you have the responsibility to bring Danzu and the Akatsuki to justice, Sai advised. Yeah. You're right, I need to get justice for my father. I shouted with confidence. But first, how? Jiraiya asked. I mean, yes, you've got the resources, the brains, and the money, but you have one weakness. What? I asked him. Your family. Danzu won't stop until he gets what he wants, and the Akatsuki? You don't know your rivals well, Jiraiya said seriously. He stood up and went to a shelf, picking up a large green book with gold linings. Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Here it is, page 509, the Akatsuki family, also known as the Whites. They are known for their white eyes. The third head's wife was forced into marriage after the Akatsuki killed her husband-to-be. The fifth head's wife faced the same fate. Oh, this is interesting. The eighth head's wife was also forced into marriage because her husband and child were held hostage until the divorce was approved, but they were killed right after. So, Tonari's father is the current head, and Tonari is next in line. If anything happens, the same forced marriage could occur again, Jiraiya explained, closing the book. And do you think I'll let that happen? I asked. Yes. Jiraiya replied instantly. What? I said, getting furious. I mean, yes and no. It can happen, and no one can prevent that but you. But because of your irrational thinking. I cut him off. Irrational thinking, huh? No. Listen first. I haven't finished. No need to finish, I'll get going, I said, standing up from my seat. I saw Sai, who didn't know what to do. Of course, the best uncle and nephew team was arguing, which was normal. I was near the door when I heard Jiraiya call me, running after me. Stop. I'm at the point where I can put a hole in the wall, so let me get some air, I said, twisting the knob and stepping out. The whole ride was silent, even Mako couldn't look at me. When we arrived, I was about to take a bath in our room, but I saw the kids with Hinata, so I left and went to my office. As I unbuttoned my polo, I took a shower and let the water wash over me, thinking about what had happened. I rubbed my body to get the dirt off, and when I finished, I wrapped a towel around my waist and started to dry my hair with another towel. When I stepped out, I saw Hinata standing by my table. Hinata! I called and she quickly turned to me, her hands behind her back. Hi? She greeted awkwardly. Hello? What are you doing here? Weren't you sleeping? I asked, walking near the couch while drying my hair. Well, I was suddenly awoken and saw your office open, hoping you were here, she replied, taking the towel from me and drying my hair as she sat behind me. We stayed in silence until she finished drying my hair. Aren't you going to ask where I was? I said, taking the towel from her and tossing it aside while holding her waist and leaning closer to her face. You wouldn't even tell me if I asked, she replied, removing my hands from her waist and moving away. That's not the Hinata I know, I said, leaning closer as I stepped forward, causing her to fall onto the couch. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, avoiding my gaze. I laughed suddenly, not knowing why, but when she looked at me, I kissed her. She pushed me away. Why? I asked as she moved further from me. I haven't brushed my teeth, I just woke up, she replied, but I pulled her hand, making her sit on my lap and caressing her cheek. Don't worry, I don't care about that, I said, kissing her again. She pushed me away again, this time with more force, making me fall to the floor. What the hell? I exclaimed, standing up, feeling more confused and frustrated. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Are you alright? Are you hurt? She asked, coming close to check on me. Please, go to the room and sleep. I have a lot of work to do, I said in a disappointed tone as I walked toward my chair and started scanning papers. Are you really alright? Do you want me to get you a coffee? She asked, walking closer to me, but I was shocked by my own actions. I slammed my hand on the table, making a loud thud. I said, Go to the room, I said, trying to keep my frustration in check. I think she misunderstood me. She ran out of the room, and I was about to chase after her when a sharp pain hit my head, causing me to drop to the floor. I quickly pressed my beeper, calling Mako. Help. Help, was all I managed to say before he arrived and found me pulling my hair in an attempt to ease the pain. Sir, what's wrong? Mako asked in a panic. I don't know. Call the doctor, I replied. She's on her way here, sir, he said, trying to help me up and onto the couch. Sir, I'm here, said a huffing lady doctor. She looked at me, and I saw pity in her eyes. Why was she pitying me? Drink this, sir, it'll ease the pain, the doctor said, handing me a tablet and a glass of water. Are you okay now? She asked as I tried to steady my breathing. Yes, what's wrong with me? I replied. Sir, I hate to say this, but this is a side effect of long-term amnesia. You've just recovered half of your important memories, and the rest are unnecessary. But that pain, you'll continue to feel it from time to time, the doctor explained, pulling out another medication from her bag. We were observing both you and the lady, but it turns out your brain was in too much shock to handle the information and the stress you've built up. In other words, it's like a computer malfunctioning. Is it serious? I asked, concerned about the future. Yes and no, sir. If you start therapy now, it can be managed. But if you wait too long, you might experience headaches, nosebleeds, and nausea, and we may need to inject medication, which could result in losing all your memories. How long do I have? I suddenly asked, recalling all those old movies with similar scenes. Approximately within a month of stress, your memory could be wiped out suddenly, she said. I stood up and walked to my chair. Mako, send the doctor away, I instructed, preparing to work. Doctor, thank you for your help. Mako bowed, and the doctor nodded and smiled before leaving. Please keep this between us, okay? I asked, and she nodded before departing. Mako, I have something to say. Whatever happens, never tell the kids or Hinata about what happened, understood? I told him. Yes, sir. But may I ask why Lady Hinata ran out of your office crying? He asked, puzzled. Don't worry about it. You're like family to me. I think I just hurt her, I said, massaging my temple to ease the lingering pain. Hinata's POV. After what happened last night, Naruto started acting strangely. Earlier this morning, he came looking for me and kissed me on the forehead, apologizing for what happened. He joined us at the breakfast table, asking the maid for extra pancakes with strawberries and honey. He played with the kids before getting ready for work. What puzzled me was that he flinched every minute, though it was subtle as he would look away when it happened. Before leaving for work, he kissed me for a long time, which felt good, but it also felt different, like a farewell kiss. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe last night was still affecting me. He returned home around lunchtime to eat with us and stayed for a movie before heading back to work. The same pattern continued. He came home around 7, which was unusual, and had dinner with us, joking with the kids and asking about our days. Now he was sleeping peacefully beside me with the kids between us. He suggested it, but I couldn't help wondering why he thought of it. I woke up to find he wasn't there anymore. Suddenly, the door opened, and he came in wearing an apron, carrying a large tray of food. He had dough on his face and some strawberry syrup near his mouth. "Good morning, hon." "Good morning, kids," he greeted, waking the children. "Why do you look like that, Dad?" Boruto asked, surprised. "Wearing this makes your mother fall for me again." "Look," he said, pouting at me, causing the kids to laugh. "Mommy, you're blushing," Himawari teased. "Ah, really?" I asked, holding my hot cheeks. "Oh, Naruto, you have too much effect on me even now." We ate in bed while Naruto showered. "Kids, could you spare us a moment?" he called from the bathroom. "Be careful when you go down," I said to them, and they nodded before leaving. "Lock the door when you leave, kids," he added. Once they were gone, Naruto peeked out from the bathroom. "Are they gone?" "Yes." I laughed at his silliness. "Come out now. Why are you acting suspicious?" "I just want to talk with you alone," he said, stepping out in his usual suit with an untied tie. "Here, let me tie that while we talk," I suggested as he sat in front of me. "Hey, listen. I'm really sorry for the way I acted the other night. I think I got carried away," he said, scratching his ears. "I know. And I understand, but do try to think of the mood first, okay?" I replied, finishing his tie. "You know, you never changed. Still appealing as ever, as understanding as ever. How could a stupid man like me deserve you?" he said, sadness and longing in his eyes as he caressed my cheeks. "How many times do I have to tell you? You are an amazing person, a loving father, and a husband that any woman would wish for," I said, giving his cheek a gentle squeeze, making him pout. "I love you, Naruto Uzumaki," he said, making my heart skip a beat with each word as he moved closer to me. "I love you too, Naruto Uzumaki," I replied as he claimed my lips. Yes, this was what I was talking about. I loved him with my whole heart. "You're mine forever," he suddenly said, pushing me down onto the bed. "I just did your tie." I pouted at him as he pulled at his tie. "I think I'm not going to work today," he said, kissing me again. "You sure? I thought you had a lot of work to do?" I asked playfully as I pulled the ribbon from my nightgown. "Very much so," he said, leaning toward my neck. "Wait, I just remembered. I haven't showered or brushed my teeth," I said, stopping him by holding both his cheeks. "Can I have a quick shower first?" "Please?" I asked, giving him my best pleading look. "Look what you made me. And now you want to stop for a while?" he said, pointing out his frustration. "If you think a shower can stop me, then we'll both take a shower," he said, scooping me up from the bed and carrying me to the bathroom. He sat me on the sink and filled the tub with water, adding some bath soap to create bubbles. "Ready to take a bath?" he asked as he began to remove his clothes. "You know, I can take a bath by myself, right?" I said, and he paused, standing there in just his boxers. I jumped down from the sink and gestured for him to turn around. "Really? You know I've seen more than enough of your body," he said, hugging me from behind. "Still," I urged him. "Fine," he said, letting go. "No peeking," I warned. "Yes, Lady Hinata," he replied with a sigh. I quickly took off my clothes and stepped into the bath quietly. "Okay, you can look now," I said, and he turned around quickly, disappointment crossing his face as he saw only bubbles. He then took off his boxers and joined me in the tub, sitting behind me. He hugged me, but I felt his hand wander. "Hey, I'm taking a bath," I said jokingly, and he rested his chin on my shoulder. "You know, you amaze me in every single way, and I'm thankful that I had you before anyone else," he suddenly said, kissing my shoulder. "What's with you? You've been behaving weirdly lately," I asked, taking his hand and wrapping it around me. Nothing. I just suddenly thought about a lot of things, he replied, and I didn't respond. There was silence until he started whistling and then began to sing. There are no words to paint a picture of you, girl. Your eyes and those curves, it's like you're from some other world. You walk my way, oh God, it's so frustrating. So why do I disappear when you come near? It makes me feel so small. Why do I blow my lines most every time like I've got no chance at? I hate to part from you, but I have to go, I said, kissing her forehead multiple times. But what about the kids? She asked, hugging me a little tighter. Please tell them I'll be back. I just need a week, I said, caressing her cheeks. But be careful and always call us and eat at the right time. Whatever happens, even if you have a lot of work, sleep at a reasonable time. I'm not there to take care of you, she said, looking down after speaking. You just made me fall in love all over again, I replied, claiming her lips. I stopped when my phone rang. Sorry. Wait, hello. I answered. It was Sai. Naruto, everything is ready, it's just you we're waiting for, Sai said. I'll be there, I replied, shutting my phone. I gotta go, Hina, I said, squeezing her hands and kissing her again. Wait, I need to give you something first before you leave, Hinata said, running to the side table and returning with a small box. What's that? I asked as she handed it to me. It was supposed to be your birthday gift for next week, but I thought I should give it to you now, she said, twiddling her fingers. Is it already my birthday? I asked as I unwrapped the box. Inside were 2 rings, a female version and a male version, featuring the Uzumaki and Hyuga crests side by side. Since we don't have any official wedding rings, I thought to get us one, she explained, and I was touched. I knelt down on one knee. Hinata, I know you bought this as a gift for me, but I promise you, when I come back, I'll make a proper proposal and marry you with all my heart again and again. Will you marry me? I asked, offering her the female version of the ring. Of course, she answered, kneeling with me, then kissed and hugged me. I'm so lucky to have you and our kids, I said, sliding the ring onto her finger. I'll see you in a week, I said, showing her the ring I was wearing. Do not remove that, you hear me? I said, pointing to my finger. Yes. I'll never look at any guy the same way I look at you, she said, pinching my cheeks. See you, she said, giving me a final kiss on the lips. Before leaving, I kissed the kids carefully, not waking them up, and Mako drove me to the airport where my private plane was waiting. Sai greeted me in the lobby, and we went straight to the plane. It was 2 a.m. when I left Konoha City. I sat in a single leather chair with coffee in front of me when Sai sat across from me with a briefcase. These are some deadly weapons, small but effective. I want you to keep some so when we land, anyone can be a positive hitman, and we don't want you getting hurt. I have 5 men in the back wing and 3 in the front wing, and here in the center, we have 2 to keep you safe, he said, opening the case. It's like being in a movie, and I'm the president who gets assassinated while on the plane, I joked, picking up a weapon. What's this? I asked, holding a small gun. That's an electric gun. Instead of getting shot to death, you get electrocuted with 300 volts per bullet, he explained. I took the electric gun and a pistol, placing them in my chest holster. Let's get some rest first, Sai suggested, but suddenly the emergency light began to blink. What the hell is going on? I asked, panicking. Sir, the plane's fuel is empty, and there are no emergency fuel or nearby ports to land on, an agent said, huffing and sweating. Agent G2A, call for emergency backup, Sai instructed. Sir, we already called, but they said they'll be here in about 30 minutes, and the plane is losing altitude quickly, the agent replied, making my insides feel like they were floating. Where are we right now? Sai asked, looking out the window. Sir, we're in the middle of the Pacific Ring of Fire, the agent answered. Sheet, look for the emergency exit. Take parachutes, evacuate everyone. Sai said, his face showing nervousness. Naruto, we gotta hurry, take what's important and we'll get going. Sai urged, making me run toward a case of important papers. Let's go, I said, and we both ran toward an exit. We saw agents jumping down while carrying an emergency boat. Sir, Bad news, we ran out of parachutes. This is the last one, the agent said, handing the parachute to Sai. Here, wear it, Naruto, Sai said, sliding it onto my arms. What about you? I asked. I'll jump with him, he said, pointing to the agent. Let's go, on the count of 3, I said, getting ready to jump. 3, 2, 1, go. I suddenly stopped when I heard a faint cry for help, but the agent had already jumped. Naruto! Jump! Sai shouted as he fell with the agent. Help! Help! I heard a faint voice. I hurriedly looked for it, but saw smoke coming from the cockpit. Is anyone there? I asked, breathing heavily due to the lack of air. Yes, sir, I heard a call. I tried opening the door, but it was jammed. I threw my body against it until it swung open, revealing the inside. The pilot was bloody, shot in the leg, and another man was sitting in the pilot's chair. Who are you? I demanded. You don't need to know, he said, firing at me. I felt hot liquid gush from my chest and looked down to see a hole. Sir, the pilot called, pushing himself to stand and shoving the masked man. Sir, we gotta get you out, he said, pushing me toward the door. Just as we reached it, I heard another shot, and this time it was the pilot who was hit. Sir, take care, he said, pushing me out of the burning plane. The man caught the parachute strap. Thought you could escape death? He taunted. With my fading consciousness, I pulled another strap that released me from the parachute. Sheet, he cursed, firing at me until his gun was empty. F-. I cursed, feeling gravity pulling me and the bullet wounds throbbing. I was free-falling until I felt a sudden impact, submerging me underwater and making me lose consciousness. Hinata's POV. Good morning, Mommy. Himawari greeted. Seeing them in the morning makes me happy. Where's Daddy? Asked Boruto, who was already wearing his uniform. Well, he's on a business trip. And he'll be back next week, I explained, putting their food in front of them. I accidentally hit a glass, making it shatter on the ground. Suddenly, I thought of Naruto. Mommy, are you okay? Boruto asked. Why, yeah. I replied with a shaky voice. Is Naruto all right? I asked myself, trying to shake off the feeling. The maid came and cleaned it up for me, and after we finished breakfast, Mako drove us. Wait for me, Mako, I said, and he nodded as I brought the kids to school. Good morning, Mrs. Uzumaki, a guard greeted us. We were happily walking when I suddenly stopped by the hallway TV that was showing the news. Breaking news. Here live above the ocean, the Uzumaki airplane was found in the middle of the Pacific Ring of Fire. The passengers are safe, but the young billionaire Mr. Uzumaki is missing and the pilot was found deceased, the news anchor reported, showing a floating, burning plane with boats and people in the water. A search and rescue team has been sent out to look for him. Investigators are on the scene to determine what happened. That's all here, Cory Flicker, the anchor concluded, passing to another anchor in the main studio. I was too shocked to absorb what I had just heard. Mommy? Is Daddy at the beach? Himawari asked. Why, yeah, I answered, not wanting to upset them. Ichima, let's go. We have to go to class. Uncle Mako, please listen, Mom, Boruto said through his beeper, pulling Himawari from me after kissing my hand. Mom, take care. Everything will be all right, he said before they left. Just as I felt faint, a hand suddenly caught me. Ma'am, let's get you home, Mako said, helping me stand. Why, yeah, I replied, and he supported me all the way until we got home. And Mako, have you heard from Naruto? I asked him, but he didn't respond. Instead, he stopped what he was doing. Lady Hinata, I'm filing a leave for a few weeks. Please? His voice trembled. What do you mean? I asked. I'm going to look for he said as he knelt in front of me. Mako, I'm not going to accept your letter, but I can allow you to search for him, and I'll support you with everything you need, I said calmly. Yes, lady. I know he is alive, he wouldn't die easily, he said as he stood up. Yes. I can feel he's alive, and I want to see him, I said, looking out the window. Mommy, are you feeling well? I was startled by my daughter's voice. Sorry, Hima, Mommy's a little busy, I said as I finished folding her clothes. But Mommy, when will Daddy get home? She asked, making me drop the laundry basket. Hima, could you get me a glass of water? Boruto asked as he closed his assignment. Sure, brother, Himawari said happily as she skipped away. Mommy, are you all right? Boruto asked again, taking the basket from me. Why, yeah, I replied as he pushed me to sit down on the bed. Actually, I know what happened to father. I saw it on the news, he explained. Then your sister, I started, but he cut me off. She doesn't know. I closed her eyes with my hands and shut her ears with my arms, he said, pointing to his little arm. Thank you, Boruto, I said, hugging him and suddenly remembering Naruto, as Boruto looked so much like his father. I know Dad is okay. He's hard-headed, Boruto said, trying to cheer me up. Let's just pray for him, I said, pinching his cheeks. Brother, here is your water, Himawari said as she balanced herself while holding the glass. Thank you, Hima, Boruto said as he took the glass. Oh, should we head to bed? I asked them. Okay, they both answered in unison. Want to sleep with Mommy? I asked cheerfully. Yeah. Himawari cheered. Okay, Mommy, Boruto answered. Can we watch a movie first, Mommy? Since tomorrow is Saturday and we finished our homework? Pretty please. Himawari pleaded with her big eyes. Sure, hon, I said, holding her hands as we went to the MSTR bedroom, followed by Boruto. We watched an Avengers movie called Infinity War. It was really good, but Himawari fell asleep halfway through. Boruto and I finished the movie, and he held my hand, saying, Mom, everything will be okay. Hima and I will always be here. I'm sure Dad will come back. Good night, Mommy. I kissed his forehead. I didn't know how I would cope emotionally in the coming days, weeks, or even years, not knowing if Naruto was all right. Was he eating okay? Was he still alive? I had to think positively and stay strong for our kids, always ready to welcome him home whenever he returned. I truly wished I knew what to do while he was not by my side. I remembered the first time we were separated for 5 years, and I felt lucky that he was the one and only father of our kids. Now, time had challenged us again, separating us once more. I prayed that we would find each other again, just as he found me, and that he was okay and still loved me. I promised to take care of everything while he was gone, to look after the family and especially the kids. Boruto's POV. It's been exactly 10 years and 5 months since my father disappeared. Today is my twin sister's and my 16th birthday. Hey Boo, are you done? Himawari peeked from the open door. Yes. Are you? I asked, noticing her lavender dress with hues of yellow and her 3-inch heels. You look awesome, Boo, she said, fixing my tie. And you look stunning, Hima, I replied, lightly patting her head. Are my 2 babies ready? Mom asked as she greeted us, followed by Aunt Sakura and Sarada, who is already 10 years old. Wow, Hima, you look like a princess. Aunt Sakura praised her, holding her hand. And you look like a prince too, Boo, Sarada said, tugging at my sleeve. Thanks, I said, stroking her hair. Himawari and Sarada call me Boo, while I call them Hima, and Mom and Aunt Sakura still call us baby. Just 2 more years, and I'll be an adult. Well, back to the topic? Mom said, clapping her hands. Are you both ready? The people are already there. Yes, Mom, we answered in unison. Mom is 38 years old now. She cut her hair short 5 years ago and still looks pretty young. Despite many men trying to court her, she has remained loyal to Dad, holding on to the hope that he'll come back since they didn't find anybody in the sea. But there's this persistent man who keeps bothering our family, claiming that Mom and he are still engaged. He's tall, handsome, and known as the head of Akatsuki, Tonari Akatsuki. Due to his obsession with Mom and his depression over her having children, he resorted to using a private scientist to create a child. Now he has a 10-year-old son who looks just like him but rarely appears publicly. Hey, what are you thinking so hard about? Mom asked, nudging me in the arm. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of Dad. I hope he's doing okay, I said, noticing the longing in Mom's eyes. You know, Boruto, you look more like your father as you get older, she said, caressing my cheek. Oh, come on. This is embarrassing, but I love you, Mom, and Dad too, I said, squeezing her hand. After that, we went to the hall and saw many friends and other guests who showed up for our party. A lot of middle-aged men and women greeted us after the main event, trying to introduce their kids who were the same age as us. Aren't you tired? I asked my twin sister. Kind of. Want to get something to drink? She suggested, and I nodded. As we headed to the refreshments, we found a quieter spot. Suddenly, I heard voices from a corner a little farther away. Hey little kid, watch where you're going. You don't even belong here. Who are you with? Look at you. Wearing a dress? Even the waitresses are in semi-gowns. Are you a child of a waitress? Did you hear that, Boo? He asked. Yes. Let's go see what's going on, I said, and we quietly walked toward the source of the voices. 3 little girls, overly dressed and wearing too much makeup, were ganging up on a kid sitting on the floor. Sarada? I blurted out, making the 3 girls look my way. Kaya. It's Boruto, said the middle one in a red gown. He's so handsome. Kaya, exclaimed the girl in blue. And tall too. Kya, added the girl in green. What are you doing? I asked, noticing Sarada sitting on the floor, her dress darkened by spilled liquid. HMP. Told you, you don't belong here, the girl in the green gown smirked at Sarada. Oh Boruto, the middle one said, putting her hands on her forehead as she approached me. This young lad pushed me earlier and ruined my gown. Yeah. She's just a maid's daughter. How dare she run around? The girl in blue chimed in. I started, but I stopped myself, signaling to Himawari to hold back. What do you think you're doing? I asked in a low tone. Oh, your handsome voice, I so love it, the girl clinging to me squealed. I couldn't help but push her away, causing her to stumble, and her friends rushed to help her up. What's wrong, Boruto? She asked, but I ignored her and went to Sarada. Boo, she said, wiping her tears. How dare you call him Boo? Show some respect, the girl in red said, stomping toward us. But Himawari was quicker, sticking her foot out, causing the girl to trip. Sorry, Himawari said sarcastically. Are you all right? I asked Sarada, who was quietly crying. I'm all right, the girl started to say, but stopped when she realized I wasn't talking to her. Himawari was trying to suppress her laughter. I scanned Sarada and noticed her knees were bleeding and her ankle was red. Stop crying now, I said as I took off my jacket and let her wear it. Then I carried her in my arms. Wait, Boruto, who's that girl? Why are you fond of her? The green one asked, but I didn't answer. Instead, Sarada did. She's one of us and the daughter of General Uchiha, Himawari said, and we left them there, unaware of what they thought of what had happened. We're so screwed. I heard the blue one say, remembering their voices. Look what you did, the green one exclaimed. My father's gonna kill me, the red one added. If the Uzumaki pull out their shares at our company, we're pulling ours at your family's company. They're like our biggest client, the green one continued. Stupid blob, the blue one said. Thank you, Sarada said while carrying her, and she hugged my neck. We stayed like that until Mom and Aunt Sakura saw us, and the rest of their friends came to check out what happened. Boruto's POV. Just 1 more month before getting a place in the company. Right now, I'm an intern at our company, doing the same kind of work my dad used to do before becoming the CEO. Mr. Uzumaki, a call from Lady Sarada on line 1. I heard my call from the phone. Yes. Thank you, I replied, then pressed the button for line. Hi, Boo. Sarada greeted. Hello. How's your day? I asked her as I signed some papers. Just the usual stuff. But tomorrow is my promotion. I'll be a red belt, she screamed from the other line. Oh really? What time is it? I'll be there, I said, tidying the table. It's 7 a.m., but the match starts at 9 a.m., so you can either come at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., she explained. Yeah, sure. Want anything before I go home? I asked her. Nah, I'm trying to maintain my weight. After the promotion, let's eat out with Hima, she suggested. Yeah, sure. I gotta go now. I'll see you in the morning, I said, waiting for her reply. Yeah. I'll see you, take care, she said and hung up first. I sighed. I know I probably look silly right now, but I can't help smiling. She's been there since my father disappeared. When she found out, she never left my side. When I was criticized by older people, she was there. And now, being by her side, you probably don't know, but her father, Uncle Sasuke, was shot and has been in a coma for the past few weeks. He was protecting Sarada when a group ambushed them, shielding her from the gunfire. Hey boo! I got startled when Himawari suddenly slapped me lightly. I've been calling you for several minutes, and you just smiled there like a goof. Ugh, she said, laughing at me. I was just thinking, okay? I said, pointing at the couch as I stood, and we walked there to sit after I called my secretary to get us some refreshments. So, why are you here? I asked her. Well, as we both know, next month the company will be handed to you, and I'll be the vice president, but I was thinking, maybe I should resign and start something new, she hesitantly asked. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Well, it's been 11 years since Dad disappeared. And you know that glow in Mom is not what it used to be. So I was thinking of setting up a private search. Just us two knowing and the people I'll hire, she said, her expression a mix of happiness and sadness. Here's your drinks, ma'am. Sir, my secretary knocked and placed our drinks down. Thanks, I said as she left. But why did you suddenly think of that? I asked her. I'm just sad. To see Mom smiling at us but knowing her eyes long for Dad? It's not confirmed that Dad is actually gone. Maybe he survived and just washed up on some island unknown to the public. That could be a possibility. But are you really sure? I could use some help in the office too. I'm sure you can handle it like a pro, she said, playfully punching my biceps. I'll provide some facilities and people for you, with equipment and all. Just promise to call me every end of the day to make sure you're safe, I said, looking at her intently. Thanks, Twiny, she said, jumping to hug me. Sure thing, Hima, I said, stroking her long hair. I'm sure if I find Dad, Mom would be so happy, she said. Just anything for our parents, I replied, and we both bumped our fists as a sign of our oath before returning to our work. 1 month later. We're currently at one of our hotels to hold the ceremony and press conference about Uncle Shikamaru stepping down as the president of Uzumaki Parts and Tools and me taking up the position as promised in my father's will. Boruto. I heard Uncle Shikamaru call, and as I turned around, I saw his usually poker-faced, sleepy expression break into a genuine smile as he looked at me. Congratulations. I'm sure your father would have been so proud of you if he were here. Or wherever he is. I'm sure he'll be jumping in excitement as he retires to spend his remaining days with his love, he said, patting my shoulder as he gazed at my mother, who was talking happily with Aunt Sakura. I sure hope he does. And thank you, Uncle Shikamaru. For everything, I said, placing my arm on his broad shoulder. Oh, and I'll try copying your beard. I really like it, I said, complimenting his small black beard. Oh, please don't. I hardly have the time to shave. And don't try to hide your whiskers with it. That's your family birthmark, he said, playfully tugging at my whiskers. Oh, don't worry, I won't hide it. I was interrupted when Shikadai suddenly appeared in front of us with Cho-Cho. Shikadai! Cho-Cho! Long time no see. When did you come back? I asked her. I arrived last week, but I got caught up with transferring, Cho-Cho replied, now a appealing young woman of, you look appealing. I complimented her, kissing her on the cheek. I just arrived yesterday, they just couldn't let us go there. Shikadai added as we exchanged a friendly hug. They had studied abroad and returned for the ceremony. Thanks for your efforts, guys, I said. By the way, were you talking about beards? You, guys talking about beards is gross. Cho-Cho joked. Well, joking aside, the ceremony is about to start. Go to your places now, Uncle Sure said in a serious tone, and we all nodded. Congrats again, dude. Shikadai said as we fist-bumped and parted ways. Now, you are watching live outside the hotel, where the Uzumaki ceremony is happening. Shikamaru Nara, the current CEO of the Uzumaki company, is stepping down and passing it to the rightful heir, Boruto Uzumaki, the reporter announced outside the Uzumaki hotel, where many reporters had gathered. Reporters aren't allowed inside. Instead, a huge monitor was placed outside to show what's happening inside, the reporter continued, displaying Shikamaru making his speech. Just you wait. I'll definitely get what's mine, a man said, throwing his drink and smashing it to the floor. Geez. You just made another mess. What the hell? I gotta clean it again? Another man said as he entered the room. Toneri. What a surprise to have you here, the man in the wheelchair said. Oh come on, Danzu, I think you better stop your wishful thinking. Even if you get the Uzumaki property, you are not fit to run it. So I think I'll have it the same as I have my woman back, Toneri replied, sweeping up the broken glass. Oh, by the way, I was just here a minute ago, so it's not a surprise to have me here because this is my house too, he added sarcastically. Forget you, Danzu said, focusing back on the TV. Congratulations yesterday, boo. Sorry I wasn't there, I was so caught up at HQ, I said to my brother as we sat in the living room. No problem, as long as you got home safe, everything is fine, Boruto replied, sipping his coffee. By the way, do you think Mom would let me borrow her wedding ring? I asked him quietly. Why would you want to borrow it? He asked, curious. Oh. We found a man at sea yesterday, and he was wearing a ring on his finger. I was planning to compare them both. I also sent his DNA to the lab to get his information, I explained. Why don't you ask Mom about the ring? I'm sure she'll be happy to tell you, he suggested, standing up and fixing his clothes. Oh. I don't want to get her hopes up. Nonsense. Mom already had her hopes up until the end. She believes that Dad is alive, and we both do. So tell her everything and ask her what you want. I'm sure she will answer, he said, caressing my cheek. Yeah. Maybe I will, I said, feeling encouraged by his words. That's the spirit. Now we better sleep, I still have a meeting tomorrow morning. Sure. I also need to go to the hospital. Then good night. Always take care, he said, kissing me on the cheek like we always do. Yeah, good night, boo, I replied, following him upstairs. See you in the morning, I said before we entered our separate rooms. I didn't fall asleep that night. I kept thinking of my father. What does he look like now? If he's here, how would I behave? How would my brother behave? I felt that when he's here, I'll feel at ease and safe. I remembered my mother's story about how they met and how they were separated again and again but still came back to each other. That was truly inspiring. I never knew such coincidences could happen like that. They were both separated by family, both forgetting their memories, but still, they came back to each other's arms. Now, they were separated again, but this time they had us, their children, to help them find each other and live happily ever after. Hey, Klutz, a man suddenly appeared in the doorway. Oh, son, didn't know you were up, Klutz replied. Well, I couldn't let others feed me with their sweat, so I'll be joining the fishers today, son said. Really? Have you forgotten your fear? Klutz asked hesitantly. I think so. It's just in my head. I know I don't have any fear of the ocean, my head is just hurting, and I think it's time to face my fears, son said confidently. Well, then I'll come with you, Klutz said. No, thank you. You are needed in the village. What if another tourist comes, and the villagers don't know what to do? Son replied, picking up a fishing rod. I know. But what if some pirates come to you? Klutz asked. What? I don't know, son replied, scratching his neck. Dad, is that son? A woman appeared on the stairs, looking surprised. Good morning. Come on, son, no need to be shy, Ms. Wicks said as she approached him. Klutz raised his hand to stop her. Can't you see? He's uncomfortable with you, he replied, not looking at his daughter. But Dad, you promised me that I would marry him. Ms. Wicks protested. Klein Wicks, go to your room, Klutz said firmly, shutting his eyes in frustration. Fine. Ms. Wicks huffed as she stomped up the wooden stairs. Sorry about that, Sunday. You know her. Since you came here, she's had her eyes on you. She's only 14, and I think you're in your mid-20s, Klutz explained, patting Son on the shoulder. No problem, Klutz. Anyway, I need to go or the fishers will leave without me, Son said, giving a small salute. Sure, Sunday. Take care. And make sure the fishers come back when you're feeling okay. Klutz called as they waved goodbye to each other. Himawari's POV. Good evening, Ms. Uzumaki, one of the facility guards greeted as I walked down the corridor with my secretary. I nodded in response, focusing on the project at hand. We hadn't revealed any details to the public yet because we still hadn't caught the person responsible for the plane crash. Ma'am, I just received a notification from the radar team, Secretary Kim said, handing me a tablet. I checked it and nodded, then we headed to the command center. Good evening, Ms. Uzumaki, the head of the team greeted while everyone was busy. What happened? I asked, my worry evident. My team picked up signals indicating 2 unknown islands in the middle of the ocean. According to the Geographic and Oceanographic team, they aren't listed on any maps and are referred to as ghost islands. One is less than 5 kilometers away from us, and the other is 15 kilometers, the head explained, showing me satellite images. Good job, everyone. This is very impressive, I said, and they cheered in the background. What's the plan now, miss? The head asked. We go to the nearest one and gather intel. We need to prepare thoroughly. Get the Marine team to the hall, Secretary Kim, I ordered, and she nodded, making the call. Thank you for your efforts, everyone. Please continue monitoring everything, I said as we left and headed to the hall. Ma'am. The Marines saluted. Take a seat, everyone, I said as I walked to the center and they gathered around. Tomorrow morning at exactly 0600 hours, we will head to the island 5 kilometers away from here. Oh, Secretary Kim, tell Captain Hugo to stop the ship and remain here. She nodded and called him on the radio. Be ready tomorrow, everyone. Prepare the equipment and tools. That's all. Dismissed, I said, but the head of the Marine team raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Zest? I asked. Ma'am, can you tell us more about this island? He inquired. Well, all I know is that they're called ghost islands since they aren't listed anywhere. If I can, I'll tell my brother about this and claim it as ours, if he wants it, I joked. Okay, ma'am. Good night, they said as they left the hall. Secretary Kim, you may go to your quarters and rest, I said, and she nodded. I headed to my quarters and turned on my computer, seeing my uncle's patch. I decided to call him. Miss Hima, how are you? He asked from the other side of the monitor. Come on, Uncle Mako, just call me Hima. You're like family, I replied. I know, but it just takes me back in time. Why did you call? He asked, sipping his coffee. My team found 2 ghost islands. I'll send you our coordinates. We're just 5 to 10 kilometers away from them. Really? Let me check, he said, sitting up straight and opening another computer. I heard a notification sound on his side as my message was sent. You're right, and the chances are high. The islands are just about 10 kilometers away from where the plane crashed. I'll head toward your coordinates. I'm about 300 kilometers away. I should be there around 5 in the morning. Get some rest, he said before waving and ending the call. Uncle Mako had spent 10 years underwater, only surfacing for food and necessities. He searched for my father's remnants but found only lost treasures. Despite his wealth, he continued to be the family butler. Everything needed to be ready, and so did I. I set my alarm for 4 a.m., fell asleep at 10 p.m., and dreamt of my father taking my brother and me to an amusement park. The dream shifted to that day, the one where Mom and Dad defended each other from those who spoke ill of them, and I remembered the jacket we wore back then. Hima, wake up, I heard a woman's voice say, and my body shook slightly. Was my only response before I heard it again. Miss Hima, it's almost 5 in the morning. You still have to prepare, and your uncle is waiting for you. It was Secretary Kim. She was waking me up. I guess I didn't hear my alarm. Speaking of which, Uncle Mako was already here. I stood up tiredly, dragging my feet to the bathroom to do my morning routine. After I showered, I went out and saw my clothes already prepared on the bed. As I left the room, I was greeted by the delicious smell of pancakes. Pancake for Miss Hima. I heard Uncle Mako's familiar voice. Uncle! I cried, hugging him tightly. It's been so long, you've grown, he said, returning my embrace. Well, yeah, it's been 4 years since we saw each other, I replied, sitting down as he placed a stack of pancakes in front of me. Your favorite with strawberry syrup, he said, clapping his hands. You're the best butler and uncle, I complimented him. Everyone ate already? I asked, digging in. Yes, they already ate. I cooked some fried rice for them earlier while you were still asleep, he said, joining me for breakfast. Oh. Then I gotta hurry, I said, eating a little faster. Himawari's POV. We arrived at our destination, the surface of Island 2, one of the ghost islands. Are you sure you want to go here? Uncle Mako asked. Yes, because this is closer, I replied, scanning the beach. Okay, everyone. Here's the plan. We'll group ourselves into 3, and each group will have a radio for communication. We will scatter across the island and look for any signs of habitation, all right? I instructed, pointing to our designated areas. Yes, ma'am, they responded, and I nodded. Max, Jim, and Greg, go west, I directed, and they nodded. Ren, Hans, and Lloyd go south, I said, and they nodded too. Chan, Uncle, and I will go north. We meet here at sundown. Take each box for supplies and necessities. Good luck, team, I said as they ran to their assigned areas. My team started running north. The jungle was alive with animals and coconuts. We walked until my feet began to hurt, but I pushed on. As sundown approached, we headed back to the shore and saw the others returning as well. We set up camp and sent a few men to retrieve supplies from the ship. Uncle Mako cooked for us again, and then we settled in for the night. However, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises in the jungle, like whispers that faded with the sunrise. We picked up where we left off the next day until I heard a faint cry for help. Shoo, did you hear that? I asked Uncle Mako and Chan, but they shook their heads. Why can't you hear it? I pressed, and they listened intently. I hear it. Uncle Mako said. Let's follow it, Chan suggested, and we nodded, running toward the faint voices. As we got closer, the voices grew louder, and I realized there were 3 of them. When we reached the source, I saw 3 little kids trapped in quicksand, with 2 wild cats nearby. Chan, scare those cats away without alarming the kids, I instructed, and he nodded. He picked up his baton and distracted the cats, leading them away. Soon, we heard a teaser gun being shot, and he returned unscathed. That was easy, he said, not breaking a sweat. Now hurry or the kids will be buried. I urged, lying down on my stomach and throwing a blanket toward them like a carpet. Hold my feet, guys, I said, and they did. I began to crawl toward the kids using my hands. Take my hands, kids, I encouraged, but they didn't understand. Kru ka komi na? The boy with the green feather necklace asked. Kal ku zo kuwa, the boy with the golden feather said. Gu kors, the third boy, wearing a pink feather necklace, said, holding tightly to my arm. They grasped my hands just as I felt myself sinking into the sand. Pull me, I shouted to Uncle Mako and Chan. They pulled with all their might, and I felt like I was being torn apart, but I held on firmly. Almost there, Lady Hima, Uncle Mako said as he pulled my leg. The 3 kids clung to me tightly, not fully understanding but sensing the urgency of the situation. Once we pulled them out of the quicksand, 2 strangers appeared, pointing their spears at us. Kua ko. Kua ko, shouted the boy with the golden feather. Kua ni ko lu? One of the strangers asked. We mean no harm, I said, raising my hands. Kua ni goni? The other one asked, but the boy in the golden feather said something, and they followed him. Kua ni han, gal no zo kua ni ko, he said, and they nodded. What do you think he said? Uncle Mako asked. I think he's a prince, and the other 2 are nobles, I replied, analyzing the situation. Gu kors, the 2 said, bowing and helping us gather our things. Crocusai ka, the 3 little kids said, motioning for us to follow them. Should we? Chan asked. I trust my instincts, let's follow them, I said, and they nodded. And tell the others to go back to the beach and wait for my orders, I added. Chan nodded and used his radio, which alarmed the 2 strangers. U ka li, they both exclaimed. No, no, no. This call, Chan said, making a calling gesture. They didn't understand, but the prince seemed intrigued. He gestured for us to stop, and we continued walking until we reached a huge stone covered with vines. "Krugman," said the prince, and the vines parted as another stranger bowed to him. "Where are we?" I asked, taking in the appealing surroundings, wide grass and a waterfall, with a few houses in sight. I knew for sure that the center one was the king's house. "Kali, Luca and I, Anna," said the young boy, and a follower bowed and ran to fetch something. Someone returned with a young, appealing lady. "Kruje and I ko?" she asked politely. "Anna, kuago and I ko han." "The ko piklis," he replied, pointing at me. "English?" she asked. "Can you speak English?" I inquired, and she nodded. "Yes. I'm Anna of the tribe Krugman," she said, bowing. "And this is Gru of our tribe. We are the tribe chief's daughter and son. I'm the eldest." "Gru said you saved them from quicksand," she explained, stepping closer as if scanning us. "Oh, yes, we kinda saw them while searching," I admitted, knowing there was no point in lying. I noticed the whispers among the people behind her were similar to what I had heard the night before. "Searching? What are you searching for?" she asked. "Anna? Gru? Ko 6 bun luck Friday go," a deep voice called out. "Uno," they replied, running to a huge old man covered in tattoos. "Do you think that's their father?" Chan asked Uncle Mako. "I think so," Uncle Mako replied. The man whispered something to Anna, who looked like she was trying to explain the situation. However, he called over more people, and I realized we had no choice but to surrender. Chapter End. Himawari's POV. We contacted the others and assured them not to worry. We kept the radio hidden for communication, but all our belongings were confiscated, and we were kept behind wooden bars. "I'm sorry for what my father did. He's just angry about all the people who suddenly came here," Anna said. We were near a bonfire, my hands tied, just a few feet away from the cage. "No worries. I know how it feels when a stranger enters your territory," I replied, observing the busy people around us, some throwing glances my way, aware that I was an outsider. "You know, you kinda remind me of someone. He's really charming. I hope he accepts my proposal," she said dreamily. "Who's the lucky guy? You seem very in love with him," I teased. "Well, he's the one who taught me English. He has this mysterious aura, like he has something significant behind his identity. He's charming with long hair now. My favorite part of him is," she said, suddenly stroking my trimmed whiskers. "What? My whiskers?" I blurted out. "Yes. Don't worry, it's not you, he's from another island," she shrugged. I fumbled in my pocket, feeling like my arm might get pulled off as I reached for something. Finally, I pulled out a photo. "What are you doing?" she asked, suspicious. I showed her the picture. "What's that?" she gasped, shock evident on her face. "It's a picture. A photo of a person," I explained. "What's a picture?" she asked. "It's kind of like an idea of how someone or something looks," I replied. "Son," she said, pointing to my father's picture. "What? You've seen that person?" I asked, unsure of how to feel. "Yes, but he had longer hair and was tanned," she said. "See, can I see him?" "How can I see him?" I asked eagerly. "Well, usually in the morning, they come here to sell fish," she said. I jumped up and ran to the cage, alarming the guards who tried to hold me down. "Tua! Tua!" they shouted as I wriggled free. "Lady Hima! Hey, stop that! You're hurting her!" Uncle Mako exclaimed, putting his hands on the cage, ready to break it down. "Don't destroy the cage," I shouted, realizing it could easily be broken. "Stop that," Chan said. "Tua go," a feminine voice shouted. It was Anna, and everyone stopped, but I felt my arm twist painfully. "Sorry Hima about this." "Tua go and I ho," she yelled at the guards, who looked down. "Anna, don't worry. That hurts," I cursed as I stood up. Anna came over, examining my arm. "It's just twisted. My grandma can heal you right away," she said, and we went to see her grandmother. "I told you she could heal you right away," Anna said as I stretched my arms. "Yes. She's amazing," I replied, feeling the soreness fade. "Well, you better sleep. I'll try talking to my father about releasing you all," she said, and we parted ways. I willingly returned to the cage. How are you now, Lady Hima? Uncle Mako asked. I'm fine now, I said, showing him my arm. Miss Hima, we could get out of here any time you want. I can just kick the cage away, Chan suggested. No, we have to stay. I remember. Something Anna said, my father, someone who looks exactly like him, is on the other island, and they will come here in the morning to sell fish, I said, hope igniting within me. But my body didn't cooperate, and I collapsed to the floor as Uncle Mako and Chan rushed to catch me, and slowly everything faded to darkness. I heard laughter in a foreign language when I opened my eyes to a sunny day. I remembered being in a cage with Uncle Mako and Chan, then falling unconscious. But where in the world was I? I stood up and went to a nearby window with curtains. I peeked a little and saw some people, similar to the Krugman tribe, but there were more of them and they seemed livelier than yesterday. Children were playing, and men were working while laughing with their co-workers. The chief of the Krugman tribe released you three. So we brought you to our island, a deep baritone voice said as I scanned the room. He was tall and muscular, with long blonde hair and a beard, though his whiskers were still visible. Dad. I had been in an accident, but it was no big deal, just missed reading and writing. Dad. I asked him, feeling tears build up and blur my vision. I'm sorry. The others said I was your father, but I can't tell you what you want, he began, but I cut him off by running towards him and hugging him tightly. Dad, I missed you so much. I've been looking for you. My brother and mother and I have been. Everyone said you were dead, but we believed otherwise because we knew you were alive, and I knew we were right. Now here you are, standing in front of me, and I'm hugging you. I cried into his chest, feeling him hug me back. I really missed you, Dad, I said, holding him tightly, hoping this wasn't a dream. I felt something wet drop on my shoulder, and when I looked up, I saw tears flowing from his eyes. We missed you so much, Dad. I'm never letting you go again, I said, hugging him as tightly as possible. What are you doing? A woman said, and I saw Anna entering the room, followed by Uncle Mako. Dad lightly pushed me away and wiped his tears. Nothing, I was just consoling her. I think she's looking for her father, he said, and I looked at him in disbelief. My eyes never left him the whole day. Our ship had come to this island called Nig, where people were friendly but a little cautious. Dad took us on a little tour. I met a little girl who also liked Dad. She was the chief's daughter, the one who interrupted us earlier. She told me stories about Dad. Now I was certain he was my father, Naruto Uzumaki, who had been missing. She told me they found him floating at sea by a metallic object and called him Sun because his hair color and bright smile reminded them of the sun. Milady. I heard Uncle Mako call me as I sat on the shore, watching the sunset and thinking of how to make Dad remember. He sat beside me with a fresh coconut in his hand. Have a drink, he offered. Thanks, I replied as I accepted it. What are you doing here? He suddenly asked. Nothing. I was just sitting here admiring the view, I said, blowing out a huge sigh. I know that, but that's not what's on your mind, he said, looking at me. Then what? I asked. You tell me, he replied, and I sighed again. I don't know, Uncle. It's just that how can I make him remember? He worked for more than 30 years, but he can't remember you, and I, his own child, he took care of me for 6 years, his own flesh and blood, and yet he doesn't remember me, I ranted. Hey, I know it hurts, I feel the same. How can he forget us? It's not fair. But look on the bright side, after all those years of believing he was still alive, there he is, breathing and walking, Uncle Mako said, making me realize the truth in his words. Thanks, Uncle. I know you're the best, I complimented him, and he shuffled my hair. No problem, child. Anyway, I'll go back and prepare your bed, he said, leaving me alone. I took out our family photo that had been taken 12 years ago. I sighed, wishing Dad could remember us instantly. I bowed my head, feeling the warm breeze hit me, until it blew hard, making me release the photo accidentally. No! I exclaimed, trying to catch it. I ran and ran until I felt my body hit the ground. Ouch, I said, feeling my knee sting. Are you okay? I heard a familiar voice ask. Why yeah, I replied, looking up. It was Dad, offering me his hand. I took it, tried to get up, but fell back down. It hurts, I said, seeing my knee scraped. That's a deep cut. Here, let me carry you back, he said, gently pulling me up. Are you okay? He asked again as we walked. Yes, I answered, and he headed to my room. It had been 12 years since he last carried me to my room. There we go, he said after wrapping my wounds clean. Thanks, son, I said quickly, changing his name. No problem. Just take some rest and tomorrow you'll be fine, he said, smiling at me. Thank you again. Good night, I said, feeling a little sad, remembering our last family photo. Oh, and I believe I have something that's yours, he said, quickly turning to me. He fished something out of his pocket, and as he took it out, I quickly sat up. Our family photo, I shouted, smiling widely. Thank you, I exclaimed. Before he could even give it to me, I saw his eyes focused on the photo, looking intently at just one person. Hi, thug. It hurts, he said, dropping down on the floor as he held his temple. Are you okay? I asked him, getting off the bed despite my own pain. My head hurts, he replied, gripping his head tightly. Help, help, I shouted, holding his hand as I saw him in distress. What's wrong? Uncle Mako and Chan rushed in, concern etched on their faces. I don't know, I stammered, tears streaming down my cheeks as they assisted him. Just then, a little girl entered, flanked by guards. What's wrong? She asked, kneeling beside me. Dad! I called out as the guards approached, and Dad fell unconscious. Third-person POV. As the others quietly prayed for son, Boruto was preoccupied with business matters. For the past 3 days, she hasn't called me, he exclaimed in frustration at his office. Maybe they didn't have any signal, Sarada consoled. Yeah, or maybe their battery died, Inosaki added. Or they're looking for food, Chocho suggested. Or maybe they found him, Shikadai said, causing everyone to look at him. I don't know, Boruto shouted, punching the punching bag in anger. Take it easy, Sarada said gently, holding his hand to calm him. Sir. Boruto's secretary burst into the office, breathless. What is it? Boruto shouted. A Miss Himawari called, she managed to say, catching her breath. What? Boruto exclaimed, rushing to her and taking the phone from her hands. Hello? Hima. Is that you? Are you okay? Why haven't you called me these past 3 days? He began, but she interrupted him with one sentence. I found Dad. Naruto's POV. Dad, was the last thing I heard before everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a completely different place. I looked around and saw an four attached to my left hand, multiple cords connected to my chest, and an air mask over my face. I tried to recall what happened before I lost consciousness, but all I remembered was the heat of the gunshot. I touched my right side to feel the wound, but to my surprise, it was healed, leaving only a scar. Dad. I heard a cry, and suddenly a girl was hugging me. Dad, are you okay? Does anything hurt? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Do you remember me now? She asked, tears in. Tries. Who are you? I replied, confused. Hima. Another person entered the room, a man with the same hair color as mine. Boo! The girl ran to him and whispered something. I'll call Uncle, he said, pressing a beeper on his clothes, similar to what I used to wear. Uncle, Father is awake, we need you, he said, and a reply was heard as they approached me. I'm sorry, but I need to go. I have a family to return to. My wife and children are waiting for me. If it's not too much trouble, can you tell me where I am? I asked politely, still lying in bed. You're home, the girl said just as another person entered the room. Mako! I called, sitting up quickly. Sir, he replied, rushing to me and gently pushing me back down. Mako! Where are we? I asked, worry creeping into my voice. Sir, you need to calm down first, he said, and I complied. He looked a little older than the last time I saw him, but I couldn't quite place it. Okay, but where are we? I pressed again. This time, sir, you're finally home, he replied, but I didn't understand. What about Hinata? Himawari? And Boruto? I asked, noticing the man hugging the girl while she cried on his chest. Sir. About that, I need to tell you something, Mako said seriously. But are they okay? I asked, feeling a knot of anxiety form in my stomach. Actually, sir, they're your children, Ms. Himawari and Mr. Boruto, he said, pointing at the two. Don't joke with me, my kids are still 6 years old, I said, trying to laugh it off. But it's the truth, sir, he insisted, his expression serious. Give me evidence, I replied, sitting up with his support. He reached for an old newspaper and handed it to me. There, I saw a photo of the Uzumaki airline crashing into the ocean with captions reading, "Where is President Uzumaki now?" and "Is Uzumaki dead or alive?" I slowly looked for the date, 12 years ago. You're not joking with me, Mako, right? I asked, shaking in disbelief. I am not, sir, he replied, and tears began to flow down my cheeks. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as droplets fell onto my hand. Dad. I heard the girl say, and I looked up to see her appealing face, tears streaming down. Do you remember us now? The other asked. Sighing, I replied, I'm sorry, kids, I don't really remember. I trailed off as the girl cried more. But I believe you, I said, caressing her cheek. Dad, she exclaimed, hugging me tightly. I'm sorry for not remembering you too, I said, returning the embrace. It's okay, Dad. It's better than you being gone, Boruto said, and I felt Himawari elbow him. By the way, where's Mom? I asked as they let go of me. She's at home, can't wait to surprise her about you, Dad, Himawari said. But you have to recover first, Boruto added, and I nodded in agreement. So all we have to do is focus on your recovery, Dad. Then we'll go home, Boruto said as he adjusted his suit. I stared at him, remembering my childhood and seeing myself in him, though he was different. I suppose you're the CEO of my company by now? I asked. Well, he began, scratching his nape. Don't tell me you're not? Ugh, I said in surprise, feeling my head ache more. Dad, it's a joke. Of course I am. Now calm down, he replied, worry etched on his face. I thought I lost all that hard work, I said, thinking about their necessities and daily needs. Don't worry, Dad, I won't fail you, he reassured me, and I smiled genuinely at him. They both hugged me at the same time, and I hugged them back, feeling the warmth I had longed for. Thank you, Himawari, Boruto, for not giving up. Despite all those years, you never left each other. Thank you so much for not giving up. Hinata's POV. You sure you don't want us to stay? Sakura asked. It's fine. Besides, Sarada just finished her training around this time, so I might as well spend some quality time with her, I suggested. Okay. Then we will be going now. Take care of yourself. I think those two will be home by now, Sakusa said, referring to Boruto and Himawari. Yeah, I think I'll just cook their dinner, I replied as they waved goodbye and drove off. I guess I better start cooking, huh? It was around 7 p.m. when I finished cooking, and I had already set up the plates myself, despite the maids insisting on doing so. I went to my room to get some rest while waiting for them, holding a huge book, our family album. I had started collecting pictures of us, printing and cutting them. I scanned every page, looking back at those old days. It's been 12 years, huh? I still remember those days when we were studying, until the day we parted and met again unknowingly. And when we both remembered, we parted again, and this time I didn't know if we'd meet again. Momum, we're Hami. I heard Himawari call from downstairs. I stood up from the bed and went out of the room. I heard them talking to someone, so I assumed Boruto was on the phone. Yeah, I know. But Kurama is too old now. We have someone special taking care of him, Boruto said. Really? I want to see him, a mysterious voice replied, yet it sounded so familiar. I stopped in my tracks, trying to deny it was him. I'll excuse myself for a moment and go to the bathroom, Boruto said. I'll just get us some refreshments, Dad, Himawari said cheerfully. Dad? I whispered to myself. Himawari wouldn't call anyone Dad, not even Tonari, who had bothered us for a few years when they were kids. I slowly walked down the stairs and saw a man wearing a black turtleneck, looking intently at our family picture. Ahem. I cleared my throat. I wouldn't let anyone touch our family picture. He froze in place, slowly placing the frame down. Who are you? I asked as I walked toward him. Show me your face, I ordered, my heart pounding loudly, afraid he might hear it and take advantage of my fear. I held my chest tightly, feeling like my heart would jump out at any moment. I said, who are you? I repeated. As he slowly turned to me, my heart raced even more. Those whiskers. Those oceanic blue eyes that I had longed for. He smiled at me, tears flowing down his face. Heim, was all he could say. My hands went straight to my mouth, capturing my breath. I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. Tears streamed down my face as he slowly approached me with his arms wide open. I felt his warmth as he hugged me tightly, comfortably. It was real. This was real. It wasn't a dream anymore. I hugged him back, letting my cries out. I missed you, Hinata, he whispered in my ear, but I just held him tighter, afraid it was just a dream and that I would soon wake up from this appealing nightmare. Where have you been? I waited for you for so long, I cried into his chest as he hugged me tightly. I don't know. It doesn't matter. What matters now is that I'm here. And I won't leave you again, he said, caressing my cheeks and kissing my forehead. I saw Himawari and Boruto watching us from the doorway and mouthed a silent, thank you, to them. We were having dinner, chatting with each other. He was catching up on lost time with his kids, and I had never seen them smile so genuinely as they shared their stories with their father. Wow. So you both entered college at the age of 14? No wonder you're both your mother's children, he complimented them. And we got our persistence to finish from you, Dad. It was thanks to both of you that we're here, Boruto said. It was rare for Boruto to express such sentiments, but I guess his father was an exception. And a huge thank you to your mother for taking care of you both while I wasn't around, he said, squeezing my hands. You know that's nothing, I replied, smiling at him. It had been so long since I had seen his smile. Oh. Now that I'm here, I'll make it up to all three of you, he said cheerfully. Let's go eat somewhere? Boruto suggested. What about shopping? I'm sure Dad doesn't have anything new to wear, Himawari chimed in. Or how about going on a vacation? Naruto suggested. Vacation? I asked. Yeah, he began, but Himawari interrupted. Out of town, she asked. Out of the country? Boruto added. No. Let's go to the countryside. My childhood house. I'm sure you'll love it there, he said, reminding me of that house we used to visit whenever we wanted to be together. I think I haven't been there at all, Boruto said. Of course you haven't. I was supposed to take us there when you both turned 12, but things happened, Naruto shrugged. It's been a while. Hasn't it? I said, holding his hand as he smiled at me. But I've been to every property you own, Dad. With the family lawyer, Boruto said, looking bothered. Because the family lawyer doesn't know about this. Before I inherit the family business, I already own this under your mother's name, he said, making me freeze. What? I asked. Sorry, I didn't tell you about it. It was supposed to be a surprise for our marriage, but we both got in an accident and parted, he said, kissing my hand. Sigh. There's nothing I can do about it now, do I? I asked him when suddenly a loud thud echoed around the whole house. Naruto! Someone shouted from the living room. Good morning, everyone. Chapter end. Naruto's POV. Sigh. There's nothing I can do about it now, do I? Hinata asked when suddenly a loud thud echoed around the whole house. Naruto! Someone called from the living room. I stood up in an instant. That voice. It was unmistakable. I felt fear instantly when I saw her silhouette. Hi? I asked in a scared tone. Hi. Just a hi. It was 12 years, and all you say is hi. She said as she approached me. Listen, Sakura. I can explain, I said, taking a step back. Explain now, she said in a firm voice. You see. Calm down, Sakura. Can't you see he just came home? Can't you let it rest? That familiar deep voice. It was Sasuke. Yo! He greeted me. Team! I said, hugging him. Hey! Watch it. My daughter could see us, he said, pushing me lightly. Daughter? You mean little Sarada? That's just, yeah. And she's not little anymore. She's already 12, he said, pointing to his back. Hi. She greeted shyly. Wow. You're grown up now, I said, admiring how appealing she had become. I still remember you were this small and Boruto would sing to yo. I was reminiscing when a hand suddenly covered my mouth. I guess you want your coffee now, right, Dad? It's getting cold. Hurry up and drink it. Aunt, Uncle, and Sarada, have a seat and join us for dinner, Boruto said, blushing hard. I think you got that from your mother. Sakura teased him as he pushed me to my seat. Here, sit here, Sakura, Sasuke. Hinata offered them seats beside her, and Sarada sat beside Boruto. Excuse me, can you bring plates for them? Hinata asked a lady near the dining area. Sure, ma'am, she said and left. Thanks, Hinata said to her. I silently watched them, joining their conversation here and there, as they told me how these 3 kids grew up and how they coped. Hey, why are you crying, team? Sasuke suddenly asked. Am I? I asked, wiping my tears. Funny. I think something was just in my eyes, I said, wiping it off. Then we went to the living room to continue our stories. Well. Anyway, this is really touching, but we have to go. We'll come back tomorrow with others too, Sakura said, kissing me on the cheek, then Hinata, and then they left. I saw Himawari sleeping on the couch with her head on her knees. I went near her and was ready to carry her when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I can do that. You could just carry Mom to your room. It was Boruto. He had grown into a man without me. Thanks, son, I said, tapping his shoulder in return and went to where Hinata was. She was silently sleeping on a single couch. Her face looked so peaceful, yet there were invisible wrinkles, a sign of us getting older. I was 20 years old when Boruto and Himawari came into my life, then 26 years old when I met Hinata again. After 12 years away from them, it was no question we were getting older. I was already 38 years old and she was 36, but she still looked like she was in her mid-20s. I gently carried her in my arms as she rested her head on my chest. She murmured as I slowly went up the stairs. Shoo, just keep sleeping, I'll bring us to the room, I said, kissing her forehead, and she snuggled up to my chest. When I reached our room, I could see not much had changed. I slowly and gently put her down on the bed and went to take a quick shower. I looked around the closet. My old clothes were still there, and I noticed some new coats, still unpacked from their covers. I wore my old shirts and shorts. They didn't fit me anymore, but I managed. I quietly went to bed and laid down beside her. I just looked at her sleeping face when she suddenly opened her eyes. Hey! I greeted, but she just stared at me. Hinata! I called, removing strands of her hair from her face. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hope you still haven't forgotten me. Now I know why those 12 years I couldn't get attached to anyone on that island. You were here in my heart, hiding from my memories, but now here you are beside me, and I will never leave you again, I said, caressing her cheeks. Naruto, she called, snuggling up to my neck. You never left my mind. I believed up to this day you would come back, and you didn't fail me, she said, sending chills through my whole body. Hina, I said, looking into her eyes, and slowly I came close to her until she put her finger on my mouth, stopping me. And what do you mean, you couldn't get attached to anyone on that island? She suddenly asked, raising an eyebrow. I just remembered everything earlier while I was in the shower. There were these 2 little islands in the middle of the ocean, and I was saved by the Nig people. They healed me after finding a stranger floating in the water. As I recovered, I taught the chief's daughter English while studying their language. She then taught some of the villagers and even the neighboring island's chief's daughter. Both claimed to be my fiancé, but I refused. I grew fond of them as friends, but as time passed, I realized I had someone I truly loved. Many girls caught my eye, but none captured my heart like they did. Despite their attempts to win me over, I always managed to escape. I was sharing this story when she suddenly pinched my cheeks. So you mean you have lots of women fawning over you? She asked, a little annoyed. No. I mean I avoid them, and besides, you were the one in my dreams every night, I replied. She released my cheeks and I rubbed them, saying, that hurts. Sorry, she said, leaning in. Here, let me kiss them. She kissed both my cheeks and I joked, wait, they still hurt. I feel like once is not enough. She kissed them again, but before her lips could touch my other cheek, I turned to catch her soft lips with mine. She was surprised, and I felt her longing as we shared a passionate kiss that night, falling asleep in each other's arms. It's been about 2 months since I returned home from that island, and I've recovered all my memories. I've adjusted to being a 25-year-old in a 15-year-old's body, and we finally identified the person who shot me, Tonari, with help from Danzu. They were on the run for 2 weeks until they tried to harm my family one last time. Fortunately, I had backup and they were caught. While investigating them, we found Danzu's hideout, where he had hidden drags and other items. We surrounded the place during a meeting with his client. Just as we were about to apprehend Danzu, Tonari took Hinata hostage. If you don't let us leave alive, you might as well say goodbye to your friend, he threatened. Anger boiled within me, but I tried to stay calm and waited for my chance. I looked at Hinata, who seemed surprisingly composed, and signaled Sasuke to lower their weapons and kneel. No, please. I'll do anything, just don't hurt her, I pleaded. I glanced at Hinata, trying to convey a message, and she caught on. Wait, Tonari. You don't have to do this, she said, touching his face. W? He asked, confused. No. Hinata, please. I called out. While he was gone, I did some thinking, she said, sounding almost stuck. Finally. I knew you had that in you, Tonari replied, letting her approach. Hinata held his shoulders and came closer. I know what I want now. It was you. To be in jail, she declared, kneeing him where it hurt. As he dropped his gun and knelt, the police moved in and cuffed him and Danzu. Finally caught those two, the chief said to Sasuke, patting his shoulder. Sasuke had been in a coma for a year but woke up a week after I returned. Naruto-kun. I heard a familiar voice. It was Hinata, and I rushed to hug her. You were amazing, I said, kissing her forehead. Nope, it should be we were amazing, she replied, kissing me on the lips. Ehem. I thought for a second this would be another breakup for you too, someone said, breaking us apart. It was Sai. That's just what you thought, Sasuke added. Well, I guess we could continue what we didn't finish before that plane crash, I said, holding Hinata's hand and looking into her eyes. Yeah. I guess we could, she replied, squeezing my hand. 3 months had passed. A lot of people were gathering at a venue, and I heard someone ask, hey, where are the Uchihas? I think they're on their way, Shikamaru replied, yawning. Geez, it's almost time to start. Where is that forehead? Ino complained. Hey, don't cause a ruckus here, Blondie, Sakura said, walking gracefully in her white dress. About time you showed up, Ino said. It's Mom's fault, they just had to flirt in front of their daughter, Sarada said, walking past her. Ichie. You little, Sakura began, but Sasuke held her hand, stopping her. Finally, you're all here, the organizer said, returning to the room. Sorry about that, Sakura said, smiling. While the organizer prepped them, Sarada wandered around the venue and suddenly bumped into someone. Ow, my butt, she said, rubbing it as she sat on the cold tiled floor. Sarada? A familiar voice called, making her look up. Boo! She exclaimed, jumping to her feet and hugging Boruto. Hey there, he greeted, returning her hug. You look awesome in that white tux, Sarada said, smiling innocently as she eyed him from head to toe. Thanks, and you look wonderful in your dress, Boruto replied, cursing silently to himself. Hey, wanna go somewhere? There's something I want to show you, Sarada said, taking his hand. Sure, I know just the place. Come on, Boruto said, squeezing her hand as they started to walk. Earlier, before Boruto bumped into Sarada, he had discovered a greenhouse filled with fresh tulips and roses, though the lights were off. This was the place he brought Sarada to. Whoa, it's so pretty, Sarada exclaimed, moving closer to a rose and touching it with her fingertip. A firefly flew by, and she cheered, trying to touch other flowers, causing more fireflies to scatter. "It's so appealing," she said, unaware that Boruto was standing behind her, admiring her smile under the moonlight. So what was it that you wanted to show me?" Boruto asked anxiously. "Oh yeah, wait," Sarada said, pulling something from her pouch. "This." She revealed a ring, catching Boruto by surprise. A ring?" he whispered. "I guess it's a fixed marriage?" "Are you forced?" he asked, scratching his whiskers, a habit when he was unsure of his feelings. "But I wasn't forced. It's not like this was a fixed marriage," Sarada said, stepping closer to him. "Don't you remember? This was your first gift to me." She showed him the ring, which had the engraved words, "Thank you for being born." Boruto suddenly recalled that ring. He had asked Uncle Mako to find one and wrote that sentence for engraving, but since Mako didn't know it was for a baby, the size was too big. He had found a necklace and slid it there before giving it to her. "So, you still have that?" Boruto muttered. "This is why I am engaged already, so no, you cannot court me." "Giggle," Sarada joked. Sorry to say this, but I'm also engaged already," Boruto replied, making Sarada look at him in disbelief. "What? But," she stammered. "Giggle to you," Boruto said, kissing her forehead. Sarada blushed madly. "What do you mean, Baka? Are you serious?" she asked, hiding her face before looking at Boruto, who smiled sincerely and nodded. "But, as you can see, our ages aren't accepted by others, so I hope you can wait until I turn of legal age," Sarada said, tugging at his fingers. "Don't worry, I plan to wait," Boruto said, kissing the back of her hand. "Clap clap finally. I thought it would take a lot longer for you two to realize." Himawari suddenly appeared. "Yeah. They were so obvious but also dense," Chocho added. "And they just have to be so cheesy," Inajin remarked. "How many times did I cringe?" Shikadai said. Were you all there all along?" Boruto asked. Not really. We were in the lobby earlier when you pulled Sarada here. We got worried since it was dark," Himawari explained, patting her brother's shoulder. "We thought you were going to scare our poor little Sarada." "Himawari!" Boruto exclaimed, realizing it was time for her to escape. "See you guys at the wedding," Himawari said, dashing out of the greenhouse. "It's time," Boruto said as he knocked on the door and entered. He saw the most perfect man he admired, someone he aspired to be like. "Was it already time?" Naruto asked, adjusting his black bow tie. "Time flies, I guess," Boruto replied, helping to fix the bow tie. Suddenly, Naruto placed his hands on Boruto's shoulders. "Son." "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Why so sudden?" Boruto asked. "Because despite the time I wasn't with you, especially when you needed me, you and your sister didn't give up looking for me and taking care of your mother. You kept your faith that I was alive and would come back to you all," Naruto said. "Come on, we're family. It's our job to keep both our parents happy," Boruto replied with a smile. "Now, come on, you wouldn't want Mom to be the one waiting at the aisle, right?" Boruto joked. "Oh, and I'll be the one to walk down the aisle with flowers in my hand. I think that's a very good idea. Why didn't we think of that before?" Both father and son laughed as they made their way outside, where the venue was set. It was a huge event, yet only a few were there to witness such an appealing day. "Dad, your bow is crooked." "Let me fix it," Boruto said, adjusting his father's bow tie. "Look at that, we're just the same height now." Naruto smiled at his son. "Dad, I want to congratulate you again." "And thank you for everything," Boruto said, hugging his father. "I'm the one who's supposed to thank you for not giving up on finding me," Naruto replied. "The bride is entering," signaled the organizer. As the hymn started to play, the door opened and everyone stood up. Each of the bridesmaids walked down the aisle, with Himawari being the last one. Then two figures appeared at the door. Hinata, beside her father, started walking toward Naruto. Hinata couldn't believe it after 19 years. They're getting married. All the hardships they encountered only made them stronger and more in love with each other. At the other end of the aisle, Naruto stood admiring his appealing wife-to-be, unable to hold back the tears he had been keeping inside. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and love as the soothing music played, and everyone watched Hinata walk down the aisle in her long wedding dress, her veil gracefully framing her face. When they reached the end of the aisle, Naruto descended the 5 steps. "Naruto, I trust you to make her the happiest," Hinata's father said, placing Hinata's hand in Naruto's. "Don't worry, I will, and I'll make sure of it," Naruto replied, squeezing Hinata's hands. "Congratulations, son," Hinata's father said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "Thanks, father," he replied with a smile. "Thank you, Dad. I love you," Hinata said as she hugged her father before he took his seat. As everyone sat down, Hinata and Naruto moved to the front, and the wedding ceremony began. It's been 5 years since that wedding. Now, Boruto was fully handling the Uzumaki company alongside his partner, Shikadai. "Man, can't I just relax today?" Boruto said, sitting in his office chair, exhausted. "I know, but as Ms. Hirahara said, we have to finish all the meetings today, and we can't postpone them anymore," Shikadai replied. "Yeah, I think she mentioned the Lee's proposal being postponed for the 3rd time?" Boruto said, relaxing a little. "Yeah, ever since I started working here, more and more proposals and projects have popped up that we have to handle ourselves. We only cancel them for important events," Shikadai said, standing up to call their secretary for coffee. "I guess this is what our dads used to do," Boruto mused, imagining them sleeping on the couch or playing games on the huge TV. "Nope. I can only imagine them sleeping around or goofing off," Shikadai said with a straight face. "Oh yeah. Same here," Boruto responded awkwardly. "I think we're getting old to be thinking like this." "I mean, I'm already 22, he laughed, and Shikadai joined in. The day passed, and they finished their last meeting before parting ways. Boruto went to his parents' house for dinner and later headed home. He had moved out a few months after their wedding, feeling old enough to manage on his own. He was fascinated by how his parents still flirted with each other, acting like young lovers. So, he decided to buy a simple 2-story house with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, just an hour away from the company and halfway to his parents' house. His sister, Himawari, stayed at their parents' home but was hardly there, busy with her own lab work and traveling. She always called every day to check in, as if she hadn't left. Knock knock. That was strange. It was already midnight and someone was at his door? He had lost track of time while working at home. He hurried to the door and looked through the peephole. It was Sarada. He quickly opened the door. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he opened the door. "A hello would be great," she said as she stepped inside. "Hello?" he greeted, closing and locking the door behind her. "Come on, Boruto. Can't you relax at home?" she said, glancing at the documents scattered on the kitchen table. "Ah, sorry about the mess," he said, picking them up. Sarada was wearing her school bag. "Did you come here straight from the university?" he asked. "Yeah, but I already called Mom, and she was fine with it. However, Dad said to take me home tomorrow at AM. Geez. Why did you head here instead of home?" I said, leaning against the counter as she took milk from the fridge. She put the glass down and stood in front of me, looking at me without an expression. "Isn't this home?" she asked. "What?" I replied, confused. She blushed and looked away. "Dad said that anywhere is home as long as you're with someone you love and loves you. I love you, and you love me, so this is my home too, right? You love me, right?" I tried to suppress my laughter. She looked at me, annoyed and blushing. "Am I wrong?" she stuttered. I patted her head. "Yes." Then she turned around and ran away. "Hey, wait. I wasn't done." I called after her, but I couldn't catch up. I found her in my bedroom, hiding under the heavy blanket on my bed. "Go away," she said, still concealed. "You didn't let me finish," I said, sitting on the bed and pulling the blanket, but she held on tighter. "You don't have to finish it. You clearly said it. You don't love me and I was wrong. So leave me alone," she replied. "That's what you want, but this is my room, right?" I said. She went quiet for a moment before standing up from the bed, still wrapped in the blanket. "I'm leaving," she said. But before she could take a step, I hugged her from behind. I felt her freeze. "You were wrong," I said, needing her to understand. "I know. That's why I'm going home," she replied, grabbing my arm. You were wrong, you are my home, I said, feeling her tense. Describing a place as home just because the person you love is there is limited. Home is where you feel at ease, relaxed, and warm. It's where you feel excited about each day. A home as a place can be destroyed, but a home as a person lasts forever. As long as you are with the person you love, you are at home. You are my home and I love you. We stayed quiet for a while until I decided to stand up and face her back. I held her shoulder, which was trembling. I gently tugged it to make her face me, and I was right, she was crying. Don't look at me, she said, hiding under the blanket. Come on now, you're making such an ugly face, I said, wiping her tears. Earlier I was wrong and now I'm ugly. That's it, I'm going home, she said, removing the blanket and trying to run, but I grabbed her hands firmly. I do not care if you made a mistake or feel ugly. I still love you, I said, making her face me. Idiot, she said, closing her eyes. I kissed her as passionately as I could until her knees grew weak. We fell onto the bed, both chuckling. But what were you thinking answering the door like that? She asked as we lay there. Like what? I replied, realizing I was only in my boxers. You should have told me, I said, feeling embarrassed. But I like seeing your abs, she said, tracing them with her fingers. You know we're still not allowed to do that, right? We're not married, I said, removing her hands. I know, and I also know how much you respect me, she said, giving me a peck on the cheek. Yeah, but still be careful. It's hard to restrain oneself, I said, turning away. What? Am I that stuck? She exclaimed, sitting up excitedly. I don't know, I said, shutting my eyes. Come on now. Tell me, she insisted, pulling the blanket over me. I'm sleeping now. Good night, I said, feeling her pout as she let herself fall back onto the bed. Fine. I'm letting you go this time since you told me you love me, she said. I turned to face her and gave her a peck on the forehead. Good night, love. Good night, boo.